Chapter 405. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. Princess Xinyang liked tranquility, so there were not many servants in the courtyard. Generally, they stayed in the front courtyard. Only Yujin and Dragon Shadow Guard were qualified to enter the courtyard. Yujin was the legitimate daughter of a big family, different from the female officials who were palace maids. She relied on her strength to enter the mansion of Princess Xinyang to become an official. After sending off Crown Princess, Yujin turned around and returned to the room of Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept until evening before waking up. When she woke up, she felt her chest was very stuffy. Yujin walked over, and seeing her complexion was not good, she gently raised her jade hand and felt the pulse of Princess Xinyang, then worriedly asked, "Princess, your pulse seems to be not good. Drink some medicine first." Yujin was not a doctor, but because Princess Xinyang had been sick for a long time, she also knew a little bit about medicine. Princess Xinyang didn't oppose. She sat up with the support of Yujin, and Yujin took a pillow and put it behind her back. When she went to get the medicine, Yujin stopped. There were 2 bottles of medicine on the table. One bottle was heart protection pill she had bought from Yen State's pharmacist, and the other bottle was 100 Flowers pill that Crown Princess had personally sent. 100 Flowers pill was extremely rare, even rarer than heart protection pill of Yen State's pharmacist. It was said that it could cure all kinds of diseases. Yujin told Princess Xinyang that Crown Princess had come and sent 100 Flowers pill. "Let me see," Princess Xinyang said. Princess Xinyang had already seen heart protection pill, so she naturally wanted to see Crown Princess 100 Flowers pill. Yujin took 100 Flowers pill from the table. "What's wrong?" Princess Xinyang asked. "How come there is a piece of cloth on the bottle? There are also words." Gu Jiao had used a charcoal pen to write, so it was not as ugly as calligraphy, but it was also not too beautiful. For a daughter from a scholarly family like Eugene, such words were, to be honest, somewhat painful to the eyes. But what really made Yujin puzzled was not the words themselves. Princess Xinyang looked at the bottle in her hand and said, "There was no cloth before." "I remember there wasn't. Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" Yujin frowned and looked above her head. Long Yi flew down and landed 3 steps away from these 2 people. Eugene looked at him and asked, "Did someone come by just now?" Long Yi didn't speak. "Forget it. Why would I ask you?" Eugene shook her head. This, however, reminded her. Long Yi was guarding inside the room, and it was impossible for suspicious people to enter. Therefore, he might have remembered wrongly, or he might have missed it. The bottle itself was a small piece of cloth. Eugene said in amusement, "It was written by the person who sold the 100 Flower pill, right?" The Crown Prince Consort's handwriting wasn't so strange. With this interruption, Princess Xinyang didn't eat the 100 Flower pill first. Instead, she ate 2 heart protection pills that she usually ate. In the middle of the night, Princess Xinyang began to have a high fever, accompanied by severe chest pain. "Princess." Eugene didn't even put on her outer clothes. She walked to the bed in her sleeping clothes and lifted the curtain. She looked at Princess Xinyang, who was lying on the bed with a pale face and pale lips. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Princess Xinyang wasn't born with a heart condition. It had only developed in the past few years. The death of her young master had been too much of a blow to her. She had been perfectly fine before, but she seemed to have collapsed overnight. In fact, the heart protection pill's initial effect was quite good, but as the illness worsened, the heart protection pill's effect became more and more useless. Now, she finally couldn't suppress it anymore. Eugene thought of the 100 Flower pill that the Crown Prince Consort had sent, and she poured one out. The pill was white, but Eugene had never seen the real 100 Flower pill, so she didn't notice anything wrong. She poured some warm water and helped Princess Xinyang take the pills. The pill took effect very quickly, and after about half an hour, Princess Xinyang felt less uncomfortable. Her heart palpitations lessened, and her chest pain also gradually disappeared. She slept well in the latter half of the night. When she woke up, the high fever had completely subsided. Eugene wrung out a handkerchief and wiped her forehead while saying with gratification, I didn't expect the 100-flower pill's effect to be so miraculous. If I had known earlier, I would have found it for the princess earlier. Princess Xingyang said, "Do you think the 100-flower pill is something that can be obtained just because you want it?" Eugene smiled. "That's true. The 100-flower pill's prescription has always been a secret of the Bai family of the state of Zhao. They only refine one cauldron every year, and buying it all depends on luck. The crown prince consort is considerate." Princess Xingyang responded softly. Eugene continued, 200 flower pills a day. Since the princess is awake, quickly take one. Last night, she had been so uncomfortable that she hadn't been in the mood to see what the 100-flower pill looked like. Now that she took a closer look, she found that it wasn't the same as the rumored 100-flower pill. The 100-flower pill wasn't really made from 100 kinds of fresh flowers, but it did use a lot of flower petals, so the pill itself had a bit of a floral fragrance. But this pill, or rather, the pill was more appropriate. It was white, colorless, and odorless. If it wasn't for its miraculous effect, Princess Xingyang would have thought that the crown prince consort had bought a fake 100-flower pill. It seems the rumors can't be trusted. After she finished speaking, she took the warm water Eugene handed her and swallowed the 100-flower pill. The princess's return to the capital was a major event. It was reasonable for her to enter the palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor. She had been tired from the journey a few days ago, and her body wasn't well. Now that she was much better, she naturally had to prepare to enter the palace. After breakfast, Princess Xingyang took the specialties she had brought from Fengdu Mountain and rode a carriage to the imperial palace. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Eunuch Wei bowed as he entered the room. "Your Majesty, Princess Xingyang requests an audience." The emperor was slightly surprised. He put down the memorial in his hand and said, "Let the princess in." "Yes." Eunuch Wei personally went outside to invite Princess Xingyang in. Princess Xingyang stood in the imperial study. She raised her arms and crossed her hands in front of her forehead. She bowed. "Chanmei greets your Majesty." "Don't be so courteous." The emperor reached out his hand. "Rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." Princess Xingyang straightened. Give her a seat," the emperor said to Eunuch Wei. "Yes." Eunuch Wei didn't look sideways as he moved a chair over. "Princess, please sit." Princess Xingyang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down smoothly. The emperor wanted to rub his hands together. It was shameful to say that although Princess Xingyang was his younger sister, he always felt that Princess Xingyang was his older sister whenever he interacted with her. Other people might not be able to tell, but the emperor knew that Princess Xingyang was the one who resembled the previous emperor the most among his children. Their appearances were similar, but their eyes were even more similar. Methods? He had never thought that the women in the imperial harem were capable of such methods, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang. But after the incident with concubine Jing, he no longer dared to look down on any woman in the imperial harem. Moreover, he had carefully thought about it these past few days. Princess Xingyang had lost her mother's protection at the age of 13. She wasn't close to either concubine Zhuang or concubine Liu. Under those circumstances, it would have been very difficult for her to protect herself. But he had never heard of her being bullied. Later, when she married Marquis Xianping in a high-profile manner, no one dared to bully her. Rumor had it that Princess Xingyang was his most beloved younger sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such an outstanding marriage for her. After all, there were too many princesses who had coveted Marquis Xianping. Who would have thought that this marriage had been decided by the previous emperor long ago? He was just following the previous emperor's will. Gathering his thoughts, the emperor asked her, "Weren't you sick? Why did you come to the palace?" Princess Xingyang said, "I'm fine. I came to pay my respects to your Majesty." "Ah." The emperor took a sip of tea. "It's good that you're fine." On the other side, Eunuch Wei also poured tea for Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang flatly refused. "I drank medicine, so I won't drink tea." "Yes." Eunuch Wei hurriedly removed the tea. The emperor felt a bit awkward interacting with his younger sister. He drank several mouthfuls of tea and asked, "I haven't heard from you these past few years. how are you doing at Fengdu Mountain? Princess Xinyang calmly said, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Then, the conversation died again. The emperor drank his tea awkwardly. Princess Xinyang said, I heard that Abbess Jing and has passed away. My condolences, Your Majesty. Was it too much to call him brother? The emperor inwardly cursed, then vaguely said, I'm fine. The emperor didn't publicly announce concubine Jing's crimes for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want to alert the enemy and alarm the remnants of the previous dynasty. Second, he didn't want Ning and to be implicated by concubine Jing's reputation. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have any objections. This time, it was the emperor who killed the conversation. The emperor felt that the entire imperial study was filled with an awkward atmosphere. They still needed to chat a bit more. The emperor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, right, didn't Marquis Xianping go to find you? Why didn't he come back with you? I don't know. Princess Xinyang was concise. The emperor. The emperor was not too surprised by this answer. The two were already not on good terms, and after Xiao Heng passed away, the relationship between the two became even colder. Thinking of Xiao Heng, the emperor finally opened his mouth. Did you go see Mother Empress? Hearing this, Princess Xinyang's expression finally changed slightly. She looked at the emperor strangely. I went, but the Empress Dowager was not in Renshou Palace. The emperor gritted his teeth and muttered, very good. She slipped out of the palace to play cards. His muttering was very quiet. Naturally, Princess Xinyang did not hear it, but Princess Xinyang's gaze remained on his face. After a while, she slowly said, I heard that the relationship between Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager has improved quite a bit. The emperor did not deny it. There is something that we must tell you. That year, the person that poisoned Aheng was not Mother Empress. It was a head of the imperial palace named Zhang Xiao. She had been bribed by the remnants of the previous dynasty in an attempt to poison Aheng and frame Mother Empress to sow discord between our relationship with Mother Empress. We also only found out the truth a while ago. Zhang Xiao has already been executed. So it was like that. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and quietly said, Many thanks, Your Majesty, for obtaining justice for Aheng. The emperor said with a stern expression, when the remnants of the previous dynasty have been completely eradicated, only then can justice truly be obtained for Aheng. You can be at ease. We will not let a single one of those people go. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Princess Xinyang went to Empress Zhao's Kuan-Ning Palace. She did not stay for long. After paying respects, she left behind some specialties from Fengdu Mountain before leaving. When she passed by the Imperial Garden, she ran into the Crown Princess who had just come from the Eastern Palace. Ani. The Crown Princess' eyes lit up, and she walked over. Crown Princess. Princess Xinyang greeted her. The Crown Princess was like a child meeting an elder. Excitedly holding Princess Xinyang's hand, she said, It really is too much of a coincidence. I was originally planning on going to visit Auntie. Who knew that I would run into you here? Princess Xinyang looked at her and said, You are now the Crown Princess. There is no need to be so courteous. The Crown Princess had a panicked expression. Ani, have we become estranged? In my heart, regardless of who I am now or who I will be in the future, Uncle and Auntie will always be the elders that I respect the most. Princess Xinyang let out an almost inaudible sigh. The Crown Princess worriedly asked, Ani, how is your body? I went to visit you yesterday, and you were unconscious. I was worried for an entire night, and my heart was in a mess. I actually did not know that your condition had deteriorated to this degree while you were in Fengdu Mountain. If I knew earlier, I would have worked even harder to find the 100-flower pill, right? Ani, have you taken the 100-flower pill?
How is the effect?
The effect is very good. Thanks to you, I can already get out of bed and walk. Princess Xinyang paused and then asked, Where did you get the 100-flower pill? The Crown Princess looked around and then leaned close to Princess Xinyang. Lowering her voice, she said, I bought it from a place called the Underground Dojo. There was a saber man from Zhao there. He happened to have a bottle of 100-flower pills. The underground dojo was a mixed bag of good and bad people, but it had to be the underground dojo to buy this kind of thing. Princess Xinyang's last trace of doubt about the 100-flower pill was dispelled. Perhaps the 100-flower pill was truly colorless and tasteless. It was just that the people of the world had changed its appearance. The crown princess smiled slightly and said, "Ani, if you are not in a hurry to leave the palace, go sit in the pavilion. I will chat with you. Many things have happened in the capital in the years that you were gone. I can tell you about them one by one." Princess Xinyang did not refuse. It was not because she wanted to hear about the capital, but because she did not want to disrespect the crown princess. The two walked up the steps and sat down in the pavilion in the imperial garden. The crown princess ordered the palace servants to prepare tea and pastries. Eugene looked at the butter tea and rose cake on the table and smiled. Crown princess still remembers what the princess likes. The crown princess smiled and said, "Of course I remember. I remember everything that uncle and auntie like to eat. What Ahun likes to eat, I also." Halfway through her words, she suddenly paused. Realizing that she had mentioned something that she should not have mentioned, she felt annoyed and guiltily looked at Princess Xinyang. "Auntie, I'm sorry. Princess Xinyang's expression was very calm. "You also remember what Ahung likes to eat. There's nothing that can't be said." Eugene waved her hand and dismissed the palace servants. Only she, the crown princess, and Princess Xinyang remained in the pavilion. The crown princess guiltily said, "Auntie, I'm sorry." Princess Xinyang said, "There's no need to apologize." The crown princess opened her mouth. Princess Xinyang calmly said, "There's no need to apologize for what you said, and there's no need to apologize for becoming the crown princess. Ahung has already died. Not to mention that you did not get married, but even if you did, there's nothing wrong with you remarrying." The crown princess tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hand. Her eyes were slightly red, and her throat was choked with emotion. "Did the crown prince treat you well?" Princess Xinyang asked her. The crown princess choked with emotion and nodded. Princess Xinyang also nodded. "Then I can be at ease." "Eugene." She gave Eugene a meaningful glance. Eugene understood and walked down the steps. She waved to a maidservant that was accompanying her. The maidservant walked into the pavilion. Eugene said, "Did you bring the things I told you to bring?" The maidservant thought a little, then said, "I sent them all out." Eugene said, "Isn't there still a box of 1,000-year-old Lingji?" "Oh, I forgot it in the carriage." The maidservant covered her mouth. "This servant will go get it." After taking a couple steps, she awkwardly returned. "This servant doesn't know the way." The maidservant had been brought over from Fengdu Mountain. This was her first time entering the palace. "I'll go get it," Eugene said to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said, "No need. Long Yi will go get it." Hearing these words, the crown princess was confused. Who was Long Yi? She looked at the palace people below the steps, but she didn't see anyone leaving. Long Yi was hiding in the dark. Even experts were unable to detect him, let alone the crown princess. There was only one box left in the carriage. It was easy to recognize. Long Yi quickly went to the carriage and took the box. When Long Yi descended from the sky and entered the pavilion with a brocade box, the crown princess was shocked. Princess Xinyang said to the crown princess, "Thank you for the medicine. This is a gift of thanks." Then she said to Long Yi, "Give the gift to the crown princess." Long Yi didn't give it. Shadow Dragon guards generally didn't disobey the orders of their master, unless they didn't understand. Princess Xinyang was a patient master. She pointed at the box and then pointed at the crown princess and explained word by word, The box in your hand is a gift of thanks. Give it to the crown princess." Long Yi still didn't give it. Princess Xinyang, "Then give it to me." Long Yi gave it to her. Princess Xinyang personally picked up the box to give it to the crown princess, but Long Yi snatched it again. No matter how stupid the crown princess was, she could see that this shadow guard called Long Yi didn't want to give her the Lingji. This was like an elder in a family asking a child to share the sugar with his little friends, but he refused to share no matter what, making everyone very embarrassed. The crown princess was especially embarrassed. Her face became red. Forget it, aunt. It can't be counted. Princess Xinyang said to Long Yi, if you want a box, I'll give you another one. This one contains a gift of thanks for someone else. Long Yi didn't give it to her. Princess Xinyang frowned. If you don't give it to me, I'll get angry. At this time, Gu Jiao happened to pass by the imperial garden. Long Yi jumped down and arrived in front of Gu Jiao. He stuffed the box into the bosom of Gu Jiao. Then he turned around and looked at Princess Xinyang. His expression and posture seemed to be saying, don't be angry. I'll give it to you. Chapter 406. Long Yi's action had successfully shocked everyone. No one expected Long Yi to be so abnormal. Princess Xinyang asked him to give the box to the Crown Prince Consort. It was fine if he didn't give it to the Crown Prince Consort, but he actually gave it to a passerby. That impatient attitude made it seem as if he despised the Crown Prince Consort. Long Yi didn't think so, but he couldn't help but think so. The Crown Prince Consort's background wasn't high enough, but through so many years of unremitting effort, she had already stood in a position that was respected by tens of thousands of people. She was not only the Crown Prince's virtuous wife, but also the Eastern Palace's strategist. Her position was very important, and she didn't know how many years it had been since she had been treated like this. Her face was burning, and the word embarrassed could no longer describe it. And Gu Jiao, who was stopped by Long Yi, was no less surprised than the Crown Prince Consort. Why was she able to meet this shadow dragon guard in the palace? What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? Gu Jiao bitterly hated the box that was forced into her bosom. She thought this guy shouldn't have given her a big box full of charcoal, right? Could she refuse? Gu Jiao decisively took a big step back.
She didn't want it.
The Crown Prince Consort almost fainted. This was something she couldn't even think of, but this girl actually didn't want it. It wasn't that the Crown Prince Consort wanted 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. She wanted Princess Xinyang's kind intentions, but there was someone who didn't take it seriously. The Crown Prince Consort's face was even more embarrassed. Princess Xinyang looked towards the direction of Long Yi and Gu Jiao and muttered to herself for a moment. She said to Yujin, I haven't returned to the capital for several years, but there are many new faces in the palace. Yujin, go invite them here.
Yes.
Yujin slightly bowed and walked down the steps. Gu Jiao saw her at a glance. Yujin was different from the majority of female officials in the palace. Her temperament was written in her bones. She wasn't wearing a veil today, so she lacked a mysterious beauty, but also had a bit more of a female official's dignity. She stood in front of Gu Jiao, smiled slightly, and said politely and dignified, Miss, my princess invites you. My home? If this madam said that she was a princess, Gu Jiao would not believe it. How could someone with such an extraordinary temperament be just a maid of a princess? Speaking of which, Gu Jiao had not seen the princesses of the royal family. They were all married and did not live in the palace. He didn't know which princess this madam was referring to. Gu Jiao walked towards the pavilion with her. Long Yi stuffed the box to her again. Then, grabbing her hand, he forced her to hold the box. Eugene looked at the two of them. Gu Jiao looked innocent. I really didn't do it on purpose. Eugene smiled, and did not seem to mind. She pointed at the stairs and said, Miss, please. Gu Jiao walked up the stairs and came to the pavilion. The crown princess was also present, but Gu Jiao did not notice her at all. From the moment she entered the pavilion, her gaze was attracted by Princess Xinyang. She was wearing a plain white corset skirt and a translucent golden muslin robe. She was dignified, noble, gorgeous, and elegant. Her temperament was peerless. Her attire was not ostentatious, but it was like she was wearing a phoenix's robe. For some reason, she exuded a noble aura. No wonder such a lady was willing to bend her knees to be a subject. She was indeed worthy. Gu Jiao was stunned, but at the same time, she was a bit puzzled. She felt like she had seen this face somewhere before. It was no wonder that Gu Jiao could not remember. She had only seen half of a pale face in the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Moreover, she had only caught a glimpse of it. Today, Princess Xinyang was wearing gorgeous clothes and had exquisite makeup. She did not look sick at all. The crown princess introduced, "Miss Gu, this is Princess Xinyang."
Exile. Yang.
"Princess?" Gu Jiao looked at her with a whoosh. The crown princess continued, "Princess Xinyang, this is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, Miss Gu. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've changed." Princess Xinyang had seen Gu Jinyu before, but she was not familiar with her. The crown princess explained, "This is the eldest daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She has been wandering among the common people since childhood and has only recently returned to the capital. Gu Jinyu is the second daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu." Princess Xinyang was not interested in other people's private affairs. She only wanted to see who Long Yi was so interested in. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Has Long Yi seen you before?" Long Yi? That dragon shadow guard was called Long Yi. She had wanted to call him Long Batian in the underground martial arts field, but it was against the rules. It was said to offend the emperor, but this guy could directly call himself Long Yi. He had a backer. How impressive. "Never seen him before," Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. She could not reveal that she had gone to the underground martial arts field. She was still waiting to harvest the crown prince's leeks. In any case, Dragon Shadow Guard was not speaking, so it was impossible to expose her on the spot. Princess Xinyang's gaze fell on Long Yi's face without blinking. She naturally would not believe whatever Gu Jiao said. She wanted to hear Long Yi's answer. But she also understood that Long Yi would not communicate with her. Dragon Shadow Guard was the master's most trusted secret guard. They knew everything about the master's secret. If they fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences could be imagined. The late emperor, in order to take precautions, trained Dragon Shadow Guard to be an ice-cold tool that could not open their mouth to communicate. However, Princess Xinyang also did not think that Long Yi had met the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. Long Yi had always been by her side. The only time he had gone out was to escort Eugene to the underground martial arts field to buy medicine. A dignified daughter of an aristocratic family would not run to that kind of place. So Long Yi simply did not want to give it to the crown princess, but he also had no choice but to give it away. So he casually gave it to a passerby. Princess Xinyang was puzzled. She was not bold enough to guess that Long Yi would dare to let a stranger enter the house to treat her illness. Gu Jiao placed the box back on the table. Princess Xinyang stopped her and said to her, "Since Long Yi wants to give it to you, then you should accept it." But she did not want to accept it. If by any chance she accepted it, he would force her to clean out the charcoal in the box. Then, many thanks.
She would accept it first.
Later she would throw it away. There was no way for her to clean out the charcoal again. "Then I will take my leave first. You two take your time to chat." Gu Jiao wanted to quickly slip away to prevent this guy called Long Yi from chasing after her to clean out the charcoal. Gu Jiao had come to the palace to take something. At this moment, she did not take anything and directly turned around to leave the palace. She slipped into the carriage like a wisp of smoke. She wanted to see how many charcoal pens that guy had prepared for her. Who would have thought that when she opened the box to take a look, there would be 1,000-year Lingji lying inside. She had lived for 2 lifetimes and had never seen such a good Lingji. Gu Jiao was stupefied. After returning to the medical hall, Gu Jiao handed the 1,000-year Lingji to shopkeeper Wang. "Sell this." Although the 1,000-year Lingji was a good thing, unfortunately no one in the family needed to eat it. It was better to sell it for a good price. From time to time, Gu Jiao would bring some strange medicine for shopkeeper Wang to sell. Shopkeeper Wang did not find it strange. "What is it this time?" He opened the box to take a look. He was so shocked that he almost knocked the box over. "This, such a big Lingji? Where did it come from? This must be 1,000-year Lingji." To be honest, Lingji did not grow for more than 1,000 years. Even 10-year Lingji was rare. The 1,000-year Lingji on the market was generally over 100 years old. It was extremely rare. Gu Jiao said, "Someone gave it to you. Remember to sell it for a good price."
AI.
How could it not be sold for a good price? Look at how old this Lingji is. Once the news of the 1,000-year Lingji spread, The Miracle Hand Hall would be famous in the capital again. Gu Jiao did not need to worry about the business matters. She planned to change her clothes and go to the underground martial arts arena. She was supposed to go yesterday afternoon, but something came up, so she changed it to today. Just as she turned around and walked towards her small courtyard, she suddenly heard an anxious male voice from behind her. Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao stopped and turned around. It was the patient who had his stitches removed yesterday, the scholar surnamed Su. Is there something wrong with the wound? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The scholar ran quickly and was out of breath. After a while, he said while gasping for breath, Dr. Gu, how can you go back on your words? Gu Jiao pointed at herself strangely. I went back on my words? The scholar angrily said, That's right. Didn't you promise me that you would treat my classmate's mother? Lung disease? Why didn't you go? Gu Jiao said, I went. She didn't have tuberculosis. The scholar gloomily said, You're talking nonsense. I went to ask my classmate today. No doctor came to his house. Gu Jiao spread her hands. But I really went. The scholar saw that she did not look like she was lying and was slightly startled. Which house did you go to? Gu Jiao recalled. According to what you said, I walked straight ahead and went to the first house behind the orange tree. When did I say orange tree? I clearly said peach. The scholar's expression also froze. I said orange tree. He slapped his own head. He gave the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Miss Gu, I'll pay you the consultation fee again. Please come with me again. Annie's son is really very sick. Gu Jiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so she went with him to Vermilion Bird Street. She found the family and checked their condition. It was indeed tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was not an incurable disease in her hands, but it required a long period of treatment. It required a large amount of medicine, and the cost of the medicine was not cheap. The scholar said that he would take care of it himself and only asked Gu Jiao to cure the woman. Gu Jiao took out 4 types of medicine for tuberculosis from the small medicine box and put them in small porcelain bottles that she carried with her. She wrote down the usage and dosage. I'll come for a follow-up visit in 7 days. Aunt's son shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. Don't thank me. Thanks, Scholar Su. When Gu Jiao said this, she clearly felt a curious little figure at the door. However, when Gu Jiao walked out, the little figure disappeared again. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Classmate? It was for his classmate's sister, right? After leaving the Sun family, Gu Jiao took off her mask and put it in a special cloth bag. As she walked, she thought, since I went to the wrong place yesterday, who was the lady I treated? On the other side, Princess Xingyang and Yujin's group also returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xingyang had her own princess mansion in the capital, but everyone knew that she would not live in that sad place again. Because Long Yi had given the 1,000-year-old Lingji to someone else, Princess Xingyang had no choice but to order Yujin to pick another gift for the crown prince consort. Princess Xingyang called a maid to serve her. The maid poured tea for Princess Xingyang. She opened the lid of the cup and cried out in surprise. Why is there something in the cup? What? Princess Xingyang asked. The maid brought the teacup over, and a strong fragrance of flowers assaulted their nostrils. In a flash, the entire room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Princess Xingyang looked at the brown pill in the teacup and revealed a thoughtful expression. Yujin. Princess. Go to the East Palace. 2 hours later, Yujin appeared in the warm room of the East Palace. The Crown Prince consort personally received her. Why did Lord Yujin come? Yujin politely said, Princess asked me to deliver some specialties of Fengdu Mountain to the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort smiled gently, and is considerate. Yujin said, Also, I have something to ask of the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort hurriedly said, Please speak. Lord Yujin. Yujin smiled apologetically and said, When I was tidying up the room, I accidentally mixed up the 100-flower pill given by the Crown Prince consort with the beauty pill given by the Empress. I don't know which is the 100-flower pill and which is the beauty pill. The Crown Prince consort smiled. I recognize them. Did you bring the medicine? Yujin handed a porcelain bottle to the crown prince consort. The crown prince consort had someone bring in a clean bowl and poured the medicine from the bottle into it. There was a total of 3 kinds of medicine. One was a white pill, and the other 2 were brown pills of the same size. The crown prince consort didn't even look at the white pills, and only picked out the 100-flower pill. "It's done." The crown prince consort put the 100-flower pill into the bottle and handed it to Yujin. Yujin took the bottle and calmly took out a piece of cloth. That's right. Has the crown prince consort seen the words on this note? No, who wrote it? So ugly, she said in her heart. Yujin returned to the residence of Vermilion Bird Avenue and reported to Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang looked at the note and white pills on the table, and again looked at the 100-flower pill inside the bottle. If she still couldn't guess that the medicine had been tampered with, then it wouldn't be justified. And from Long Yi's reaction in the Imperial Garden, the person who had tampered with the medicine was the daughter of Marquis Ding, and Long Yi didn't disobey her order. He merely gave the gift to the person who truly deserved it. There were a lot of suspicious points in this matter. It was impossible for Long Yi to not notice the other party, but Long Yi not only didn't stop her from entering the room, but also allowed her to change her medicine. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, why did the other party secretly change her medicine? Did they harm her? But those white pills clearly had a medicinal effect. Did they help her? They were neither relatives nor friends, so why did they help her? And she clearly helped her, but today in the pavilion, she pretended not to know her? What was this? Was it a means to attract her attention? Also, not many people knew that she lived in Vermilion Bird Street. The crown princess came because she sent Yujin to the palace to report her safety to the emperor, allowing the crown princess to meet her. Where did the insignificant daughter of Marquis Ding and have the ability to reach the heavens to find this place? Princess Xingyang wasn't a delicate princess like Ning and who was protected under the wings of the emperor and the empress dowager. She had experienced countless storms and undercurrents, and she had lost her only flesh and blood. She wouldn't easily trust anyone, and also wouldn't underestimate anyone with ulterior motives in this world. She looked at the bright moon outside the window, and her fingertips lightly tapped on the table. With each tap, the night seemed to become quieter. Suddenly, her fingertips paused, and she coldly said, "Bring that girl to me." Chapter 407. After Gu Jiao came out of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she changed her clothes in the carriage and went to the underground martial arts arena. The crown prince was already waiting at the arena. This guy's enthusiasm was really higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. It was a pity that Ningguang was busy today and couldn't come. Oh, she wanted to let them compete. Gu Jiao adjusted the mask on her face and said goodbye to old He and Zhuyan. She turned and went to the crown prince's room. She found out that this room was originally given to a martial artist ranked 19th on the expert ranking. The crown prince spent a lot of money to buy the right to use this room. As for whether or not he bought that martial artist, he wasn't sure. After all, this was a private matter between the martial artist and the guest. The martial arts arena wouldn't interfere. Ranked 19th. Gu Jiao looked at the expert ranking hanging on the pillar. She wasn't even ranked last yet. But she wasn't in a hurry. Gu Jiao came to the chives, the crown prince's room, and gently knocked on the door. The door was pulled open from the inside. This time, the crown prince didn't pull a screen in the room like last time. He sat behind the screen on a chair with an official's hat and wore a mask that covered half of his face. This mask was the same as his person. It was made of the highest quality jade and was even more exquisite than Ningguang's mask. He exuded the luxurious aura of an imperial family from head to toe. He was just short of writing on his face that he was #1 in the world. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything about her character. The crown prince thought that Gu Jiao was intimidated by his imperial aura. He was about to raise his hand and invite her to sit when Gu Jiao pulled out a chair and sat down without hesitation. The crown prince's hand froze in midair. Forget it. He promised Lin Lang that he would bribe this youth. He couldn't use his status to suppress him. The crown prince retracted his hand and said to Gu Jiao, "It's not easy to ask you out." Gu Jiao lit half a stick of incense on the table. Crown Prince. The Crown Prince asked, "Why is it only half an hour?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote slowly, "The price has increased. Crown Prince." Fortunately, the Crown Prince was not short of money, so he raised the price. He took out 200 taels in one go. 2 incense sticks. The quality of this pot of chives was not bad, and the silver given was very generous. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. One had to know that she was only paid 1 to 10 taels of silver for house call, but she had to spend more than 2 incense sticks of time on the road for a house call. Of course, she still liked to treat people. That was her cultivation. But that didn't stop her from developing her side business of harvesting leeks. Gu Jiao accepted the banknotes and generously took out an unlit incense stick and placed it on the table. The Crown Prince was also very satisfied. Last time, the incense stick's time was too short, causing him to not be able to finish speaking. This time, there was an additional incense stick's time, which should be enough for him to bribe the other party. But when the Crown Prince thought of someone's slow writing speed, he felt that he couldn't take it slowly and had to get to the point as soon as possible. He said seriously, "I came to find young hero Xiong for one thing. I hope that young hero Xiong can become my man and fight for me. As long as you can get into the top 3, I'll put it this way for now. I'll reward you handsomely." He almost exposed his identity. The Crown Prince didn't know that his identity had been exposed to the point that even his underwear was not left. Gu Jiao glanced at him carelessly and wrote in the notebook, "You also want to go to the Yen Kingdom?" The Crown Prince was stunned. "How do you know?" After a pause, he frowned. "Wait, what do you mean by also? Do you want other people to go as well?" "Yes, your eldest brother, King Ning." Fortunately, Gu Jiao was a person with professional ethics. She didn't disclose the client's privacy, but wrote in the notebook, "I can't tell you. You." The Crown Prince choked. But this sentence was equivalent to not writing it. What did it mean that she couldn't tell him? That meant there was, but it was inconvenient to say it. The Crown Prince frowned. What was going on? Were there a lot of people who wanted to go to the Yen Kingdom these days? To be able to find Xiong Batian, it meant that the other party was interested in Xiong Batian's potential, like him and Linlang,
whose eyes were so sharp.
The Crown Prince listened to Linlang and came to find Xiong Batian. Now that he knew that Xiong Batian was in high demand, he felt a sense of competition. However, he was the Crown Prince. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could compete with him, except for his father and uncle. But his father and uncle wouldn't come to such a place. The Crown Prince said arrogantly, "I will pay you double how much the other party paid you." Gu Jiao didn't reject him immediately. She was thinking about the possibilities. She wouldn't sell herself to anyone, but she could sell the opportunity to go to the Yen Kingdom. The premise was that she could squeeze into the top 3 of the master list before then. The first and second place were said to have retired from the martial arts world and hadn't appeared for a few years. King Ning and the Crown Prince couldn't do anything about them, so they had to target the third place. The third place was not from the Zhao Kingdom. It was difficult for the Crown Prince and King Ning to cooperate with him. Therefore, the two of them wanted to find someone to kill him openly. They were indeed brothers. Their methods of going to the Yen Kingdom were the same. "Why do you want to go to the Yen Kingdom?"
Gu Jiao asked.
She had to figure out his motive. If he wanted to betray the country, wouldn't she be an accomplice? The Crown Prince said angrily, "Why are you asking this? You just have to agree to my conditions. I won't treat you badly. Furthermore, I can promise you even more things that are better than money." He was the Crown Prince. Not to mention money, it wouldn't be difficult to give him an official title. The premise was that he could really get into the top 3. The Crown Prince didn't really trust his strength. After all, he had a master who was ranked 19th. Wasn't he much more powerful than this guy? But Linlang said that he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. There was nothing wrong with betting on a few more masters. Gu Jiao wrote slowly, "If you don't say it, I won't consider it." The Crown Prince gasped. Did this guy know who he was threatening? The Crown Prince of the country. The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said calmly, "I want to see the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng."
Oh,
Mr. Meng. Never heard of him. Gu Jiao could tell that the crown prince wasn't lying. He was just looking for someone. There was no political danger. The crown prince said coldly, "I've said what I need to say. Will you agree now?" Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "I agree. I'll consider it." The crown prince, who had been tricked again, was speechless. The crown prince used his political methods to brainwash Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened with one ear and out the other. The crown prince's mouth was dry. Gu Jiao closed the small notebook. "Time's up." The crown prince was speechless. Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena. She got into the carriage and changed her clothes. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to the Hanlin Academy. There was still some time before the break. Gu Jiao went to a nearby pancake shop. She found the shop's dried vegetable pancakes to be very delicious. The crust was crispy, and the filling was juicy. The price was not cheap. One pancake could sell for 20 copper coins. Xiao Sanzi stopped the carriage beside the shop. Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and asked for 10 pancakes in one go. 10 pancakes? We can't finish them in one pot. Miss, you have to wait. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? No need. I'll wait outside. The weather was hot. She wanted to get some fresh air outside. She was the only customer. The couple focused on making her pancakes. They didn't make her wait too long. "Miss, the pancakes are ready," the shop owner said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Gu Jiao walked over. She turned around and said, "Xiao Sanzi, help me get the food box." "Okay." There was a clean food box in the carriage. Xiao Sanzi lifted the curtain and took it down. Gu Jiao handed him a piping hot dried vegetable pancake wrapped in bamboo leaves. "Here." Xiao Sanzi was surprised. I have one too?" Gu Jiao said, "Eat it while it's hot." Xiao Sanzi smiled and took the pancake. "Thank you, Miss Gu." After the pancakes were packed, Gu Jiao paid for them. Xiao Sanzi took a bite of the piping hot pancake. He gasped as he took the food box with his other hand and said, "Let me." He carried the food box into the carriage. "Miss Gu, you should eat one while it's hot. It's crispy now. It'll be soft when you get home." "Okay," Gu Jiao replied. Then, Xiao Sanzi put the food box away and jumped off the carriage. But Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. He circled around the carriage and even looked under the carriage. Where is she?" "Boss, did you see my miss?" Lady Boss said, "Didn't she get on the carriage with you just now?"
no.
Xiao Sanzi lifted the curtain and confirmed that the carriage was empty. This was strange. She was clearly talking to him just now. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? He was dumbstruck and stood in place. Did I see a ghost?" Gu Jiao also didn't expect that she would be kidnapped in the middle of the street while she was buying pancakes. Moreover, no one saw her. She was still held in the waist with his arm. This familiar posture, this familiar formula, the fear of being controlled by a pen once again welled up in her heart. Gu Jiao's little face was cold. She decided to let go of the burden of being an idol and shouted loudly on the street. But just when she opened her mouth, a strong wind blew into her face and her cheeks changed shape. Gu Jiao was taken to Vermilion Bird Street by Long Yi. Long Yi didn't need to go through the back door. Of course, he also didn't need to go through the front door. He directly descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Princess Xingyang. Gu Jiao looked at the courtyard full of colorful and brilliant red flower buds. The valve of her memory was opened. She had been here before. This was the first house behind the orange tree. She had mistakenly thought that the madam of this house was a tuberculosis patient mentioned by the scholar. She had entered the house and treated her illness for free. That's right, it was free because no one paid the consultation fee. Strange, why did Long Yi bring her here? Soon she knew the reason. Because after Long Yi had put her down, she saw Princess Xingyang sitting upright inside the house. Gu Jiao understood everything. No wonder when she had seen Princess Xingyang in the palace, she had felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. As it turned out, she had really seen her before. Then, that day when she had heard the conversation in the restaurant near the underground martial arts field, it was also her and that female official's conversation. The medicine that female official had gone to the underground martial arts field to look for the pharmacists of Yen State was also bought for her. But why was it a bottle of high-grade tonic? Were the pharmacists of Yen State so weak? They couldn't even take out a bottle of decent heart protection pill? Gu Jiao naturally didn't know that bottle of high-grade tonic was called 100 Flowers Pill, which was bought by the crown princess from a swordsman of Zhao State. 100 Flowers Pill was rumored to be miraculous, but in fact it was only a kind of tonic that replenished qi and blood. There was no need to talk about its healthcare effect, but if it was used to treat myocarditis, then it was too difficult. Eugene came to the door and made a gesture. Miss Gu, please. Gu Jiao calmly entered the house. A daughter who had grown up among the common people was first kidnapped all the way and then met the princess of this dynasty, but she was still able to maintain such a calm bearing. If it was other people, then they would have been surprised by Gu Jiao. But Princess Xinyang's expression was very calm. In her hand, she was holding a few pieces of paper written with the gossip she had plundered from the tea house among the common people. She placed the pieces of paper on the table one by one. Gu Jiao roughly glanced at them. They were all related to her. It seemed Princess Xinyang was investigating her. Princess Xinyang went straight to the point. Tell me, why did you approach me? She glanced at Gu Jiao, the threat in her eyes obvious. You better tell me the truth. My patience is limited.
Don't force me to torture you.
She was a rather tough princess. Gu Jiao wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if she didn't do anything wrong. She calmly said, I think Princess might have misunderstood. I never wanted to approach you. Princess Xinyang poured the white pills from the porcelain bottle into a clean, empty plate. Is that so? Then what's with this bottle of medicine? Don't tell me you didn't put it there. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. I did switch the medicine inside, but I still say the same thing. Princess misunderstood. I was asked by someone to come to Vermilion Bird Avenue to treat a tuberculosis patient. I didn't expect to walk into the wrong house and mistakenly mistook Princess for the patient. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and said lightly, I don't have tuberculosis.
Gu Jiao said, I know.
I didn't give you the medicine to treat tuberculosis. You have myocarditis. It's commonly known as heart disease. My brother also has heart disease, but yours isn't as serious as his. Take the medicine carefully, and you'll recover in a few months. Princess Xinyang said, You're the first person to say that my illness can be cured. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You're also the first person to misunderstand that I have ulterior motives after being treated by me. Princess Xinyang snorted. You have a sharp tongue. Don't think I'll let you go just like that. I'll have someone investigate whether or not you're telling the truth. Go ahead. She wasn't lying. Auntie Sun's tuberculosis wasn't a secret in Vermilion Bird Avenue. Gu Jiao didn't even say who the family was, but Princess Xinyang's subordinates already found out. They followed the vine to the melon and found out that Su Shusheng's family was involved. Su Shusheng and Auntie Sun's daughter had feelings for each other, so Su Shusheng secretly invited a doctor from the Miracle Hall to treat Auntie Sun's illness. In the end, Su Shusheng made a scene at the Miracle Hall, saying that the doctor didn't keep his word and didn't treat the patient after taking the consultation fee. In the end, he found out that he had given the doctor the wrong direction. He invited the doctor to Auntie Sun's house to treat her again and left behind a few types of medicine. Those medicines were different from those in regular pharmacies, but they were very similar to Princess Xinyang's medicine. It was obvious that they came from the same doctor. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No one offered her a seat, so she found a chair and sat down. She didn't treat herself as an outsider. Eugene wanted to laugh. Princess Xinyang's expression was still ice-cold. Even if the matter of changing the medicine was accidental, you and Long Yi clearly met, but you lied to me in the Imperial Palace.
Was she so smart?
She even guessed this? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Evidence. Princess can't slander me again, and slander me a second time. Princess Xinyang coldly said, if you didn't meet Long Yi, and didn't use any tricks on Long Yi, why would Long Yi let you in? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. Because I'm cute? Princess Xingyang. Eugene chuckled. Princess Xingyang's expression became even colder. Don't think that because you are the daughter of Marquis Ding in Mansion, and also deeply favored by His Majesty and Empress Dowager, I don't dare to touch you. Eugene, bring my whip. Eugene opened her mouth as if trying to dissuade. Princess, bring it. Princess Xingyang expressionlessly said. Eugene regretfully sighed and went to the study to bring over Princess Xingyang's golden whip. Princess Xingyang coldly said, this golden whip was bestowed by the previous emperor. Even the emperor can be beaten. Beating you is already a favor. Gu Jiao, then I will fight back. But what no one expected was that before Princess Xingyang had a chance to use her whip, Long Yi flashed in and blocked Gu Jiao behind him. Princess Xingyang didn't expect that Long Yi would go to this step for Gu Jiao. She was slightly startled, and then her eyes darkened. Move aside. Long Yi didn't move. Actually, Princess Xingyang didn't really want to beat Gu Jiao. She wasn't so cruel. She only wanted to scare her and make her obedient. But Long Yi took it seriously. How familiar was this scene? Move aside. A certain little devil in chaos hid behind Long Yi, don't move aside, don't move aside. My mother wants to beat me. Long Yi, if you don't move aside, I will also beat you. Long Yi, quickly take me away. Wait until my mother calms down, then take me back. The scene buried in the depths of her memory pierced her mind like an awl, and the whip in Princess Xingyang's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 408. Princess Xingyang fainted without any warning. The servants in the courtyard did not lose their heads out of worry. Everyone went about their own business in an orderly manner under Eugene's command. Princess Xingyang was carried to the bed by Eugene. Gu Jiao did not realize that the delicate and weak Eugene actually had such strength. However, Eugene was not a martial arts practitioner after all, so she had used up all of her strength. She panted for a while, her forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat. Lord Eugene, this servant will go get a doctor, said a servant girl. Eugene nodded, then seemed to think of something and shook her head. Then, she looked at Gu Jiao, who had not taken advantage of the chaos to escape. She asked seriously, Dr. Gu, can I trust you? Dusk was setting in the west. Xiao Luling finished his day's work and came out of the Hanlin Academy. He saw Xiao Sanzi anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. Xiao Sanzi was the clinic's coachman and often followed Gu Jiao to see patients. Xiao Luling subconsciously looked behind Xiao Sanzi, only to see a quiet carriage with the curtains tightly shut. However, his intuition told him that Gu Jiao was not in the carriage. Xiao Sanzi, what's wrong? Xiao Luling walked over and asked. Xiao Sanzi heard Xiao Yulong's voice and turned around abruptly, his face full of panic. Brother Xiao, Miss Gu has disappeared. Xiao Luling frowned. When did she disappear? Where did she disappear? Xiao Sanzi was extremely anxious. Just now, Xiao Luling comforted him. Don't panic, tell me slowly. Xiao Sanzi did not know that this was not right. After all, he had seen the emperor with Miss Gu. He had to be calm. Xiao Sanzi calmed himself down and told him what had happened in front of the shop. Xiao Luling frowned and said, Are you saying that she suddenly disappeared? Xiao Sanzi said, Isn't it sudden? I held the pancake in one hand and the lunchbox in the other. I told her to eat the pancake while it was still hot. Otherwise, it would become soft and not crispy. She even said okay, but when I turned around to look at her, she was gone. No, what I mean is, he's gone. I asked the couple at the bakery, but they didn't see anything either. I looked around, but I couldn't find him even after I searched the entire street. Xiao Luling went to the crime scene. Where did your carriage stop? He asked Little Three. Xiao Sanzi found a place about half a zhang away from the shop. While gesturing, he said, Here. The horse is standing here, and the carriage is here. After the shop finished dealing with Gu Jiao's business, it had run out of ingredients and closed its doors. No more customers came. Xiao Luling carefully walked around the crime scene. Suddenly, he squatted down and picked up a broken piece of charcoal. Charcoal wasn't a very good writing tool. Most people wouldn't use it, but Gu Jiao loved to use it. In the pouch that her great-aunt gave her, there was a special compartment for charcoal. If it got dirty, she could take it out and wash it. She would usually put 1 or 2 pieces of charcoal inside. But the charcoal in Xiao Yulong's hand was not the charcoal that Gu Jiao usually used. Her charcoal had been treated, so it was softer. This kind of charcoal was a certain someone's special charcoal. He had only seen it in one place. In the courtyard on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xingyang slowly woke up. Eugene had been watching over her. When she saw her open her eyes, she smiled and said, "Princess, you're awake. How do you feel?" It wasn't the first time that Princess Xingyang had fainted, but it was the first time that she felt so relaxed after waking up. She didn't feel dizzy or sore all over. It was as if she had just slept casually. Eugene saw her complexion and knew that she had recovered better than before. She smiled and said, "Princess fainted just now." It was Dr. Gu who treated Princess with acupuncture. As she spoke, she stood up, took a step back, and bowed. This subject acted without authorization. "Please punish me, Princess." Princess Xingyang looked at her helplessly. "You know I won't punish you." Eugene revealed a smile. Princess Xingyang asked, "Where's that girl?" Eugene looked back and said, "In the courtyard." In the colorful courtyard, under a large tree with luxuriant leaves, a certain someone was forced to write again. Her face was very dark. "You're an expert, Zhao Country's Shadow Guard Long, the world's #1 expert in martial arts. Why do you want others to slap your face?" Gu Jiao said bitterly, not forgetting to break a piece of charcoal. Then she felt that this expert was even happier. She was confused. When Princess Xingyang came out accompanied by Eugene, she saw one big and one small squatting on the ground with a piece of charcoal. Just now, Eugene had been guarding beside Princess Xingyang's bed, so she didn't know that they were like this. Eugene couldn't help but laugh.
"Princess,"
she said, "Longy hasn't played with anyone for a long time. The last time was when little Marquis was young." Princess Xingyang indifferently interrupted her. "Eugene, he is dead. Don't mention him again." Eugene lowered her eyes. "Yes." Gu Jiao was in despair. Until her stomach growled, she ended today's business. Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner, but Gu Jiao refused. She had suddenly disappeared for so long. Little Sanzi must be very anxious. Maybe Xiao Luling also knew that she was missing. She had to go back quickly. For the sake of the Millennium Lingji, she didn't intend to ask for the consultation fee. But Eugene insisted on giving it to her, so she accepted it. Just treat it as a reward for her hard work for the whole night. Gu Jiao put that 100 taels banknote into her purse. Compared to Marquis Xianping, who only gave her a copper coin, Princess Xingyang was simply too generous. When Gu Jiao came, she was captured by Long Yi. Now, she couldn't let Long Yi capture her again. Eugene considerately asked people to prepare a carriage. "I'll send you off." Just after she spoke, a little maid walked over with small steps. "Lord Eugene, that peony seems to be dying." "Which one?" Eugene asked. "Princess's favorite one," the little maid said. Gu Jiao considerately said, "Lord Eugene, go take care of Peony."
"You don't need to send me off."
Taking care of Peony was not urgent. But Eugene could see that Gu Jiao didn't like these empty formalities. So she smiled and said, "Okay, then take care. The carriage is at the door. Where do you want to go?" "Just tell the coachman." Gu Jiao agreed. Then, after bidding farewell to Eugene, she went to the front door of the courtyard. The door was ajar. It was open from inside. The moment Gu Jiao opened the door, she saw Xiao Luling, who was about to knock on the door. Both of them paused. Gu Jiao didn't expect that he would find her here. Xiao Luling didn't expect that the door would open by itself and Gu Jiao would come out at this time. "Are you okay? Why are you here?" Both of them asked at the same time. Xiao Luling was still gasping for breath. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that he was very tired and anxious on the way. He looked at the courtyard behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. She stepped over the threshold and closed the courtyard door. Let's go. Eugene heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. She was not at ease, so she walked over to take a look. But Gu Jiao had already left with Xiao Luling. Eugene asked the coachman, "Where is eldest Madame Gu?" The coachman said, "Just now, a person came to look for her." She left with him. A person came to look for her? She was captured by Long Yi. How could he guess that Long Yi had captured her here? Eugene was puzzled. She doubtfully followed several steps. Arriving at the corner of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she saw a carriage driving into the dim light of night. On the quiet street, little Sanzi was relieved from a burden as he drove the carriage. Finally, he found Miss Gu. He didn't need to be on tenterhooks anymore. Still, Big Brother Xiao was awesome. He immediately guessed that Miss Gu had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Say, how did he guess it? The same doubt also flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. The difference was, Gu Jiao quickly figured out the answer. No wonder he could stop Long Yi from killing her. No wonder Long Yi pinched his face. Long Yi was indeed confirming something. Moreover, he had already confirmed it. Thus, it was reasonable for Long Yi to be so close to her all of a sudden. Although Gu Jiao didn't want to equate being forced to stop writing with being intimate, but if it was someone else who had hit Long Yi's face with a writing brush, she was afraid that the next one to stop would not be those few charcoal pens, but that person himself. Although she had guessed some things, and she felt that with his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not see that she had guessed it. But since he didn't say anything, she also didn't poke through the last layer of window paper. However, she still had to say the reason why she had appeared in Vermilion Bird Avenue. Yesterday, I removed the stitches of a scholar surnamed Su. He asked me to treat his aunt's illness. He also paid the consultation fee. As a result, I went to the wrong place and accidentally entered the courtyard of Princess Xinyang. I mistook Princess Xinyang for that aunt. Gu Jiao concisely narrated the process of changing the medicine, but didn't mention the matter of Long Yi making her stop writing brush. She also didn't mention the matter of Princess Xinyang misunderstanding that she had ulterior motives and almost used the imperial golden whip bestowed by the late emperor to whip her little butt. It was a bit embarrassing. Princess Xinyang ate the medicine I gave her. The medicine's effect is very good. Just now, Long Yi asked me to go over to treat her illness. She spoke lightly, omitting all kinds of melodramatic misunderstandings and details. But Xiao Luling had been with Princess Xinyang for more than 10 years. How could he not know what kind of temperament she had? Perhaps in the past he didn't understand, but now that he thought about it, many details were different from what he remembered. Princess Xinyang had never been a simple woman. If she really wanted to ask someone to treat her illness, she would send a palanquin in a grand manner and let Long Yi take her away. Most likely, she was suspicious of her. Fortunately, all of this was a misunderstanding. He had no way to stop her from seeing Princess Xinyang because he couldn't. This wasn't something that she could see just because she wanted to. If Princess Xinyang gave the order, Long Yi would find her even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. But Long Yi wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, right? Just like how he also didn't allow anyone to hurt her. When they returned home, the pancakes were already cold. Gu Jiao sighed. The pancakes were delicious, but it was a pity. It was already late at night, and everyone in the family was asleep. The two of them washed up and returned to their room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back on the bed, snoring heartily. Xiao Luling looked at him and somehow thought of himself when he was a child. He also thought of the former princess mansion. Memories flashed through his mind frame by frame like pictures. The memories that he thought he had long forgotten were actually so clear at night. Xiao Luling closed his eyes and tried to squeeze these memories out of his mind, but he found that the more he tried, the more the memories surged. Mother, little Jing Kong suddenly opened his mouth in a daze. Was this little guy dreaming that he had a mother? Xiao Liulong's thoughts were interrupted. He pulled down little Jing Kong's clothes and covered his little belly. Little Jing Kong turned over and snuggled into his arms. He was mumbling something in his sleep. Xiao Luling raised his slender, jade-like finger and poked his little head to the side. Little Jing Kong rolled over and rolled back after a while. Xiao Luling poked him again.
He rolled again.
In the end, he stopped snuggling into Xiao Yulong's arms. His little foot came out of nowhere and directly kicked Xiao Yulong's face. Xiao Luling. After being tormented by little Jing Kong, Xiao Luling didn't have time to think about anything else. The strange memories in his mind also disappeared. He had a good sleep in the latter half of the night. The next day, before dawn, he went to Hanlin Academy. He arrived earlier than Kong Mu. Kong Mu looked at him strangely. Xiao Shizhua didn't go back last night, right? He went back, Xiao Luling said. After the roll call, Xiao Luling went to his office. Kong Mu couldn't help but mutter, "It's so early." He quarreled with his wife and was chased out by her. The results of the 6 ministries examination were out. A large number of officials had entered the list of those who needed to take the makeup examination. Hanlin Academy took on the responsibility of giving lectures to the officials taking the makeup examination. Among the officials taking the makeup examination, a large number of them didn't take the imperial examination. They were officials from their families who obtained their positions through meritorious deeds of the previous generation. One could imagine how good their examination skills were. It wasn't that none of the officials were well-read. However, if a person had real talent and knowledge, he or she didn't need his or her family's help. He or she could become an official himself. For example, the former young chancellor and the current editor Zhuang. After all, those who knew they could become officials and still studied diligently were in the minority. The drawbacks of the system were obvious, but it had been around for a long time. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had tried to abolish it. In the end, he was jointly opposed by the civil and military officials. However, the previous emperor was also stubborn. He didn't relent until his death, causing the relationship between the monarch and his subjects to be very stiff. His old subordinates were loyal to him, but they also hoped that he would take back his order. After Empress Dowager Zhuang held court behind the curtain, she restored the system and gave the civil and military officials a way out. However, at the same time, she also raised a condition, the addition of the 6 ministries examination. There would be an examination every 3 years. If they failed, they would have to take the makeup examination. If they failed the makeup examination twice, they would be demoted. If they were demoted twice, they would have their official position taken back. It was worth mentioning that those who had a demerit on their record would have to participate in the next round of examination, regardless of whether they drew lots or not. The mystery of this system was that it contained a lot of buffer periods. If they failed, they could still take the makeup examination. If they failed, they could still take the examination 3 years later. It wasn't like they would lose their official position all of a sudden. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Like father, like son. All of you are both intelligent and courageous. You are the pillars of our Zhao kingdom. Are your children all useless?" Using flattery and provocation, the ministers of the imperial court were choked. The 6 ministries examination was accepted just like that. Although this system didn't completely eliminate the system, it minimized the drawbacks of the system. Today, the Hanlin official who was scheduled to lecture at the Tribute Institution was Xiao Luling. The Tribute Institution arranged a carriage to pick him up. The carriage hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Luling took a kettle to the backyard to get water. Ning Ziyuan happened to be washing his brush at the ink pool. When he saw him, he smiled and greeted him. "Luling, you're early." "You're early too," Xiao Luling said. Ning Ziyuan sighed. "I was afraid of being late, so I left early. Your house isn't far." As the two were talking, Scholar Han came over. Ning Ziyuan was surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect Master Han to be so early too." The two of them bowed to Scholar Han. Scholar Han nodded and looked at Xiao Luling. "Are you going to lecture at the Tribute Institution today?" "Yes," Xiao Luling said. "No need," Scholar Han said. "Come with me to the Wenhua Pavilion in a moment." Xiao Yulong's fingertips moved. The Wenhua Pavilion was the library built by Princess Xinyang. Scholar Han gave Xiao Luling this opportunity because he thought highly of Xiao Luling. Seeing that Xiao Luling didn't say anything, he took it as a yes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step, Xiao Luling said, "Master Han, I want to lecture at the Tribute Institution." What did he mean by, "You want to lecture at the Tribute Institution"? Was this how he bargained with his superior? Scholar Han looked back and said, "Seriously, do you know what kind of place the Wenhua Pavilion is?"
What kind of opportunity is this?
"I want to lecture at the Tribute Institution," Xiao Luling said word by word. Scholar Han frowned. Xiao Luling looked at Ning Ziyuan and said, "Let Editor Ning go to the Wenhua Pavilion. I still want to go to the Tribute Institution." He said 3 times that he wanted to go to the Tribute Institution. No matter how much Scholar Han wanted to praise him, he wouldn't give him another opportunity. You, come with me," Scholar Han said to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan followed Scholar Han. As he walked, he gestured exaggeratedly at Xiao Luling and silently said, "Are you really going to give me such a good opportunity? What are you doing?" Scholar Han stopped and turned his head to look at him. Ning Ziyuan stopped in a second and said, "Nothing. I'm just stretching." Scholar Han led Ning Ziyuan out of the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Luling waited for another hour before the people from the Tribute Institution arrived. However, just as he was about to sit in the carriage, the coachman from the Hanlin Academy rushed over anxiously and said, "Bad news, Xiao Luling. Editor Ning is in trouble. Hurry and go to the Wenhua Pavilion." Chapter 409. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Outsiders didn't know much about Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Yulong's friendship. The coachman named Wu Lauer had only run into them a few times, and only then did he know that Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Luling were very close in private. He was tight-lipped and didn't say anything. But now that something had happened to Ning Ziyuan, Wu Lauer couldn't care less. "What happened to Editor Ning?" Xiao Luling asked. Wu Lauer said anxiously, "He broke an antiquing stone in the Wenhua Pavilion. I heard that it belonged to the late emperor. What do you think we should do? If he's really punished, Editor Ning's career will be in danger." It was indeed a big taboo to break an item of the imperial family. Even Scholar Han couldn't protect Ning Ziyuan. The Wenhua Pavilion wasn't far from the examination compound. Xiao Luling told the people from the examination compound to go there first, and he would be there later to deal with some matters. Then, Xiao Luling and Wu Lauer went to the Wenhua Pavilion. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile of the Wenhua Pavilion was the same as before. The smell of cinnamon from the 4 seasons could easily awaken one's memories. Xiao Yulong's expression was dazed for a moment. "Xiao Shizua?" Wu Lauer called out. Xiao Luling came back to his senses and looked at Wu Lauer. "I'm fine. Where is he?" Without waiting for Wu Lauer to show him the way, he nodded and said, "Got it. He's at Tingfeng Courtyard." After he finished speaking, he strode towards Maple Courtyard. Wu Lauer was confused. "I don't think I told you that he was at Tingfeng Courtyard. Have you been here before? How do you know where Tingfeng Courtyard is?" The Pavilion of Literary Splendor had 1 pavilion and 3 courtyards. The main pavilion was called the Pavilion of Literary Splendor. It was used to store books. The Courtyard of Listening Lair was the private courtyard of Princess Xingyang. The Courtyard of Listening Billow was used to entertain guests. Only the Courtyard of Listening Maple was used to store antiques and treasures, as well as books that needed to be restored. Scholar Han had come here today because Princess Xingyang had brought back a large box of famous paintings from Fengdu Mountain. Among them were 2 books, Mencius and the Doctrine of the Mean, which had been annotated by the great scholar of the previous dynasty, Master Zhuge. Princess Xingyang intended to gift these 2 books to the Hanlin Academy. Because the books had just been moved back and were about to be sent out, they weren't placed in the library. Instead, they were temporarily placed in Listening Maple Courtyard. Xiao Luling arrived at Tingfeng Courtyard with ease. He realized that it wasn't that nothing had changed here. At least, the people here were no longer familiar faces. The steward in charge of the splendid literature pavilion had the same surname as Wu Lauer. He was almost 50 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 40s. This incident had caused a huge commotion. Not only him, but even the deputy stewards of the splendid literature pavilion had come along. Scholar Han had brought Ning Ziyuan here. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He was pleading with the stewards to let him take the inkstone away. There was a scholar in the Hanlon Academy who was proficient in restoring antiques. Maybe he could give it a try. However, the stewards didn't give Scholar Han any face. They insisted on detaining Ning Ziyuan and handing him over to Princess Xingyang. Master Han Xiao Luling walked over and saluted Scholar Han. He then looked at Ning Ziyuan. When Ning Ziyuan saw him, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Luling. Scholar Han frowned and said, "Didn't you go to the tribute courtyard? Why are you here? This isn't something you should get involved in. You should leave quickly." Xiao Luling said, "The tribute courtyard doesn't start classes this early. I heard that something happened here. I recommended Ning Ziyuan here. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been in this situation." 6. Ning Ziyuan corrected himself. "Xiao Xiuzhu, don't say that. I was careless and dropped the inkstone. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Luling wasn't in a hurry to appease Ning Ziyuan. Instead, he looked at the stewards across from him. "Can you let me see that inkstone?" Steward Wu saw that he was wearing the Hanlon Academy's official robes and knew that he was an official. He didn't refuse his request, but Steward Wu looked at his lame leg and crutches with a strange expression. Xiao Luling was used to this kind of scrutiny. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, and waited for the servants of the splendid literature pavilion to carefully bring in the broken inkstone on a tray. This was the imperial inkstone used by the third emperor of the Great Western Dynasty. It was an antique from the previous dynasty. No wonder the stewards of the splendid literature pavilion were so nervous. However, this inkstone wasn't broken by Ning Ziyuan. It had been broken long ago. It was broken by the young Xiao Heng. He was worried that Princess Xingyang would spank him, so he asked Long Yi to find some fish bleach glue and stuck it on himself. So, Ning Ziyuan was really tricked by him. Xiao Luling said without changing his expression, "This inkstone was broken to begin with." "Nonsense." Steward Wu said sternly. "How could it be broken? Are you implying that we broke the inkstone and blamed it on your Hanlon Academy?" Ning Ziyuan was actually a little confused, but no one believed him, so he didn't dare to voice his doubts. Now that Xiao Luling spoke, he became a little more confident. "I also don't think I broke it. There's a wooden floor below, and this thing isn't placed high. Who knows how it broke in half with a light knock?" Scholar Han looked at Xiao Luling. "What evidence do you have?" Although he didn't want Ning Ziyuan to be guilty, he couldn't let someone else take the blame just to get Ning Ziyuan off the hook. Princess Xingyang wasn't a good-tempered person, and the consequences of slandering her servant were severe. Xiao Luling showed the inkstone to Scholar Han. "This crack is quite old, and there are traces of it being glued together. If the stewards don't believe me, you can invite Dr. Nie from our Hanlon Academy and the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies. They will know once they take a look." Dr. Nie was the 5 Classics doctor who was proficient in restoring antiques. The old Chancellor didn't need to be mentioned. Not only could he identify antiques, but he could also fake them. When Scholar Han heard this, he immediately sent people to Hanlon Academy and the Imperial College to invite experts. After careful inspection, they confirmed that Xiao Luling wasn't lying. This inkstone was indeed broken for many years. However, the stewards still had a skeptical look on their faces. Scholar Han smiled faintly. "You don't trust Hanlon Academy, but don't you trust the Imperial College?" Hanlon Academy has nothing to do with the Imperial College. This was the truth. Everyone knew that Hanlon Academy was under Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Grand Tutor Zhuang and the old Chancellor were independent. The old Chancellor thought, "Your disciple is in Hanlon Academy?" The old Chancellor stroked his beard and said seriously, all right, there are some things that shouldn't be said. After all, the young Marquis has passed away, and it's not inappropriate to talk about him again. However, we can't make an innocent person take the blame because of this. Actually, this inkstone was broken by Xiao Heng. He was naughty when he was young, so he didn't dare to tell Princess Xingyang that he broke the inkstone. He secretly took it to the Imperial College and asked me to fix it for him. That's right, I glued this inkstone. If you don't believe me, what if you don't believe me? Do you want to go underground and ask the young duke for confirmation? The stewards had an image in their minds. They quivered and didn't dare to speak anymore. The old chancellor waved his hand. Okay, I'll tell Princess Xingyang about the inkstone. I won't make things difficult for you. At this point, the stewards finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they hadn't served the young duke, they knew that the old chancellor was the young duke's teacher. Since he took the responsibility, there was nothing for them to do. The storm was over. Scholar Han thought he could meet Princess Xingyang, but she didn't come to Wenhua Pavilion until they left. He felt a little regretful. After leaving Wenhua Pavilion, Xiao Luling looked at the old chancellor with a speechless expression. Teacher's mouth is really, the old chancellor waved his hand. Excellent as always, I know.
Xiao Luling was speechless.
As long as you're happy. On the other side, Gu Jiao entered the palace. She was now a regular at Rinshou Palace. She didn't even need to check her token and could directly enter the palace. She was going to deliver candied fruit to her grandaunt. Recently, her grandaunt had improved a new type of candied fruit. It was sweeter but had less sugar, so her grandaunt could eat one more fruit every day. When she was on the way to Rinshou Palace, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Miss Gu. It was Consort Rui Wang's voice. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Consort Rui Wang for a while. It was mainly because she encountered a wave of assassination on her way back from visiting old concubine Jing in the nunnery. Rui Wang was so scared that Rui Wang couldn't go out for 2 months. I knew it was you. Consort Rui Wang walked over and affectionately held Gu Jiao's arm. You seem to have grown taller. Unlike me, I can only put on weight. Gu Jiao looked at her slightly round body and said, You're not fat. She really wasn't fat. Consort Rui Wang used to be too thin. Now she was normal. Consort Rui Wang said, Only you and the prince would say that. The nannies didn't allow me to eat too much. They were afraid that the baby would grow too big and it would be hard to give birth. Gu Jiao deeply agreed. In ancient times where medical treatment wasn't advanced enough, giving birth was a natural process. Not eating too much was the best choice as long as the child's nutrition was ensured. However, looking at Consort Rui Wang's complexion, it was clear that the nannies had taken good care of her. Consort Rui Wang sighed. I haven't been out for so long that I didn't even know that old concubine Jing had passed away. The prince probably hid it from me because he was afraid that I would be sad and affect the baby. Old concubine Jing's death had been kept a secret, so Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Rui Wang had heard anything. How have you been recently? Consort Rui Wang asked. I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Why didn't you come to the estate to find me? You don't know how bored I've been for the past 2 months. Gu Jiao looked at her bulging belly and said, Are you still bored with him? Consort Rui Wang and Consort Yao were both due in the beginning of the 10th month. She was now 7 months pregnant. Her belly looked a bit bigger than Consort Yao's. When the child in her belly was mentioned, Consort Rui Wang revealed a hint of motherly gentleness. I don't know if it's a son or a daughter. I want to give birth to a son for the prince. If it's a son, then it'll be Imperial Father's first Imperial grandson. Imperial Father will definitely be very happy. Other people wouldn't dare to say this, but Consort Rui Wang was a straightforward person. Adding on the fact that she trusted Gu Jiao a lot, she didn't have any scruples when she said this. Just as Gu Jiao was about to use the stethoscope to listen to the heartbeat in her belly, a woman's cry of surprise came from behind the rockery not far away. What? Ugh. As soon as Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth, Gu Jiao vigilantly covered her mouth. Chapter 410. There was clearly a trace of an expert's presence in the place where the woman's cry came from. After Gu Jiao covered Consort Rui Wang's mouth, she signaled her with her eyes. Consort Rui Wang opened her eyes wide and nodded. The place they were at was a small path between Rinshou Palace and Cunning Palace. The surrounding scenery was very good, and there was a lot of cover, which was good for hiding. It was also for this reason that the other party chose this place. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't know what the other party wanted to do. She only knew that if she pulled Consort Rui Wang away now, no matter where they went, they would be seen by the people behind the rockery. Gu Jiao simply pulled Consort Rui Wang behind a large tree behind them. Consort Rui Wang picked up Gu Jiao's hand and used her fingertips to write on her palm. Aren't we going to see what happened? Gu Jiao shook her head and wrote on her palm. There's an expert. After a pause, she said, he doesn't have a murderous aura. In other words, he didn't want to kill that woman. Consort Rui Wang nodded thoughtfully. The rockery was directly across from the large tree, about 20 steps away. The two of them both held their breaths. With Gu Jiao's ability, she could hide her presence very well, but Consort Rui Wang couldn't do it for the time being. She could only try to slow her breathing as much as possible. However, that woman's breathing was probably too fast and nervous, so she suppressed Consort Rui Wang's and didn't let the expert notice. The conversation behind the rockery could be faintly heard. It's you? You? Why are you here? What did you do to Chunning? Hearing this name, Consort Rui Wang's temples suddenly jumped a few times. Gu Jiao looked at her with confusion. She picked up Gu Jiao's hand and wrote on her palm, Chunning is the Crown Prince Consort's personal female official. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So the woman who spoke was, both the woman and the expert lowered their voices, which sounded different from their usual voices. Therefore, it was difficult to tell if it was the person she had guessed in her heart. But there was no hurry. After all, the two of them would come out from behind the rockery in a while. The conversation continued. I only sealed her sleeping acupoint. It will automatically unseal after an hour. Gu Jiao. Oh, she wants to learn too. She put her husband to sleep, and then did this and that. It was a man's voice. The woman said, I think you're the crazy one. This is the Imperial Palace. It's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? The voice sounded a little angry. The expert sneered, Who told you to always avoid me? I can only resort to this. Don't come any closer, the woman shouted. A few hurried footsteps came from behind the rockery. It should be the woman who was staggering back to avoid the expert. Unfortunately, she couldn't retreat far. Gu Jiao heard her back hit the rockery. The expert seemed to compromise. Okay, I won't come over. Don't hurt yourself. The woman said coldly, What do you want to do? The expert smiled playfully. Don't you know what I want to do? You, look at how scared you are. Don't worry. I don't want to do anything today. I just came to tell you. Gu Jiao and Consort Rui Wang didn't hear the last sentence clearly. The expert seemed to have said it close to the woman's ear. Then there was a crisp slap from behind the rockery. Consort Rui Wang was stunned and blinked. Was this a slap? Gu Jiao nodded. It sounded like it. After that slap, there was no more conversation from behind the rockery. The expert should have left. The woman's breathing was still there. Gu Jiao and Consort Rui Wang didn't leave. Both of them wanted to see who the woman behind the rockery was. The two of them waited for a long time. Finally, the woman behind the rockery came out. Consort Rui Wang took a closer look and quickly covered her mouth. How could it be her? Gu Jiao had already guessed it, so she didn't have much of a reaction. At this time, the servant girl who was left behind in the Imperial Garden by Consort Rui Wang hadn't seen Consort Rui Wang for a long time. She couldn't help but come here. Princess. Princess, you're here. Consort Rui Wang couldn't hide anymore. She braced herself and walked out from behind the tree. Gu Jiao also walked out. Princess. The servant girl bowed to Consort Rui Wang. She hadn't seen Gu Jiao before, so she didn't greet Gu Jiao. But when she saw the woman walking out from behind the rockery, she quickly bowed. Crown Prince Consort. Consort Rui Wang's mouth twitched. This was so awkward. Consort Rui Wang naturally wouldn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the Crown Prince Consort. She cleared her throat and said to An Linlang with a fake smile, Did the Crown Prince Consort also go to pay respects to Imperial Mother? I just came out of Imperial Mother's palace and met Dr. Gu on the way. I was about to invite Dr. Gu to sit in the Imperial Garden and check my pulse to see if I'm pregnant with a boy or a girl. These words stabbed right into the Crown Prince Consort's heart. The crown prince consort and the crown prince had been married for almost 2 years. The crown prince only doted on her. Unfortunately, she wasn't pregnant at all. Empress Xiao was almost worried to death. The crown prince consort looked deeply at consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was provoked by consort Rui Wang's words, but she didn't ask anything else and just said mildly, "I was just about to go pay respects to Imperial Mother. Since consort Rui Wang has already gone, I won't call you along." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu looks more like someone from the Imperial Palace than consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was the Imperial family's daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Rui Wang had already reached the age of 20 and was living alone. Consort Rui Wang naturally couldn't live in the palace anymore. However, Gu Jiao could come and go as she pleased. She could live whenever she wanted. Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "I can't help it. Someone dotes on me." The crown prince consort. Gu Jiao didn't exchange pleasantries with consort Rui Wang for too long. The two headed in the direction of the imperial garden together. Consort Rui Wang turned her head to look at the servant following behind her in the distance and said in a small voice, "Say, who do you think that man is?" Gu Jiao looked strangely at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Which one of us is the imperial family's daughter-in-law?" Did she really think that she knew more about the population of the imperial palace than her just because she had made a few trips to the imperial palace? Consort Rui Wang thought for a moment and said, "The imperial princes still living in the palace are only Zhao Yimu's 4th prince and consort Shu's 5th prince. Little Six and Little Qi are still young. It definitely isn't them." Gu Jiao asked, "Why must it be the imperial princes? Could it be His Majesty?" Consort Rui Wang was terrified. "Gu Jiao, what are you thinking? It couldn't be His Majesty. His Majesty didn't know martial arts. Also, the relationship between the crown prince consort and that man seemed to be a bit unclear." The two parted ways in the imperial garden. Consort Rui Wang returned to the Rui Wang Fu. Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace and gave the candied fruit that her granduncle had personally made to her grandaunt. She also solemnly announced that she could eat one more fruit every day. On the other side, Xiao Luling had finished lecturing the officials for the entire day. Today, he was mainly talking about the law. As an official directly under the 6 ministries, it was a sad thing that he couldn't even memorize all of the laws of Zhao country. It was sad for the officials, and also sad for the imperial court. The carriage of the tribute compound sent Xiao Luling back to Hanlin Academy. When they passed by the pancake shop, Xiao Luling thought of the plum and vegetable pancake that had softened and lost its texture last night. He also thought of the disappointed expression on Gu Jiao's face. He had a thought and had the carriage stop here. Xiao Luling said, "Go back to the tribute compound. Hanlin Academy is up ahead." "Yes." The driver drove the carriage away. The stall selling pancakes was at the entrance. Xiao Luling walked over and said to the proprietress, who was busy alone in front of the stall, "I want 10 plum and vegetable pancakes." The proprietress said, "There's only one left." "Then, I want 1 plum and vegetable pancake." Xiao Yulong's words sounded almost at the same time as another voice. It was a female customer who had suddenly appeared by Xiao Yulong's side. The proprietress looked at Xiao Luling and then at the female customer. She asked, "It's the last one. Which one of you is buying?" "I'll buy," Xiao Luling said firmly. He didn't look at the female customer, but the female customer looked at him curiously. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, the money bag in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Luling finally looked at her. It was this look that made Xiao Yulong's hand that was holding the copper coins to the proprietress stiffen. "You are?" Eugene grabbed Xiao Yulong's arm. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person." Xiao Luling looked away and put the copper coins on the table. He took the pancakes and left. Eugene's expression changed. "Wait a minute. Hey, sir, you gave too much." The proprietress raised 2 copper coins and shouted at Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling leaned on his walking stick and quickly walked into an alley to the side. When Eugene chased after him, he had already hidden in another shop. Eugene looked around for a long time, but she couldn't find Xiao Yulong's figure. In the end, she left with disappointment and loss. Xiao Luling let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. He walked out from the small cubicle of the ready-made clothing shop. He didn't know if it was because he walked too quickly to avoid Eugene, but his good left foot was twisted. He lost his balance and fell forward. Coincidentally, a customer opposite him had finished picking out cloth and was walking over. Xiao Luling was caught off guard and bumped into her shoulder. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the walking stick in his hand also fell out. The servant girl cried out in alarm, "Princess, are you okay?" Princess Xingyang waved her hand indifferently. "I'm fine." She looked at the Hanlin official, who seemed to have tripped over himself. Her gaze fell on the back of his head. She asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Chapter 411. Xiao Yulong's body stiffened. How long had it been since he'd heard this voice? It felt like a lifetime had passed. He fell to the ground with his back to Princess Xingyang. Even so, he could feel her gaze on him. He didn't dare to turn his head, nor did he dare to turn his back. He tried to restrain his body from trembling and said calmly, "I'm fine." "You?" Princess Xingyang heard him say he was fine, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the cane that had fallen. It didn't look like a cane, but more like a walking stick. It was suitable for people who couldn't walk but couldn't walk at all. Princess Xingyang wasn't sure if he had been born with a disability or had just been injured recently. Either way, it didn't seem like he was fine. She said, "I think I tripped you just now. Can you still get up? I'll call a doctor for you. Come, help this man up." As soon as she finished speaking, the servant girl who had been supporting her stepped forward and reached out to help Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling hurriedly raised his sleeve to stop her. "Don't come over." The servant girl was startled. She looked back at Princess Xingyang in confusion. Xiao Luling composed himself and said, "I'm not used to people touching me." When he was 14, his voice hadn't changed. It was still a young and immature voice. Now that it had passed, he had changed into a voice that was somewhere between a teenager and an adult man, low and clean. Princess Xingyang didn't immediately notice that something was wrong with his voice, but she could clearly feel his avoidance and resistance. She thought about how men and women shouldn't touch each other. He was wearing Hanlin robes, and they were near Hanlin Academy. He really should be careful to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Princess Xingyang didn't make things difficult for him. "If you need anything, go to Princess Xingyang's residence and let me know." Although she didn't live in the princess's residence, her servants were there and could still notify her. Xiao Luling tried hard not to look back. "No, I'm fine." Princess Xingyang felt that this person was strange, and so was she. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Where are you going? I can have the guards send you there." "No need." Xiao Luling refused. "I can walk by myself." As he finished speaking, he used his hand to push himself up. Under the gaze of Princess Xingyang, he limped to the door and bent down to pick up the cane that Gu Jiao had personally made for him. He had never been in such a sorry state before. He knew that she was watching him from behind, but he didn't want her to see him like this. His hand that was holding the cane trembled slightly. He didn't look back and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Princess Xingyang looked at his departing figure and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Princess." Eugene walked in, panting. Princess Xingyang came back to her senses. She glanced at her and said, "How did you end up like this when you went to buy some bread?" Eugene opened her mouth, hesitating whether or not she should tell her what she had just seen. Princess Xingyang said, "Just say what you want to say. When did you become so wishy-washy?" Eugene looked at her and gathered her courage to say, "Princess, just now. I think I saw the young duke." Princess Xingyang's expression changed slightly, but she recovered her usual calmness in an instant. "Eugene, how many times do I have to tell you?
He's dead."
Xiao Luling ran back to Hanlin Academy in one breath. Ning Ziyuan had just come out of Hanlin Academy. Seeing that he seemed to have lost his soul, he pulled him aside and asked in confusion, "Luling, what's wrong with you?" Didn't you go to the examination hall to give a lecture? Did someone bully you? I knew it. Those makeup examiners at the examination hall were all shady officials. They're a bunch of prickly people. How about this? I'll go in your place next time. I'm fine. The examination hall is fine. He could even suppress the super prickly crown prince, not to mention those little prickly people. But you look like you have something on your mind. Ning Ziyuan didn't believe that Xiao Luling was fine. After knowing Xiao Luling for so long, he knew what kind of person Xiao Luling was. In the past, Attendant Yang would always find ways to make things difficult for him, but he had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Ziyuan's mind flashed. Are you worried about what happened this morning? I broke the inkstone and offended Princess Xingyang, didn't I? Don't be sad. I'll explain it to her. I broke the inkstone. This whole thing started because of me. Xiao Luling said, I'm really fine. Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. But you don't look well. Xiao Luling said casually, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Ning Ziyuan asked suspiciously, is that so? Xiao Luling nodded.
Yes.
Then, Ning Ziyuan looked towards the end of the alley. Sister-in-law didn't come to pick you up today. I'll find a carriage to take you back. There's no need. Xiao Luling rejected his good intentions. Xiao Luling seemed to be easy to talk to in front of his friends, but when he was stubborn, no one could persuade him. Ning Ziyuan had no choice but to let him be. Xiao Luling walked aimlessly on the street with his cane. When he left the boutique, he almost ran away. He didn't even look back to see how she looked, but her voice was deeply engraved in his mind. It kept circling and lingering. It started to rain heavily. The pedestrians all ran away. Only Xiao Luling didn't notice it and walked slowly in the rain. It wasn't until a tender voice sounded beside him that he suddenly came back to his senses. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why aren't you using an umbrella? It was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was holding a small yellow umbrella that Gu Jiao made for him. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Luling, who was drenched like a drowned rat. Xiao Luling didn't realize that he had arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College until now. Are you here to pick me up today? Little Jing Kong asked, holding the umbrella. Actually, it was not time for school to end yet. Little Jing Kong had finished his homework in advance and made an exception to leave school first. Yes. Xiao Luling nodded and said to the little guy, let's go. Little Jing Kong didn't move. You don't have an umbrella. I don't have an umbrella. He paused and then added, I don't need one. Here. Little Jing Kong handed him the umbrella. You can use it yourself. How could Xiao Luling take a child's umbrella? What if he took it? The umbrella was so small that it couldn't fit two people. Little Jing Kong said, I have a raincoat. Jiao Jiao made him a raincoat. There was even a big red flower that he drew on it. Little Jing Kong handed the umbrella to Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling still held the umbrella for him. He took out his yellow raincoat from his school bag and put it on quickly. Then, he took off his shoes, held them in his hands, and stepped into the water barefoot. Xiao Luling was speechless. You just want to step into the water. Little Jing Kong stepped into the water all the way and jumped into the holes. Since Jiao Jiao wasn't around, he didn't have to care about his tough guy image. He stepped into the water happily, like a little frog that fell into a pond. It turned out that going home with a bad brother-in-law could be so fun. When he reached the entrance, he said generously, Okay, I'll allow you to pick me up on rainy days. Xiao Luling, haha, as if I want to pick you up. Lu Quan next door was about to pick up little Jing Kong. He was slightly surprised when he saw the two people at the door. You're back? Hello, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. The little guy was wearing the raincoat that Gu Jiao Jiao made for him, and he was wearing a small raincoat hat. He liked things that were golden, but Gu Jiao Jiao didn't have any golden dyes, so she made yellow. The raincoat itself was beautiful, but after he drew so many ugly big red flowers, it became a little indescribable. It was supported by the face. It was too ugly and cute. Xiao Luling, the Hamlin Academy official, looked a little funny holding a childish, yellow umbrella. Lu Quan laughed and said, It's good that you're back. I'll go and pick up Master. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong waved at him politely. Lu Quan said to Xiao Luling, Luling, quickly change your clothes. You're all wet. Xiao Luling nodded. The two of them entered the courtyard. None of the family members were home. Gu Jiao had gone to see a doctor and had not returned. Yao Shi had been invited to Granny Zhou's home. Although they were not far from each other and were both in Bai Shui Tong, with such heavy rain suddenly falling, Granny Zhou was worried that Yao Shi would fall. Granny Zhou had Yao Shi wait until the rain stopped before leaving. Yu Ya and senior servant Fong were also there. As for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen, needless to say, they went to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong couldn't step on the water alone, so he ran to the backyard and let Little 8, Little 9, and the 7 chicks out to step on the water. The 9 mythological beasts in the house said that they didn't want to step on the water. Xiao Luling went back to the west room to change into dry clothes, then went to the study to take out the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book and continued to study and calculate the ancestral rate. Little Jing Kong stepped on the water for a while, then walked into the study quietly. He came to the desk, held his little belly, and said awkwardly, I'm hungry. Xiao Luling glanced at him. Are you sure you want to eat the food I made? Little Jing Kong choked and stammered. Then I'd better not. Bad brother-in-law's food was too disgusting, so he could stay hungry for a while. Little Jing Kong's stomach kept growling. Even after eating the candied fruits and snacks, he still wasn't full. After all, he was a child with a big appetite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought with the other little monks for food. Xiao Luling went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles for him. Looking at the black noodles on the table, Little Jing Kong refused in his heart. Xiao Luling handed him a pair of chopsticks. Eat. Little Jing Kong sat on the small horizontal chair in front of him. He didn't take the chopsticks immediately, but looked at Xiao Luling seriously. I just want to ask you, can you eat this bowl of noodles by yourself? Xiao Luling said calmly, I'm not the one whose stomach is growling now. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Bad brother-in-law's words were so reasonable that he couldn't refute him. In the end, hunger prevailed. Alas! Little Jing Kong sighed, took the chopsticks with his little hand, and started to eat in resignation. It was almost dinner time, but Xiao Luling wasn't hungry. However, he didn't let Little Jing Kong sit in the central room and eat alone. He directly moved Little Jing Kong and the chair to the study. He ate his own food and counted his own food. Little Jing Kong was halfway through eating when he suddenly looked at Xiao Luling bitterly. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Xiao Luling didn't raise his head and continued to do the math problem in his hand. Little Jing Kong was full of curiosity. How do you make every meal taste worse than the last? Xiao Luling looked at him and said shamelessly, work hard and cook well. Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong knew that he couldn't learn this skill because the sweet potatoes he roasted when he was 3 years old were already better than the food made by his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong developed a good habit of not wasting food when he was in the temple. No matter how bad the food tasted, he would grit his teeth and finish it. Are you full? Xiao Luling looked at the black and empty bowl in front of him and asked. Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and looked dignified. Your food tastes so bad. Do you expect me to eat a second bowl? Okay, congratulations, your wish is fulfilled. Well, he couldn't do anything if he wasn't full. Xiao Luling knew that the little monk's stomach wouldn't be full so easily. He also steamed some vegetable jerky, corn on the cob, and sweet potatoes for him in the pot. They should be cooked by now. He took away the empty bowl in front of Little Jing Kong and went to the kitchen to bring out the steamed vegetable jerky, corn, and sweet potatoes. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. I don't want this plate. He had beautiful tableware. Xiao Luling said indifferently, you don't want it? Eat it or not, I won't spoil you. Little Jing Kong unwillingly picked up the chopsticks and said, a child without jiao jiao is a blade of grass. Xiao Luling. Taking care of a child required a lot of energy. Xiao Luling felt tired after a while, but this kind of tiredness seemed to be different from normal tiredness. He felt a little dizzy. After eating, Little Jing Kong went to the backyard to wash the bowls. The cupboard was too high for him to reach, so he had to tiptoe to put the clean bowls and chopsticks on the stove. He also took a wet rag and planned to wipe his small table. But when he entered the study room, he felt that something was wrong.
Huh?
Bad brother-in-law is sleeping on the table? It's not dark yet. Little Jing Kong walked over, tilted his head, and called Xiao Lulang, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. No response. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. There was still no response. Little Jing Kong let out a strange cry of surprise. He took out his little hand, which had just grabbed a wet rag, and touched Xiao Lulang's forehead. Yeah, it's so hot. Xiao Lulang fell ill without any warning. His whole body was hot, and his brain turned into paste. He started to have a dream again and again. In the dream, he returned to the princess manor. Today, Zhuang Xianji came to teach Wen Linlang. It was supposed to be at the Wen family, but the Wen family was too far away, so it was changed to the princess manor. Wen Linlang was his fiancée, so he accompanied her to the class. After Zhuang Xianji finished teaching, it was a break. When Linlang complained, Mr. Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay? He nodded as he could see his mother outside. The two went to the back of the mountain. When Linlang found a rabbit, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home, okay? The rabbit raised by his mother died not long ago, and his mother was sad for a long time. I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? His mother also liked to eat dates, so he climbed up to pick them. Can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me? His mother also liked osmanthus cake, so he sat in the carriage and went to buy it. When he carried the rabbit, a bag of dates, and a box of osmanthus cake, he excitedly went to find Princess Xianyang. What he saw, however, was an indifferent and world-weary face. She waved to him and smiled. He slowly walked over. Mother, are you not feeling well? She looked at him meaningfully. Do you like Mother? I do. Are you willing to do anything for Mother? I am willing, he said resolutely. Then go die for Mother. Go die for me, okay? Chapter 412. The rain poured down. Vermilion Bird Avenue was shrouded in rain and fog. Princess Xingyang sat in front of the window, quietly watching the heavy rain in the courtyard. She was wearing pajamas, as if she had just crawled out of bed. Yujin came out of the greenhouse, closed the umbrella, and brushed the rain off it. She handed it to a servant girl beside her, then turned to enter the room. She said to Princess Xingyang, "That peony is alive. It can't be like this anymore. If this happens a few more times, even to Luo Jin's Xian won't be able to save it." Princess Xingyang didn't speak. She just silently admired the rain. The rain is blowing in. Yujin walked over, took away the stick supporting the window, and let it down. After this rain, it should get cold. Coincidentally, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. With no more rain to watch, Princess Xingyang lowered her gaze, but still didn't speak. Yujin looked at her deeply. Princess, is there something on your mind? I just had a dream. Princess Xingyang said, I dreamed of that child. Yujin's eyes moved. She asked tentatively, the young duke?
Yes.
Princess Xingyang readily admitted. She pinched her left sleeve with her right hand. He shouted that he wanted to kill me. Yujin's expression changed slightly. Princess. Princess Xingyang smiled faintly. Yujin wanted to say something, but hesitated. She sighed. It's getting late. Princess should rest early. When Xiao Lulang woke up, it was already midnight. He lay on the soft bed. After a while, he remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep on the table. But how did he end up on the bed? And it didn't seem to be his bed. Awake? Gu Jiao's voice sounded in his ear. The rain outside had lessened. The torrential rain turned into a patter of autumn rain. It was as if the surroundings were suddenly filled with the coolness of autumn. A dim oil lamp was left on the candlestick. Xiao Lulang turned his head to look at Gu Jiao, who was lying beside him. Her expression and voice were not drowsy at all. It was obvious that she had not slept. Under her gentle gaze, the lingering palpitations in his heart gradually calmed down. What about me? The moment he opened his mouth, he realized that his hoarse voice didn't sound like his at all. His throat also felt swollen and painful. Gu Jiao said, "You were caught in the rain today and fell ill. Before your family came back, you had a high fever. Jing Kong was taking care of you." Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. "He takes care of me? Does that little monk know how to take care of people?" Gu Jiao bent her lips and pointed at the antipyretic patch on his forehead. "He put this on you." When little Jing Kong had a high fever, Gu Jiao put this patch on him. There was also a box at home. She didn't expect him to remember it. He even took it out and put it on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang touched the cold and soft object on his forehead and felt a chill in hindsight. Needless to say, he guessed that it was from her small medicine box. He had seen the three of them put it on. Xiao Lulang had a high tolerance for strange objects in the small medicine box. On the contrary, he was quite surprised that little Jing Kong could take care of him. "The little guy knows how to take care of people?" he murmured. Gu Jiao bent her lips. "Not only that, he also fed you water, but you don't remember." At that time, it was raining heavily. There was no one at home. He put on a light raincoat and went to the clinic to invite Dr. Song to his home. He went so far. Xiao Lulang was even more surprised. The little guy always made trouble at home. From time to time, he would sing a different tune, making everyone in a mess. It was easy to misunderstand him as a naughty and ignorant child. But in fact, he was far stronger and more sensible than children his age. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Why are you so surprised?" Xiao Lulang said truthfully, "I just didn't expect him to care about me so much." Gu Jiao said, "Compared to me, he is more worried about you. He said that you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't even bring an umbrella in the rain. You are worse than a child like him." Xiao Lulang explained, "When I went out, I didn't expect it to rain. He went out too early. The sky was still dark, so he couldn't see the sky at all. When little Jing Kong went out, the sky was already rising. He had recently learned in the Imperial College, don't go out in the morning, but travel thousands of miles in the evening. He brought an umbrella and a raincoat with him. He was really a worry-free child." Gu Jiao smiled and said, "Jing Kong also said, I know my brother-in-law went out early, but why didn't he buy an umbrella on the way? Why did he have to come back in the rain? So stupid." The corner of Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. Well, she imitated his disdainful tone perfectly. Gu Jiao continued, "He also asked me if I didn't give you any pocket money, so you couldn't even afford an umbrella." Xiao Lulang was speechless. How could a 4-year-old little monk come up with so many things in his mind? Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She handed him a pill and poured a cup of hot water. "Since you are awake, drink the pill." Xiao Lulang sat up, took the medicine and drank it. He also finished the water. Then he finally realized that something was wrong. "Why am I lying on your bed?" Gu Jiao blinked and said seriously, "I didn't carry you here." Xiao Lulang was speechless. "Go to sleep." Gu Jiao put down the teacup and decisively lay down on the bed and pretended to be dead. Xiao Lulang also lay down, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he looked at her without blinking. Gu Jiao could feel his gaze even with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and said, "Yes, I forgot to turn off the light." As she spoke, she went to turn off the oil lamp and lay down again. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness and an eerie silence. Xiao Lulang could hear her uneven breathing. He still looked at her in the dark and said, "If one day you find out that I am not who you think I am, will you be disappointed?" "Why should I be disappointed?" Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him. "Also, if you are not who I think you are, what do you think you are? Is your face fake?" She raised her hand and pinched his face.
"No," he said.
Gu Jiao's fingertips moved down and touched his chest. "Is this fake?" Xiao Lulang took a deep breath.
"No. What about this?"
Her little hand poked his abs again. Wherever her fingertips touched, it was soft and numb, making him feel as if he was on fire. Xiao Lulang quickly grabbed her restless little hand. He was worried that if he didn't stop her, her hand would move down, and she might poke something she shouldn't. It's also real, he said in a hoarse voice. Don't touch it. Gu Jiao. Xiao Luling. Why does she sound so regretful? Xiao Luling didn't let go of her hand, but he didn't use too much force. She could pull her hand out if she wanted. Gu Jiao did not do so. She turned her body to face him, as if she could really see him in the pitch-black darkness. Their breaths intertwined in the night. Suddenly, she hooked his finger and asked, "Since you're real from head to toe, I won't be disappointed. But what if the identity is fake? What if I'm not the person you think I am?" Xiao Lulang composed himself and used a great deal of courage to make himself speak. "Have you ever thought that maybe I'm not the real?" It was hard to say. Actually, Gu Jiao didn't mind. It didn't matter if he was the real Xiao Lulang or not. However, since he had brought it up to the surface, she was willing to be honest with him. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Not the real what?" Xiao Lulang tightened her hand. "Not the real." Achoo! There was a sudden sneeze behind him. Xiao Liulong's body shook. He turned around and looked at the other side of him. The night was too dark, so he couldn't see anything. However, he reached out his hand and touched it. Sure enough, he touched a yawning squishy ball. Why is he here? Xiao Lulang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Gu Jiao. Otherwise, "Oh," Gu Jiao said. "He was worried about you, so he followed me. He probably wanted to pee, so he drank a bowl of snow pear soup before going to bed." As Gu Jiao spoke, she found a match on the bedside table and lit the oil lamp. Sure enough, little Jing Kong covered his little butt in a daze. He was dreaming. He dreamt that he was looking for a toilet. He finally found it. "Let me do it," Xiao Luling said. He lifted little Jing Kong up and didn't even have time to take off his pants before little Jing Kong peed. It was a dark history. Xiao Luling was pissed all over. He was speechless. The next morning, Xiao Luling was fine except for a little sore throat and a hoarse voice. Little Jing Kong woke up comfortably on the Jiao Jiao bed. He felt refreshed. He stretched his body and walked out of the east room. At first glance, he saw Xiao Luling sitting in the central room, organizing books. Last night, the books had been soaked by the rain that drifted in. This morning, the sky had cleared up, so he planned to take the books out to dry. He also saw little Jing Kong coming out of the east room. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You peed your pants last night." Little Jing Kong stared at him. "Nonsense. How could I pee the bed? I stopped peeing when I was 1. He was telling the truth. He was the only baby in the temple who didn't pee his pants. Xiao Luling laughed. "You can go and see if you don't believe me. You haven't washed your wet pants yet." Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard to take a look. It was the pants he wore before he went to bed. It was really wet, and he was wearing another pair of pants at this time. Little Jing Kong's body shook. He covered his mouth in disbelief. This, Xiao Luling walked over and smiled. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Little Jing Kong waved his little fists and jumped anxiously. I didn't pee my pants. It must be you. You peed your pants. You peed on me, and you're blaming me. You can see if you don't believe me. Your pants are here too. It's wet. Xiao Luling, you peed on me." Little Jing Kong firmly refused to believe that he peed his pants. "Bad brother-in-law, you peed your pants and blamed me after you peed. Shame on you." Humph. Little Jing Kong snorted and walked away. Chapter 413. There are all the novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. A while ago, Princess Ning went back to her parents' home to accompany her seriously ill mother. She didn't return to the prince's mansion until her mother got better. Because of this, Gu Jiao's visit to the prince's mansion to feel her pulse was delayed. Gu Jiao didn't know that Princess Ning had come back. Princess Rui Wang was the first to know. She hurriedly ordered the carriage to go to the prince's mansion. Sister-in-law. Princess Ning's carriage happened to stop at the gate of the mansion. She was about to get in when she heard Princess Rui Wang's happy voice. Princess Ning took back her foot that had stepped on the stool and turned to look at Princess Rui Wang, who got out of another carriage. She couldn't help laughing and said, "Slow down. How can you walk so fast with such a big belly?" Princess Rui Wang almost ran. She came to Princess Ning and said with a smile, "Aunt, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Princess Ning nodded with a smile. "You are pregnant. Why don't you take care of the baby in the mansion? What are you doing here?" Princess Rui Wang said, "I heard that you came back, so I came to see you. I have nothing to do in the mansion these 2 months, so I learned some cooking skills. This is the dried apricot I made myself. Please don't dislike it." As soon as she finished speaking, maid Sue behind her handed over the clay jar with the dried apricot. The maid beside Princess Ning reached out to take it. Princess Ning thanked her. "You are so considerate. I am going to the palace to greet my mother and consort Zhuang. Do you want to come with me?" Princess Rui Wang smiled. "That's what I want to do." Princess Ning glanced at her bulging belly. She hesitated for a moment and said, "But your body." Princess Rui Wang waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I can take the carriage." A trace of envy flashed through Princess Ning's eyes. She took her hand. "Well, come on." The two got into Princess Ning's carriage. They soon arrived at the imperial palace. Princess Ning took care of Rui Wang carefully. She was even more careful than Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang wanted to say that she didn't need to be so nervous. It was as if she was not pregnant. But when she thought that Consort Ning had 3 miscarriages, she closed her mouth again. She played along and pretended to be more cautious than usual. She also slowed down her pace. "Is it hard to be pregnant?" Princess Ning chatted with her on the way to Cunning Palace. Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. It's been hard. I can't sleep in the middle of the night and my calf cramps." Nanny always asked her this, but she had never done it. If it wasn't tiring, it was probably because he had to go to the toilet all the time. Now, she was feeling a little like that again. "What's wrong?" Princess Ning asked, looking at Princess Rui Wang, whose face was wrinkled. Rui Wang said embarrassedly, I want to pee." "Princess Ning, there's a washroom over there. I'll go with you." Consort Rui Wang, No need, no need. I'll go by myself. I'm worried about you going alone." Princess Ning insisted on sending Consort Rui Wang to the washroom. Consort Rui Wang had no choice. When the two arrived outside the washroom, they never expected to see the Crown Prince Consort coming out from inside. The 3 of them paused for a moment. The Crown Prince Consort status was higher than the other consorts, but she still politely called Princess Ning's sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang rolled her eyes. She didn't like Wen Linlang, and didn't even bother to be polite. Especially after she caught Wen Linlang entangling with another man last time. She disliked Wen Linlang even more. Everyone knew that Prince Ning and the Crown Prince didn't get along, so Princess Ning clearly kept a certain distance from the Crown Prince Consort. But on the surface, they were still decent. She nodded slightly to greet the Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince Consort said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye, eldest sister-in-law." "Goodbye, third sister-in-law." "Princess Ning, goodbye." Wen Linlang responded to her with rolling eyes. After the Crown Prince Consort left, Princess Ning said to Consort Rui Wang, "Okay, you can go."
"Okay."
Consort Rui Wang went to the washroom. This was the disadvantage of being pregnant. It was too easy to go to the toilet. Consort Rui Wang came out of the washroom, washed her hands, and moisturized them with hand oil. Then she went to Empress Zhao's Cunning Palace with Princess Ning. They weren't Empress Zhao's legitimate daughters-in-law, so they came out of the Cunning Palace after showing enough courtesy. After that, the two went to noble consort Zhuang's everlasting palace. This time, the two stayed longer. Noble consort Zhuang was looking forward to the baby in consort Rui Wang's belly. After all, it was a member of her family. Rui Wang and her husband were favored, and Prince Ning was like a tiger with wings. "You have to give birth to a son." Noble consort Zhuang took consort Rui Wang's hand and said. Consort Rui Wang smiled embarrassedly. "It's not up to me to decide." Noble consort Zhuang thought for a while and asked, "Do you like sour or spicy food?" Consort Rui Wang said, "Honestly, I like both. Sometimes I want to eat spicy food, sometimes sour food, and sometimes sweet food." Princess Ning looked a little absent-minded. Noble consort Zhuang was worried about her daughter-in-law's mood, so she didn't talk about the baby anymore. She called her personal nanny. "Go ask where Prince Ning and Rui Wang are. If they are in the palace, let them come to the Everlasting Palace for dinner. Also, invite Consort Yu over." Consort Yu was the third prince's mother. After the prince was separated, he could no longer enter and leave the palace as freely as before. But with noble consort Zhuang's status, it wasn't difficult for her to see her son. Not long after, Prince Ning and Rui Wang came over from the throne room. "Prince." Consort Ning bowed to Prince Ning. Prince Ning hurriedly came over to support her and held her hand. His eyes were full of tenderness. "You don't have to be so reserved here with Consort Mother. It's just like in the mansion." Consort Ning smiled. "Yes. Soon." Consort Yu also arrived and hurriedly asked the palace servants to set up the meal. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Yu sat together, and the two couples sat on either side of them. Prince Ning and his wife's manners were very elegant and generous, and they treated each other with respect. Rui Wang and his wife were also very serious on the surface, but in private, Rui Wang rubbed his legs against his wife's legs. Consort Rui Wang glared at him. "Eat your food." Rui Wang peeled a shrimp for his wife and put it in consort Rui Wang's bowl. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes were on him. He was shocked and almost forgot that this was the palace, not his own mansion, so he had to follow the rules. The couple couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Prince Ning smiled gently. "The shrimp in Consort Mother's palace is very good." He also peeled one for Consort Ning. "Sushin should also try it." Sushin was the name Prince Ning gave to Consort Ning after the wedding. Consort Ning smiled gently. "Thank you, Prince." After lunch, noble consort Zhuang went to rest. They came out of the Everlasting Palace. Consort Yu returned to her own palace, and the four of them walked out of the palace together. "Be careful." When they passed by a big tree, Prince Ning blocked Consort Ning's head with his hand. When he took his hand down, they found that there was a worm on the back of his hand. Rui Wang Fei didn't know the name of this kind of tree. She could only frequently see worms spitting out silk hanging from the bottom of the tree. There was a worm hanging in front of her. If Prince Ning hadn't shouted, she would have bumped into it. Consort Rui Wang sighed. "Big brother is so attentive." Consort Rui Wang muttered. "I'm also very attentive." Consort Rui Wang complained. "Oh, then how come Prince didn't notice the worm in front of me?" Rui Wang scratched his head. What was it?" Consort Rui Wang looked at him and asked. "I was about to get rid of it for you." Rui Wang firmly refused to admit that he didn't notice this little thing. Consort Rui Wang snorted. "You're not as attentive as Big Brother." Rui Wang couldn't refute this. Big Brother was the most attentive of all the princes. He was attentive to his sister-in-law and his younger brothers. He couldn't even find fault with the crown prince's sworn enemy. The mood of a pregnant woman sometimes came inexplicably. Consort Rui Wang, who was still quarreling with Rui Wang a second ago, became sad the next second. "Say, if this child can't be saved, will you still be as good to me as Big Brother is to his sister-in-law?" Rui Wang glared at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can the child not be saved? Don't jinx it. My son is fine." Consort Rui Wang sighed. "Aren't I just making assumptions? I just think that Big Brother is really good to his sister-in-law." Rui Wang couldn't refute this. That's right, Prince Ning and Consort Ning knew each other when they were young. They weren't childhood sweethearts, but they didn't get married in secret either. After they got married, the two got along well. The only regret was Consort Ning's belly. Fortunately, Prince Ning never neglected her because she couldn't give birth to a child. In front of Consort Zhuang, he also said good things about Consort Ning. Consort Zhuang wasn't an easy person to get along with. The fact that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could get along so well couldn't be attributed to Prince Ning. This was a man who would never wrong his wife. Consort Rue Wang pinched the corner of Rue Wang's clothes and said coquettishly, "Promise me that you'll treat me like Big Brother is to his sister-in-law. You'll be so good to me for the rest of your life." Chapter 414. Rue Wang pinched her face. "Silly, what's so difficult about this? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Ahem. Prince Ning cleared his throat. "Let's go." Consort Rue Wang hurriedly withdrew her hand. Rue Wang also scratched his head embarrassedly. After that, the two seemed to avoid each other deliberately. They wished they could get out of the carriage. However, Prince Ning ignored the gazes of others and held Consort Ning's hand in public. The folk customs and customs of this dynasty were more open than those of the previous dynasty, but they were rarely so intimate outside. Consort Ning was a little uncomfortable. Prince Ning's smile was so gentle that it was hard to refuse. The four of them went out of the imperial palace. The carriages of the two manors had been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Rue Wang naturally went back with Rue Wang. Prince Ning should also go back to Prince Ning's mansion with Consort Ning. Unexpectedly, Prince Ning held Consort Ning's hand and said, "Father wants me to go to the imperial study in the afternoon. You go back first." Consort Ning hurriedly said, "Since you have official business, why didn't you say so earlier?" Prince Ning smiled and said, "I want to see you off, but I have to see you get on the carriage first." Consort Rue Wang was very envious. What kind of celestial love did eldest brother have for eldest sister-in-law? Consort Ning said, "Then you go to see father quickly. I'm going back." Prince Ning smiled and said, "Okay." Consort Ning pulled back her hand and turned to get on the carriage of Prince Ning's mansion. Rue Wang said goodbye to Prince Ning. "Then, eldest brother, we will go first." Prince Ning nodded. "Pay attention to the thing I told you. I will ask father for a reward for you later." Rue Wang laughed heartily. "Okay. What did eldest brother ask you to do?" Consort Rue Wang asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later." Rue Wang pulled his wife towards Rue Wang Fu's carriage. Just as he was about to help Consort Rue Wang onto the carriage, another carriage suddenly appeared on the official road in front of the palace gates. The speed of the carriage was so fast that it didn't slow down even as it neared the entrance of the palace, almost crashing into it. Fortunately, the carriage stopped when it was only a carriage's distance away. At this moment, Ningguang was already standing in front of the carriage. He held a sword in his hand, as if he would kill the horse if the other party didn't stop the carriage in time. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a handsome man with wheat-colored skin jumped out. His facial features were resolute, and his eyes were deep. When he smiled, his eyes were especially bright. He held a folding fan in his hand, looking carefree and unrestrained. He didn't tie up his hair today, only a finger braid at the back of his head. A few strands of black hair hung down from the right side of his face, perfectly blocking one side of his face. "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Your Highness Ning Wang and Your Highness Rue Wang?" He held the folding fan in his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Rue Wang frowned. "The sixth prince? That's right. This person was the hostage of the state of Chun, as well as the sixth prince of the state of Chen's imperial family, Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang's attire today was a bit strange. His long hair hung down, giving off a feeling that he was hugging a pipa and covering half of his face. However, he wasn't a pale-faced scholar, but a wheat-colored handsome man who exuded a masculine aura. His image was a bit hard to describe in words. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Highness Rue Wang, long time no see. This must be Consort Rue Wang? We met once a few years ago." Ningguang stealthily blocked Rue Wang and his wife behind him. He said to Yuan Tang, "Is the sixth prince going to ride a horse in the palace?" Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. I was in too much of a hurry to greet your highnesses, so I was a bit fast." Ningguang said indifferently, "We're not familiar with each other. There's no need to greet each other." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Is this how your country treats its guests?" Ningguang said coldly, "You're a hostage, not a guest." Yuan Tang rubbed his chest. This really hurts my self-esteem. I originally found a talking parrot outside the palace and wanted to enjoy it with your highnesses. However, it seems that your highnesses aren't interested in enjoying it with Yuan Tang. In that case, Yuan Tang will take his leave. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting and turned to walk towards his carriage. The moment he brushed past Consort Rui Wang, the cold wind blew his beautiful hair. It was all because his appearance was too eye-catching that Consort Rui Wang subconsciously glanced at him. Consort Rui Wang cried out in alarm and the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. Consort Rui Wang, this is... Yuan Tang looked back in confusion. Consort Rui Wang turned around and approached Rui Wang's chest. Rui Wang hurriedly protected her in his arms and coldly glared at Yuan Tang. You scared this princess. Then I'm sorry. Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and bowed again. After Yuan Tang left, Ningguang looked at Rui Wang and his wife with concern. What happened just now? The handkerchief on the ground had already been picked up and put away by the servants. Rui Wang patted Consort Rui Wang's shoulder to comfort her. That's right. Did that guy deliberately scare you just now? Consort Rui Wang shook her head. No, I was just too surprised. Rui Wang didn't understand. What are you surprised about? It's not like you haven't seen him before. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chun and usually didn't attend the gatherings of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. However, when he first came to the state of Zhao, the emperor still held a welcoming banquet for him and the envoy of the state of Chun in order to show the bearing of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. Consort Rui Wang thought carefully and still told him that she had seen the crown princess meeting someone in private. You. Rui Wang was so shocked that he stuttered. You didn't hear wrong? Was it really the crown princess and Yuan Tang? Consort Rui Wang recalled. They deliberately lowered their voices, so I couldn't tell whose voice it was. However, I heard the crown princess say, "What did you do to Chunying?" Chunying is the crown princess' personal female official. After that, I saw the crown princess walk out from behind the rockery, so I was certain that woman was the crown princess. Then how are you certain that man was Yuan Tang? It was King Ning who spoke. Consort Rui Wang frowned and said, I heard the crown princess slap him from behind the rockery. Just now, I saw that Yuan Tang's face was red and swollen. There were streaks that looked like finger marks, so I immediately thought of that man. This didn't sound like anything honorable. The current crown princess actually colluded with a hostage of the state of Qin. If this got out, she would be beheaded. Rui Wang said in disbelief, this Yuan Tang is too daring. And, the crown princess, why would she collude with a hostage of the state of Qin? She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Consort Rui Wang snorted. What do you mean she doesn't seem like that kind of person? You men are all blind. I already told you that she isn't a decent woman. She dared to hook up with the crown prince when she was engaged to Xiaoheng. Who can say that she won't hook up with other men now that she has the crown prince? Rui Wang retorted. What are you saying? Who's blind? You. As soon as Consort Rui Wang finished speaking, she remembered that Prince Ning was also here. She smiled embarrassedly. Eldest brother isn't blind. Eldest brother is the person with the brightest eyes in the entire palace. Don't think that I don't know that you secretly liked Wen Linlang. So, did Old Fourth. Only eldest brother doesn't like her. Rui Wang choked. That was many years ago. He was young and inexperienced and was stunned by Wen Linlang's beauty. However, didn't he not see Wen Linlang after that? His heart and eyes only had her, Du Qianqian in them. Rui Wang said, speaking of which, I'm saying if she really did this, then would she be worthy of the crown prince? Would she be worthy of imperial father and the people of the state of Zhao? Eldest brother, should we report this to imperial father as soon as possible? If she had hooked up with other men, they would have made the crown prince's head turn into a grassland. However, it just had to be a hostage of the state of Qin. The severity of this matter was huge. Prince Ning paused and said, Don't be anxious. Empty words have no proof. We have to find evidence first. As he spoke, he looked sternly at Consort Rue Wang. Third sister-in-law, can you take responsibility for your words? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Consort Rue Wang carefully recalled and nodded with certainty. I'm sure. Prince Ning continued. Then you didn't act rashly and alert the enemy, right? I mean, you didn't run to the crown princess to confirm, right? Consort Rue Wang shook her head. Of course, I didn't. However, she still saw me when she came out from behind the rockery. I said that I had just arrived there. I don't know if she believed me. Prince Ning nodded. Then, at that time, other than you, was there anyone else who heard the commotion behind the rockery? Consort Rue Wang almost blurted out Miss Gu. However, she shook her head.
No.
Originally, I wouldn't have been discovered. However, my personal maid and Miss Gu came over. The crown princess also saw them. Prince Ning stared at her. Are you sure they didn't hear you? Consort Rue Wang said. They came and called out to me. That's why the crown princess was alerted. These words allowed Gu Jiao to get a free ride with the maid. Actually, her eldest brother was someone she could trust. However, she didn't want to involve Gu Jiao. Once her eldest brother went to ask Gu Jiao for confirmation, then the crown princess and Yuan Tang might notice Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would be in danger. Prince Ning said with a grave expression, I know. Don't make this matter public. I will investigate the truth of the matter. It won't be too late to report to Imperial Father after I get conclusive evidence. Consort Rue Wang deeply agreed. Eldest brother is right. After all, the crown princess wasn't an ordinary woman. She was the most respected Wang Fei in the imperial family of Zhao country. In the future, she would be the mother of the country. It would be fine if there was evidence to accuse her. However, if there wasn't enough evidence and she was bitten, then her eldest brother's years of painstaking effort would be wasted. Thinking of something, Rue Wang said worriedly, then, will Qianqian be in danger? The crown princess saw her. If she tells Yuan Tang that their conversation might have been overheard by Qianqian, will Yuan Tang come to silence her? Yuan Tang's martial arts are so high, and she even tried to assassinate Imperial Father. The more she said, the more frightened Rue Wang became. How did his wife encounter this kind of thing? Ning Wang smiled warmly, replying, I will send someone to Rue Wang Fu to protect Sandaimei. Sandaimei, try not to leave the Fu in the next few days. If you have to leave the Fu, take the shadow guards I sent over. Rue Wang's heart returned to his stomach. He cupped his hands and smiled. That would be great. I thank eldest brother on behalf of Qianqian. Prince Ning patted him on the shoulder and said, we're a family. The medical center. Gu Jiao had just returned from outside. She treated a guest's injury and put his dislocated left arm back in place. The second boss walked over and knocked on her door. He smiled and said, Little Gu, are you free later?
Speak.
Gu Jiao said concisely. The second boss walked in and said with a smile, do you still remember what day it is tomorrow? What day? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said with hurt, you really forgot. Gu Jiao pulled out her memory in a second. Isn't it a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce? A genius's brain would never disappoint. The second boss smiled. That's right. It's a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce. It's at the Four Seas Manor in the eastern suburbs of the capital. I will send someone to pick you up at Jadewater Alley tomorrow morning. Gu Jiao said, Oh. How many days will I be gone? The second boss gestured with his fingers. 3 days. It won't be long. Okay? Gu Jiao nodded. The second boss looked at her suspiciously. Little Gu. Gu Jiao, yes? The second boss said, have you gained weight? Your clothes are too small. Are they? Gu Jiao looked down at her body. She didn't feel it. Gu Jiao took a ruler to measure her waist. She had been exercising a lot recently and had lost half an inch. However, her clothes were too small. They were indeed too small. It was not other parts of her body that were too small. It was the lapel that could not be closed. Gu Jiao had a headache. If she continued to grow like this, it would be difficult for her to dress as a man. The medical center was especially busy today. The The second boss was soon called away by shopkeeper Wang. Little Jiangli came over. Sister Gu, there is someone outside the door. She said she is looking for you. Gu Jiao buried her head in sorting out the information of the previous patient. She said, is it a patient? Line up. Little Jiangli shook her head. It's not a patient. It's a madam. She said she knows you, and that you promised to visit her to treat her madam. I promised to visit her madam to treat her madam? Did I? Gu Jiao searched her mind and made sure there was no such memory. She asked little Jiangli to reply to the madam. After a while, little Jiangli came again. This time, she had a token in her hand. Sister Gu, the madam said you will know after you see her. Let me see. Gu Jiao reached out and took the token. The token had the emblem of the royal family of the Zhao kingdom and a big Ning character. It was someone from Prince Ning's mansion. Yes, she had promised Prince Ning that she would visit Princess Ning's house to treat her body. However, before she could go to Prince Ning's mansion, Princess Ning went back to visit her parents. Although her parents were also in the capital, it was strange to go to her parents' house to check her pulse. Gu Jiao said to little Jiangli, I have 3 more patients here. Ask the madam to wait for a while. If there are more patients, arrange them to be with Dr. Song and Dr. Liu. Got it, Sister Gu. Little Jiangli left obediently. Little Jiangli was small, but she was very considerate. After Gu Jiao finished checking the 3 patients, little Jiangli led the female official beside Princess Ning in. The female official greeted Gu Jiao politely. Dr. Gu? Gu Jiao asked, did Princess Ning come back? The female official smiled and said, that's right. Our Princess Ning came back last night. Today, she went to the palace to pay respects to the Empress and Imperial concubine. When she came back in the afternoon, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. I heard from the prince that Dr. Gu's medical skills are excellent, so I specially asked Dr. Gu to go to the mansion to check the Princess Ning's pulse. Chapter 415. Gu Jiao didn't have anything else to do, and it wasn't too late. Prince Ning's mansion and Hanlin Academy were in the same direction. After treating Princess Ning's illness, she could pick up Xiao Luling on the way. Gu Jiao said, okay, wait for me first. I'll pack my things. The female officer smiled and said, we've prepared the carriage. After treating Princess Ning's illness, we'll take you wherever you want to go. Gu Jiao shook her head. No need to trouble yourself. I'll take the medical center's carriage. The female officer responded, we'll listen to Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao got on the carriage with a small basket on her back. The small basket contained her medicine box, some commonly used Chinese medicine, and some travel items. The basket didn't look big, but it could hold a lot of things. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage. Their carriage followed Prince Ning's carriage, and they arrived at Prince Ning's mansion without any obstruction. It was the first time Gu Jiao entered an ancient prince's mansion. Last time, when she sent Princess Rui Wang home, she didn't go in. This time, she could take the opportunity to see what the prince's mansion looked like. Prince Ning's mansion covered a large area. There was a whole street that belonged to Prince Ning's mansion. Of course, it was just a small street, not a commercial street like Chong and Street and Xuanwu Street. On both sides of the street were the residences of Prince Ning's mansion servants. The closer they got to the mansion, the stricter the security became. Presumably, the people living there were not ordinary people. The status of doctors in Zhao country wasn't high, and the status of female doctors was even lower. It was reasonable to say that they weren't qualified to go through the main gate. However, Gu Jiao's identity was special. The female officer of Prince Ning's mansion still took her through the south gate. However, she didn't open the main gate in the middle but the side gate. This was the rule of the royal family. Only the prince, Princess Ning, and the legitimate bloodline of the royal family could go through the main gate. Otherwise, the emperor, empress, and empress dowager could go through the main gate. Even if Princess Zhuang came, she could only enter through the side gate. The maid told Gu Jiao that her surname was Yao. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound in her heart. She had the same surname as Yao Shi. What a coincidence. The landscape of Prince Ning's mansion was more standard than expected, which complemented Prince Ning's temperament. But some details of the design, such as pavilions, waterside corridors, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, were obviously designed by Princess Ning. Maid Yao took Gu Jiao to Princess Ning's courtyard. Recalling that Ningguang had once said that if she, Xiong Batian, was willing, he could give her a separate courtyard, Gu Jiao was suddenly a little curious as to where Ningguang had originally planned to settle her down. "Dr. Gu, we're here," female official Yao said to Gu Jiao at the entrance of the courtyard. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over the threshold into Princess Ning's courtyard. This was a 3-section courtyard, but it was much larger than an ordinary 3-section courtyard. In fact, Gu Jiao felt that rather than calling it a courtyard, it would be more appropriate to call it a sleeping chamber. It seemed that the emperor's love for his eldest son was beyond words. Gu Jiao came to the door of the upper room. A maid guarding outside the door saluted to female official Yao and opened the curtain for female official Yao. Female official Yao personally welcomed Gu Jiao into the room. Princess Ning sat on the chaise lounge with her back against a cushion and a thin mattress covering her body. She held a book in her hand and was reading it attentively. This was not the first time that Gu Jiao met Princess Ning, but that was in a dream. Princess Ning was knocked down by a white cat that scared Xiao Luling, causing a miscarriage. Xiao Luling was the scapegoat. The white cat was taken away with the help of Yuan Tang. It did not scare Xiao Luling, nor did it offend Princess Ning. But Princess Ning still had a miscarriage. Consort Rui Wang said that Princess Ning had 3 miscarriages. It was not difficult to understand why her complexion was so bad, and there seemed to be a faint sadness between her eyebrows. "Princess, Dr. Gu is here." Female official Yao walked forward and reported softly. Princess Ning raised her head. She held the half-read book with one hand and stretched out the other hand. The little maid on the side seemed to have understood the meaning of this action. She hurriedly presented a bookmark with both hands. Princess Ning put the bookmark in the book and closed it. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "You are Dr. Gu? I heard the prince mention you. Imperial grandmother likes you very much." Her eyes swept over the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, but did not stay for too long. She did not show any surprise or mind. This was the cultivation of the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family and the princess of a country. She would not embarrass the guest on the spot. Although Gu Jiao was a female doctor, her status was destined to be higher because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's love. Princess Ning said, "We are all family. Don't be so reserved.
Sit down."
Her words were also very particular. She did not give a seat, nor did she speak in a tone of charity. She spoke as if she was treating a real guest. Gu Jiao sat down beside her. Before sitting down, she took down the small basket and put it on another chair. "Princess, what are you reading?" she asked. Mentioning this, Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Some poetry books. Do you want to read?" She handed the book to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't understand poetry, and I don't like it." Princess Ning laughed again. "I don't like it either." Gu Jiao said, "Then why are you reading it?" Princess Ning smiled faintly. "It's boring in the mansion. I just want to pass the time." Although she said that, Gu Jiao felt that she was not just killing time. Instead, it was more like she was forcing herself to do something she did not like, but had to do. Gu Jiao said to her, "Let me feel your pulse." Princess Ning reached out her hand. A maid came forward and wanted to put a handkerchief on Princess Ning's wrist. Princess Ning said, "No need."
"Yes."
The maid took the handkerchief and left. Gu Jiao began to feel Princess Ning's pulse. The room quieted down. Princess Ning's pulse was as Gu Jiao expected. Gu Jiao asked, "How is your sleep? Is it difficult to fall asleep?" Princess Ning smiled bitterly. "A little bit." Gu Jiao looked directly at Maid Yao beside Princess Ning. "How long do you usually fall asleep after going to bed?" Maid Yao looked at Princess Ning. Seeing that Princess Ning did not stop her, she said honestly, "At least an hour. At most, she may not sleep all night." Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, "How's your appetite?" "Not very good." Mei Diao replied, "I can't eat it. When I finally eat it, it's hard to digest." Gu Jiao nodded and took back her hand. She said to Princess Ning, "Judging from your pulse, you have a weak spleen and stomach. It's not a difficult disease. With your condition, you can get better in 1 or 2 months. Have you seen a doctor?" Princess Ning said, "Yes, I have. It's the same as you said. She will be fine after taking medicine. If she stops taking medicine, she will relapse." So the crux of the problem was not the spleen deficiency, but the heart disease. Gu Jiao said to Princess Ning, "Please ask others to leave." Princess Ning did not hesitate. "You can leave." Only the two of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao made a comprehensive evaluation and diagnosis of Princess Ning and found that she was slightly depressed. It was not to the extent that Yao Shi had been in the beginning, but if she ignored it, it was very likely that it would develop into a more serious state than Yao Shi. Gu Jiao didn't say to Princess Ning, "You have to take it easy." For patients with depression, taking it easy was the same as drinking more hot water. If you took it easy, you wouldn't be depressed. If you didn't take it easy, you were really sick. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. Since Yao Shi recovered, there was no antidepressant in the small medicine box. Today, it appeared again. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants. She opened them and put them in a porcelain bottle. She handed it to her. "One in the morning and one in the evening. Try to take it before you go to bed." Princess Ning took it and asked, "Is this the medicine for spleen deficiency?" Gu Jiao said, "No, it's the medicine that can let you sleep well. You can continue to take the medicine for spleen deficiency." Princess Ning sighed. "I don't want to take the previous one. It's too bitter." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'll have someone send a few bottles of pills to Princess Ning later." The Miracle Hand Hall opened their own medicine workshop. Other than making the wound medicine that the military needed, they also opened a few pill production lines. Among them were pills that strengthened the spleen and stomach. "Is it bitter?" Princess Ning asked. Gu Jiao said, "I put honey in it. It's not bitter." Princess Ning sighed. "That's good." A high and mighty princess, Ning was actually afraid of taking bitter medicine. This understanding made Gu Jiao feel that Princess Ning was not the same as she thought. After this, Gu Jiao reminded Princess Ning of some things to pay attention to in her daily life. The main things were the taboos in her diet and that she had to come out more often to bask in the sun, take a walk, and move her body. After doing all this, Gu Jiao planned to leave. "I'll have someone send the medicine to Princess Ning in a moment." Princess Ning said, "Don't bother. I'll send someone to get it." "That's fine." Gu Jiao did not refuse. Princess Ning wanted to pay Gu Jiao's consultation fee. Gu Jiao said, "His Highness Prince Ning will pay." Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Okay. This was the first real smile that Gu Jiao saw when she entered the room. Did she only smile like this when Prince Ning was mentioned? Gu Jiao packed her things, and Mei Diao walked her out. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of Prince Ning's mansion, they unexpectedly met Prince Ning, who was getting out of the carriage. "Your Highness." Female official Yao hurriedly bowed in greeting. Prince Ning nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao. He showed a gentle smile. "It's Dr. Gu. I didn't expect you to come." Mei Diao said, "Princess Ning had a bit of chest tightness in the afternoon. I remembered that Your Highness said Dr. Gu's medical skills were excellent, so I went to the Miracle Hall to invite Dr. Gu over." Prince Ning nodded approvingly. "You did well. You can leave. I want to talk to Dr. Gu about Princess Ning's illness. Then I'll go to the Miracle Hall to get the medicine," Mei Diao said. Mei Diao got on the carriage. Prince Ning pointed at the mansion. "If Dr. Gu is not in a hurry, why don't you go to the reception pavilion?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm in a hurry. If Your Highness has something to say, please say it quickly. Also, since we've met, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to pay the consultation fee." "Okay." Prince Ning took out a 50-tael banknote from his pocket. 100 taels, Gu Jiao said. The Princess of Xinjiang gave 100 taels. directly breaking the upper limit of her consultation fee. Prince Ning paused. For a moment, he inexplicably felt that Gu Jiao's exorbitant demand was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, "I said before, the consultation fee isn't cheap." "That's right," Gu Jiao had kindly reminded him. Prince Ning hadn't haggled at the time, so it was even more impossible for him to haggle after she finished treating Princess Ning's illness. But Prince Ning hadn't expected that the price she said wasn't cheap would be this high. Prince Ning's heart felt stifled. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was an unspeakable, stifling feeling. In the end, Prince Ning still paid the 100-tael banknote. Gu Jiao took the banknote. "What does your highness want to ask?"
Speak.
Spending money really was different. Her business attitude was even better. Prince Ning was startled by her suddenly good tone. He opened his mouth and asked, "It's about Princess Ning's illness. I want to know what's wrong with her." Gu Jiao said, "Her spleen and stomach are weak, that's one reason. She's overly worried, that's the second reason." Prince Ning's brows furrowed. "Overly worried?" Gu Jiao made a sound of N. "It's depression. In the words of ordinary people, it's a heart disease. I've prescribed medicine for it. But Your Highness Prince Ning should take care of Princess Ning's mood." Is it because of the child? Princess Ning and I have been married for many years. We've always wanted to have a child of our own. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill our wishes. This time, the child couldn't be saved. He used the word again. It seemed unintentional, but he was telling Gu Jiao that this wasn't the first time Princess Ning had a miscarriage. Gu Jiao had heard from Consort Rui Wang that Princess Ning had had 3 miscarriages, so she wasn't surprised. She had always been calm, so Prince Ning didn't think her reaction was suspicious. Prince Ning asked, "Can Princess Ning have children in the future?" Gu Jiao said, "It's hard to say. The most important thing now is Princess Ning's illness." Prince Ning nodded and said, "Then does she know?" Gu Jiao said, "I didn't say anything about the depression." Prince Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you didn't say anything. I don't want her to worry about her illness. I'll pay attention in the future." Gu Jiao nodded.
Goodbye.
Prince Ning stopped her. "I heard, yes?" Gu Jiao looked back at him. Prince Ning said with gentle eyes, "Dr. Gu went to the palace yesterday and saw Consort Rui Wang and Crown Princess." Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She said frankly, "Is there a problem?" Prince Ning smiled.
No.
"It's third sister. It's third sister-in-law who mentioned Miss Gu to me. It's not the first time that third sister-in-law has been with Dr. Gu. You two seem to have a good relationship. If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come and accompany Princess Ning more often in the future." Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "I'm a doctor. I only need to accompany patients." Prince Ning laughed. "I'm being rude." Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and left Prince Ning's mansion. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to Hanlin Academy. Unfortunately, Xiao Lulang was called to work overtime again. Kong Mu knew Gu Jiao and knew that she was Xiao Yulong's wife. He said to her, he went to the cabinet. "I heard that Grand Secretary Yuan needed more people and personally selected this year's 3 cauldrons to go over." The 3 cauldrons were Xiao Lulang, Royal Prince En, and Ning Ziyuan. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Grand Secretary Yuan had a good reputation, and he might be a future relative. He wasn't a bad person. She didn't need to worry about her husband. Xiao Sanzi asked, "Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center or to Clearwater Alley?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Let's go back to the medical center first." Gu Jiao returned to the medical center and put a banknote of 100 taels on the counter. Shopkeeper Wang looked at her in surprise. "What's this?" "The consultation fee,"
Gu Jiao said.
"No, you only went out to see a doctor once. How did you bring back so much consultation fee?" Shopkeeper Wang said. He remembered that last time, she had also mysteriously brought back 100 taels from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Shopkeeper Wang blinked. "Miss Gu, you didn't go to rob someone, did you?" Gu Jiao looked at him lazily. "Who are you looking down on?" Shopkeeper Wang smiled embarrassedly. You're right. Miss Gu is a gentleman." Why would you rob someone? Before he could finish speaking, he heard Gu Jiao say, "What's so good about robbing 100 taels? If you want to do something, you should do something big." Shopkeeper Wang was speechless. Gu Jiao didn't stay in the medical center for long before Consort Rue Wang came over. Gu Jiao didn't see any patients today. Consort Rue Wang went to her courtyard with ease. Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs. Consort Rue Wang walked over and happily called out to Miss Gu. "Consort Rue Wang?" Gu Jiao greeted her in surprise. Consort Rue Wang gasped. "You left too quickly. If you were half an hour later, we would have met at Prince Ning's mansion." Gu Jiao asked, "You went to Prince Ning's mansion?" Consort Rue Wang said with a serious expression, "I heard that Princess Ning wasn't feeling well, so I went to see her." "That's strange. She was fine when she went to the palace in the morning. Why did her chest feel tight and uncomfortable when she went back? What's wrong with her?" So Princess Ning was fine in the morning but felt uncomfortable in the afternoon. Did something happen to her? People with depression couldn't stand being stimulated. However, it wasn't only stimulated that would cause the illness. Sometimes, the patient's mood would suddenly become low, and they couldn't control it at all. Gu Jiao wouldn't talk about the patient's condition with people other than the patient's family. She chose her words carefully and said, "Her spleen and stomach are weak. She hasn't completely recovered after the miscarriage. Her body needs to be carefully nursed back to health. She may feel a little uncomfortable in her heart." Consort Rue Wang sighed. "Sai, sister-in-law, is so pitiful. Fortunately, eldest brother is a good man and has always loved her." Right, I met the hostage of Qin State today." Consort Rue Wang's expression became serious. So, he was the man who met the crown princess in private behind the rockery. Chapter 416. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After coming out of the medical center, Gu Jiao got in Xiao Sanzi's carriage and went to Lu Yixing's house. Lu Yixing's house was as poor as usual, but Lu Yixing wasn't sitting in the yard as usual. Only the mute boy named Nu and another old nanny were working in the front yard. One was weaving baskets, and the other was scrubbing. The two of them recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I'm looking for Lu Yixing. Is he here?" The old nanny was hard of hearing and couldn't hear. Nu pointed to a room inside. "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked her and stepped into the central room. Then she turned and walked into the other room that Nu pointed to. This was a study room, which was also Lu Yixing's bedroom. It was about the same size as the West Room in Xiao Luling and Little Jingkong. The furnishings were very old and simple. The paint on the cabinet was peeling off, and the table was lame and made of stone. There were also some broken furniture. She didn't know if it was picked up from outside or smashed by someone who broke into the room. In short, it was full of holes and cracks. Lu Yixing was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He sat behind the desk and read a book attentively. Gu Jiao recognized that this was the book she gave him last time. He really began to read. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door. Lu Yixing was immersed in the sea of books and didn't notice Gu Jiao's arrival for a moment. It was only when the old nanny outside accidentally knocked over a stool that he raised his head in shock and heard a loud crash. Then he saw Gu Jiao leaning against the door and looking at him calmly. Generally speaking, it was very awkward to see someone being caught red-handed, and one would subconsciously look away. Gu Jiao didn't. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did I disturb you?" "No, that wasn't you." Lu Yixing hid the surprise in his eyes and opened the window beside him to take a look outside. After making sure that the old lady was fine, he felt relieved. "Why are you here?" He closed the book and cautiously looked around his room. It was unknown if he was checking to see if there was any dirt or mess in his room that could not be seen. Fortunately, he didn't. Nanny and Nu had just cleaned up this morning. "You?" He hesitated for a moment. He wanted to invite the other party in, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he stood up and said, "Let's go to the central room." Gu Jiao nodded. The guest had to follow the host's wishes, so it didn't matter where they sat. Although there were two servants in Lu Yixing's house, one of them was old and hard of hearing, while the other could not speak. Lu Yixing would personally entertain the guests. Of course, there had never been any other guests in his house, and Gu Jiao was the only one. Yuan Tang could not be counted as a guest.
Sit.
Lu Yixing pointed to the chair and said.
Gu Jiao sat down.
A white shadow rushed over and jumped onto Gu Jiao's legs. Its fat body was curled up into a furry ball, and it obediently let Gu Jiao stroke it. Gu Jiao poked its soft belly with her fingertips and said amusedly, "You still remember me?" This white cat was the one that almost scared Xiao Lulang and bumped into Princess Ning. Yuan Tang caught it in time. Seeing that Gu Jiao liked it and the white cat also liked Gu Jiao, Yuan Tang lied that it was an ownerless cat and asked Gu Jiao to take it home. However, Gu Jiao did not take it away. Of course, Gu Jiao had guessed that it was Yuan Tang's cat after the incident, and she clearly exposed it in front of Yuan Tang. She thought that Yuan Tang would take her cat back. "You're still here." Gu Jiao curved her lips and stroked the cat comfortably. Lu Yixing saw that she was playing happily with the white cat and could not help asking, "Since you like it so much, why don't you take it back?" Her husband was afraid of cats. This man was not afraid of anything, not even death, but he was afraid of cats. Gu Jiao did not answer his question, but said, "No, you raised it well." She paused and turned to look at him. "Don't you like cats?" Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and said, "No, I like it very much.
It can catch mice."
After it came, there were no mice in the house. Gu Jiao poked its belly. "Are you so capable?" The white cat meowed proudly. "Does it have a name?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Lu Yixing was asked. It was just raising a cat. Did it need a name? Gu Jiao actually had no experience in raising pets, but little Jing Kong had to name the 7 chickens one by one, so she subconsciously thought that this white cat should have a name too. Lu Yixing looked a little embarrassed. She said that she liked raising cats, but she did not even give a name to the cat. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed, and he said, I thought of a few names, but I don't know which one is good." Gu Jiao looked at him. "Let's hear it." Lu Yixing, who knew nothing about naming, was speechless. Lu Yixing had an idea, and he said, "Why don't you give it a name? After all, it's your cat, and it's just temporarily in my care." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's call it Little Sure." There were 9 mythical animals in the house, and this one was the 10th. "Okay, let's call it Little Sure." Lu Yixing had no objection at all. "Are you here to see Little Sure today?" he asked, and stood up to pour water for Gu Jiao. "I'm here to see you too," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing's hand shook, and a drop of water spilled on the table. He took a handkerchief and wiped it without leaving a trace, and put the tea in Gu Jiao's hand. "You really have nothing better to do." Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out a few thick books from it. "Here." Last time, she gave Lu Yixing the 4 books. This time, she gave him the 5 classics and 2 arithmetic books. They were all annotated and were very suitable for self-taught scholars. "You?" Lu Yixing wanted to say something, but hesitated. Gu Jiao could almost imagine what he was going to say. "I know you can't afford these books, but I'm not giving them to you for free. These are Little Sure's food expenses. Little Sure is so fat, and it's obvious that he can eat a lot." The white cat meowed bitterly. Lu Yixing sighed. "You'll regret it if you lose the bet." He would never be conferred the title of Marquis or Minister in this lifetime. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he accepted the books. However, he secretly remembered the value of these books, and he would return them to her one day. Lu Yixing stroked the covers of the books and said, "I'm borrowing these books from you. I'll return them to you when I earn some money." "It's up to you," Gu Jiao said nonchalantly. It was just a few books, and she didn't lack money. However, she didn't refuse him on the spot because she wanted to take care of his incomparably strong self-esteem. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that one day, many years later, Lu Yixing really did return the money for these books, but he didn't use money. 1 book, 1 city. a total of 11 cities, and he returned her half of the country. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Gu Jiao said confidently when she saw Lu Yixing flipping through the 2 arithmetic books. Okay. Lu Yixing humbly asked for advice and took out a pile of 8-part essay drafts from his room. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "Or, you don't have to ask me." Lu Yixing. Gu Jiao stroked the cat for a while, and in the end, she wanted to sniff the cat, but she restrained herself. "Actually, I came here today for another matter." She was so busy stroking the cat that she almost forgot about the important matter. "What's the matter?" Lu Yixing asked. "It's about Yuan Tang," Gu Jiao said. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Tang's voice sounded from the other room. "What does it have to do with this prince?" Gu Jiao frowned strangely. Lu Yixing explained, "He came here just now, and he's sleeping in the woodshed." Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang with a puzzled expression. "You don't want to sleep in the imperial palace, but instead sleep in the woodshed. What's wrong with you?" Yuan Tang covered his face with a folding fan and yawned. He strode over and sat down across from Gu Jiao. "As long as I'm close to cousin, what's wrong with sleeping in the woodsheds?" Lu Yixing said to Gu Jiao, "I thought he wouldn't wake up, so I didn't tell you." He didn't expect Gu Jiao to suddenly mention Yuan Tang. If he had known, he would have reminded her. After all, it was quite embarrassing to be caught talking about someone behind their back. Lu Yixing thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't embarrassed at all. Gu Jiao made a sound and said to Yuan Tang, "You came at the right time." Yuan Tang smiled. "What's wrong? Do you miss this prince?" Lu Yixing's eyes turned cold. Yuan Tang hurriedly said to him, "Don't be angry. It's just a joke. I only have cousin in my heart. There's no room for anyone else." Lu Yixing was obviously used to his shamelessness and glib tongue. He coldly turned around and ignored him. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Dr. Gu, what did you want to say to me just now?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She directly reached out and grabbed Yuan Tang's chin. She turned his face to the left, and sure enough, she saw the scratches and swelling under his hair. However, it was probably because he had applied medicine, so it wasn't as obvious as what Rui Wang had said. However, she could still see the marks. Yuan Tang didn't resist. He playfully looked at Lu Yixing and said, "Cousin, she was the one who took liberties with me. I didn't take the initiative to seduce her." "Shut your mouth," Lu Yixing said unhappily. Gu Jiao asked, "How did you get the wounds on your face?" Lu Yixing raised his eyebrows and said, "You care about me that much?" Lu Yixing coldly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Yuan Tang helplessly shrugged. He used his folding fan to point at the big white cat on Gu Jiao's lap and said, "How else could it be? It scratched me." Gu Jiao looked at the white cat on her lap and asked, "You scratched me?" The white cat closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Lu Yixing said, "It scratched me. I saw it." Gu Jiao asked, "When did it scratch you?" Lu Yixing said, "Last night. He climbed over the wall to enter the house. The white cat thought it was a thief, so it scratched him with its claws." She didn't expect this little thing to be so fierce. Yuan Tang looked at the white cat with hidden bitterness and said, "It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten who was the one who raised you." Lu Yixing wouldn't lie to her. According to Gu Jiao's observation, the marks on Yuan Tang's face didn't look like finger marks. They looked more like scratches and scratches caused by sharp claws. Of course, she couldn't rule out another possibility. The slap didn't leave too big of a mark, and the swelling immediately went down with ice. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao, who was deep in thought, and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Are all of you people from Zhao so strange today? First, Consort Rui Wang saw me and screamed in shock because of my injured face. Then you held my face and touched me." Lu Yixing was annoyed to death and said, "Who touched you? If you continue to talk without thinking, don't come again." Yuan Tang immediately cowered and said, Okay. I won't say it. It wasn't Yuan Tang. The direction of this matter was a bit strange. Although it had nothing to do with her, who Lin Ling met privately with, She had exposed the other party's secret. If the other party found out, it was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to her and consort Rui Wang. Therefore, it was better to find that person as soon as possible. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang without blinking and asked, "Do you know the crown princess?" Yuan Tang said, "Which country's crown princess are you talking about?" Gu Jiao said, "The crown princess of Zhao country." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows meaningfully and said, "Oh, that Zhao Du's young marquis's fiancée. I know her. What about it?" "She's his ex-fiancée. They don't have anything to do with each other anymore." Gu Jiao corrected Yuan Tang and asked, "Did you go to see her yesterday?" Because he was asked, Yuan Tang didn't pay attention to why she corrected him. Yuan Tang spread his hands and said, "Why would I go see her? I'm not familiar with her." "Wait, why do you ask? Are you suspecting that I have some kind of unclear relationship with her?" This Yuan Tang wasn't stupid. Yuan Tang laughed. After laughing, he raised his finger and said solemnly, "Cousin is here, so I might as well be frank. I did assassinate your Zhao country's emperor, but I have absolutely no relationship with your Zhao country's crown princess. I swear to God. If I'm lying, I won't be able to bring cousin back to Qin country for the rest of my life." "What kind of oath was this?" Lu Yixing said indifferently. "If you're lying, I won't let you be the Qin country's crown prince." Yuan Tang looked hurt. "That's too vicious. Are you still my cousin?" Yuan Tang didn't look like he was lying. However, in terms of motive, martial arts, criminal record, and other aspects, Yuan Tang was the most suspicious. Just as Gu Jiao was about to ask him for his alibi from yesterday morning, a strange noise came from outside the room. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She picked up the teacup in her hand and threw it outside the door. With a clang, an arrow was knocked to the ground by the teacup. The mute slave in the yard stood up, grabbed the old mama who didn't hear anything, and carried her into the room. The moment the two entered the room, Yuan Tang got up and closed the door to the central room. He also bolted the door. Almost at the same time, the sound of an entire row of arrows hitting the door rang out. One of the arrows even broke through the door halfway and almost pierced Yuan Tang's stomach. Yuan Tang looked at the arrow that almost cut his stomach open, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "No way, cousin. What have you been doing recently? In the past, those people from Zhao country only came to your house to mess around. Now, they want to kill you?" As soon as Yuan Tang finished speaking, another arrow flew through the air. This time, it came from the back door. The back door couldn't be closed because there was no back door. However, the person this arrow was aimed at wasn't Lu Yixing. For a moment, Gu Jiao thought that the arrow was aimed at her, until the arrow accurately pierced Yuan Tang's folding fan. If the fan hadn't blocked it fast enough, he would have been cut open. Yuan Tang was stunned. "What's going on? Is it aimed at me?" Several more arrows came from behind, all aimed at Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao looked deeply in the direction of the back door. Her eyes moved. "Okay, you're eliminated as a suspect." Yuan Tang dodged the arrows and ran around the room. "What do you mean?" Obviously, someone wanted Yuan Tang to be the scapegoat so that Yuan Tang wouldn't be able to testify. Chapter 417. Yuan Tang was being chased all over the place. How could he care about washing off suspicion? In fact, he usually brought his subordinates with him when he went out. It was only when he came to Lu Yixing's place that he was always alone. This was because Lu Yixing didn't like to be disturbed. He didn't even want to see him, let alone his subordinates. Who would have thought that after so many times without incident, he would suffer a setback today? The assassins came in a menacing manner, and each one of them was powerful. He almost couldn't handle them. At first, the assassins only wanted to kill him, but after missing, they no longer cared about whether there were other people in the room. Several arrows almost hit Gu Jiao and Lu Yixing. In order not to implicate the two of them, Yuan Tang gritted his teeth. "I'm leaving first." As Yuan Tang left, the surrounding assassins gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were chasing after Yuan Tang. Lu Yixing's expression became very ugly. Gu Jiao didn't know if he was recalling something or if he was simply worried about Yuan Tang's situation. Yuan Tang's situation was indeed not good. This time, the other parties seemed to be determined to kill him at all costs. No matter where Yuan Tang fled, he could feel that group of people chasing after him. His martial arts were not on par with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but he was at least one of the top 10 experts in the state of Qin. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to this group of assassins in a one-on-one fight. However, there was a saying that went, outnumbered. The direction back to the palace was completely blocked. It was obvious that the assassins didn't want him to return to the palace to call for reinforcements. How despicable. Don't let this prince find out who did it, or else this prince will skin you alive. Yuan Tang had no choice but to escape in another direction. He didn't know how long he was chased until night fell, until he left the lights of the homes far behind him, until his internal energy was exhausted and he couldn't escape anymore. He was cornered in an empty street corner. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the full moon hung high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on Yuan Tang's sweaty cheeks, and his eyes emitted a sharp and cold light.
Who are you?
Who sent you to kill this prince? He asked coldly. However, no one answered. The dozen or so black-clothed assassins only clenched their long swords and charged at him without a word. Yuan Tang's folding fan turned and activated a mechanism. Countless blades appeared and blocked the swords that were coming at his head. At this moment, a sword attack came from the side of his body. Yuan Tang's left fingertips caught the sword just in time. However, everything was not over yet. A wave of terrifying attacks came from behind him. Yuan Tang's brows twitched. I can't hide anymore. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang, and the black-clothed assassin that attacked him from behind let out a pitiful cry. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. People were always filled with curiosity and fear towards the unknown. Because they didn't know how powerful it was, they didn't dare risk their lives. The other assassins froze for a moment. Using this time, Gu Jiao threw out a few more black flame beads, forcing back the other assassins that wanted to kill Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came back to his senses and used his internal energy to push back the 4 assassins around him. After pushing them back, he collapsed. Gu Jiao quickly moved forward and held his arm. Yuan Tang knew that he couldn't show any weakness at this critical moment, otherwise they would chase after him. Yuan Tang stabilized his mind and did his best to not collapse. He stared at the murderous assassins and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Thank you. I owe you my life today." Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. "Is your life valuable?" Yuan Tang said, "I'm the future crown prince of the Qin kingdom. Do you think it's valuable?" Gu Jiao, "Oh. What did you use just now? Why was it so powerful?" "A hidden weapon." Yuan Tang, "I know it's a hidden weapon, but can you tell me what kind of hidden weapon it is?" "Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to quickly take care of this group of assassins." Just now, 3 of them had been injured by Gu Jiao's explosion, but there were still 11 of them left. The worst thing was that Yuan Tang had already used up all his energy on the way here. He could barely stand, but he had no chance of winning if they really fought. Yuan Tang said helplessly, "We can only rely on you, Dr. Gu." "Stand back," Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang took a few steps back and stood by the wall. There were 11 of them. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to take care of them alone. She only needed to stall for time. Once he caught his breath and recovered some energy, he would be able to rejoin the battle. What Yuan Tang did not expect was that before he could catch his breath, half of the assassins were already down. No way. Is this girl really so good at fighting? Gu Jiao used a stick. There was no blood. She only knocked the person unconscious. She used the move that the old Marquis had taught her before she left. She did not expect it to be so useful. The old man was pretty good.
She was good too.
Wow, if this goes on, I won't even have to fight, right? Yuan Tang crossed his arms. He felt that this girl could take care of everyone on her own. The next second, Yuan Tang realized that he had been happy too early.
"Stop,
or I'll kill him." With a harsh shout, a masked man in black walked out with a sword pressed against Lu Yixing's neck. Yuan Tang's eyes darkened.
Cousin.
Gu Jiao threw away one of the assassins in black. She looked indifferently at Lu Yixing and the masked man in black. A dangerous light flashed through her eyes. "Let him go," Gu Jiao said. Her tone was unquestionable. The man in black was shocked by the fact that a little girl could emit such a powerful aura. But it was only for a moment. He said coldly, "You dare to hurt so many of my brothers. You've got guts. Hand that brat over. Leave one of your hands behind, and we'll let this matter rest." Lu Yixing said expressionlessly, "If you were the ones being captured today, I wouldn't have done anything. Stinking brat. Shut up." The masked man's sword suddenly moved an inch closer to Lu Yixing's neck. The blade was pressed against his white skin. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold as she said, "If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll have you pay with your life." Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang were both stunned. The two of them didn't expect Gu Jiao to say something like this. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him. Lu Yixing closed his eyes without hesitation. At the same time, Gu Jiao shook her arm and a dagger slipped into her sleeve. No one saw how Gu Jiao moved. By the time they reacted, she had already thrown the dagger. The masked man saw that the dagger was about to hit his forehead. He hurriedly waved his sword to block it. The dagger was blocked, but Lu Yixing took the opportunity to run away. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Yuan Tang couldn't come back to his senses. What just happened? Did that girl suddenly attack? Or did she give his cousin some kind of signal? Otherwise, why would his cousin close his eyes? Speaking of which, wasn't his cousin afraid that the girl would make a mistake? Yuan Tang was jealous. Even his cousin didn't trust him that much. Lu Yixing quickly walked towards the two of them. The masked man was about to swing his sword at Lu Yixing's back, but Gu Jiao's black flame pearl blew him back several steps. He obviously knew how powerful this thing was. Several of his brothers had been injured by it. Gu Jiao also quickly walked over to help Lu Yixing. "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao asked. "I'm not." Lu Yixing didn't finish his words. He suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace. His other hand blocked the back of Gu Jiao's head. A sword slashed down, and Lu Yixing's little finger flew out. "Cousin!" Yuan Tang cried out involuntarily. Hot blood splashed onto Gu Jiao's neck. She grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and saw the bloody wound on his little finger. Her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, everyone felt that Gu Jiao's aura had changed. It was as if the fight just now was just a casual fight. She wasn't really angry. But now, every strand of her hair seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the dream of returning to the manor meant. She only knew that it was getting harder and harder for her to separate herself from the dream. Lu Yixing was the person who would bury her. He was the person she would protect for the rest of her life. It didn't matter if this strong emotion came from the person in front of her or the person in her dream. She only knew that there was a voice in her head that said, "No one is allowed to hurt him." Gu Jiao tore off a piece of her dress and wrapped it around Lu Yixing's wound. Then she pulled out the dagger at her waist. Everyone was shocked by her sudden outburst of aura and murderous aura, to the point that they didn't even move as they watched her bandage someone's wound. When Gu Jiao made her move, everyone finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward. She threw the dagger into the air and grabbed it. The moment she landed, her dagger fiercely stabbed into the heart of the assassin who had attacked Lu Yixing. Another stream of blood spurted out, splashing onto her face. She wiped it away, and her eyes became terrifying. Everyone was stunned by this scene. She had fought for so long and had only used a stick to knock them unconscious. They thought that she didn't have a weapon or that she didn't know how to use a weapon. They even thought that she was timid, kind, and indecisive. After all, she was just a young girl in her teens. However, it was this timid, calm, kind-hearted, and indecisive little girl who had stabbed an assassin in the heart with her dagger. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When the masked assassin recovered from his shock, all of his brothers had fallen. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His martial arts weren't weak. If he really fought to the death with Gu Jiao, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But he had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's methods. Was this really a young girl? He's a god of death, isn't he? Gu Jiao's face was covered in blood, but it wasn't her own. Her dagger was also dripping with blood. The ruthlessness in her body was stirred up by the blood. She grabbed the dagger and walked towards the masked man step by step like an Azura who had returned from purgatory. The masked man's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Don't come over. Don't come over. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stepped back. He pointed his sword at Gu Jiao with the other. But his words couldn't even be considered a roar. At most, it was a hollow roar. Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang naturally noticed that something was wrong with Gu Jiao. They called her several times, but she didn't seem to hear them. Dr. Gu. Lu Yixing called her again. Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuan Tang walked over and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Enough. That's enough. Gu Jiao pushed Yuan Tang away with a backhand. Yuan Tang staggered a few steps and bumped into the corner of the wall. He almost broke his ribs. What's going on? Is this girl possessed? Lu Yixing stood behind Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao's back. Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao raised the dagger and swung it down. Lu Yixing closed his eyes in pain. Gu Jiao took out a match and found the severed finger on the dirty ground. Lu Yixing leaned against the wall and sat down. She knelt in front of Lu Yixing and opened the small medicine box. She took out the disinfectant and surgical instruments, washed her hands, and put on gloves. Gu Jiao cleaned Lu Yixing's wound, injected anesthetics, and stitched up the severed finger. During the stitching process, she didn't say a word. Lu Yixing didn't ask either. Yuan Tang, on the other hand, looked at her small medicine box and the things she took out from it with a very strange gaze. Hey, what are these? Will it really heal if you reconnect it like this? What did you just do to my cousin? Why doesn't it hurt? Hey, say something. You're very scary, okay? Yuan Tang waved his finger in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao didn't respond. She didn't deliberately ignore him, but she really didn't seem to see him. Yuan Tang looked at Lu Yixing strangely. Cousin. Lu Yixing gave him a look that told him to shut up. Yuan Tang shut his mouth resentfully, but he couldn't help looking at Gu Jiao. Was this girl really bewitched? Why couldn't she hear or see him? Gu Jiao's surgery was very meticulous. After the last stitch, she cut off the thread and wrapped it with gauze. The next second, she blacked out and fainted. Gu Jiao actually lost consciousness a long time ago. She completed the surgery for Lu Yixing based on her obsession. After the surgery, she didn't need to hold on anymore. She couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Gu Jiao fall to the dirty ground, Lu Yixing almost instinctively reached out and supported Gu Jiao's swaying little body with his arm. He gently pulled back his arm and Gu Jiao fell into his arms. The girl's fragrance, mixed with the strong smell of blood, penetrated the tip of his nose. He had never been so close to anyone. His body stiffened. However, before he could get used to the existence of the young girl in his arms, a robust figure descended from the sky and snatched Gu Jiao from his arms. Who is it? Yuan Tang suddenly blocked in front of Lu Yixing. He reached out to snatch Gu Jiao back, but he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes. Who are you? Lu Yixing supported himself against the wall and coldly stood up. Just when the two of them thought that the other party was another assassin who came to assassinate them, the other party suddenly hit the southeast roof with his palm. Miserable screams came from the roof, followed by more than 10 figures falling down. Yuan Tang's complexion changed. When did so many assassins appear in the dark? If it wasn't for this person, he feared that the three of them would have met with misfortune. Who was this masked man in the end? Was he an enemy or a friend? If he was an enemy, why did he help them? If he was a friend, why did he kidnap Gu Jiao? Chapter 418. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found herself lying in a strange yet familiar room. It was strange because this was definitely not her West room, nor was it the small courtyard of the medical hall. It was familiar because she seemed to have been here before. Awake. A woman's voice came from the direction of the window. Gu Jiao turned her head and saw Princess Xinyang in plain clothes sitting in front of the window practicing calligraphy. Gu Jiao remembered. This was Princess Xinyang's room. So, she was now in that house on Vermilion Bird Street? But why was she here? She didn't have the slightest impression. Princess Xinyang finished practicing her calligraphy and put it aside with satisfaction. She took another one and continued to practice. Long Yi picked you up and put you on my bed. Her tone was full of disgust. She used the word picked up. It seemed Long Yi acted on his own initiative and was not sent by Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao didn't ask how Long Yi found her. Asking was useless. She said, "Then you cannot let him put you?" Humph. Princess Xinyang coldly snorted. "I actually want to." Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had already changed her clothes, so she didn't know whose they were. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "Yujin's clothes. Do you think I would give you my clothes to wear?" Gu Jiao, how can she know what I'm thinking? Princess Xinyang opened her mouth again. "Are you a death warrior of Yen country?" And Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "Your whole body is covered in blood, but not a single drop is yours. Don't tell me you took a bath with blood." Gu Jiao strangely asked, "What does this have to do with death warriors of Yen country? It seems you really don't remember at all." Princess Xinyang finally looked at Gu Jiao, but it was only a glance, and then she looked away. "When you came, you looked exactly like a suicide soldier who had lost control. By the way, only the Yen Kingdom has men of sacrifice. Long Yi is also from the Yen Kingdom," Gu Jiao said with absolute certainty. "I'm not a death warrior." Princess Xinyang paused and nodded. "That's true. Even the men of sacrifice don't have as much killing intent as you do." Gu Jiao, can't you greet me before insulting me? I thought you were going to say it. That's right. You are Ding and Marquis Fu's precious daughter. Gu Jiao did not know how long she had been unconscious, or what time it was. She only knew that she was very hungry. Not long after, her stomach began to growl. After Princess Xinyang finished writing the last word, she put down the brush. She still didn't look at Gu Jiao. Instead, she looked at her newly written notebook. "Are you eating alone or with me? What are we eating together? Dinner? What time is it now?" Princess Xinyang still hasn't eaten. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said, "If it's convenient, I want to eat by myself." Princess Xinyang put away the notebook and got up to leave. Not long after, a maidservant came in carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a small plate of fruit. There weren't many dishes, but the quality of the dishes was very rich. The maidservant first placed the tray on the table. Then she took a clean small table that was specially placed on the Kong bed and placed it on the bed where Gu Jiao was. Gu Jiao originally intended to say that she could get out of bed and eat by herself. But since she had already gone to this extent, Gu Jiao did not want to disappoint her good intentions. "This servant will wait outside. If Miss has any orders, call the servant at any time," the maidservant said and respectfully retreated. Gu Jiao prepared to eat her dinner. Who would have thought that in the next second, Long Yi would enter the room? Gu Jiao's hand trembled. The chopsticks that she had just picked up fell out of shock. It couldn't be that he came to find her again. Gu Jiao trembled with fear and stared for a long time, but seeing that Long Yi didn't take out his charcoal pencil, she secretly sighed in relief. It didn't seem like it. Then, what did he come to find her for? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi's hands were behind his back. His eyes were fixedly staring at the food in front of Gu Jiao, as if he was very much looking forward to it. Gu Jiao's eyes spun. "Do you also want to eat?" Long Yi didn't move. "Guessed wrong?" Gu Jiao thought for a bit. "Are you reminding me to eat quickly?" Long Yi's aura still didn't change. "Guessed wrong again." Shadow Guard Long didn't know how to speak. She had to guess everything. Gu Jiao couldn't guess what Long Yi wanted to do this time. She mused for a long time, then said strangely, "You shouldn't be thinking of feeding me, right?" Long Yi's eyes were ready to move. Gu Jiao looked at the hands behind his back. She didn't think too much. Wasn't it just being fed? Seeing that he had saved her, she would allow it. Okay. Gu Jiao put down her chopsticks. "You feed me?" She had never been fed by a shadow guard long before. It could be considered a unique experience in 2 lifetimes. Long Yi happily took out the cutlery hidden behind his back. Gu Jiao stared and almost fell. People used a spoon to feed. Why did you use a spatula? Are you serious? Next door, Princess Xingyang was eating. Gu Jiao walked in without a change in her expression. "I thought about it. Eating alone isn't very polite. It's better if I eat with the princess." Princess Xingyang didn't say yes or no, so Gu Jiao took it as a tacit agreement. She sat down across from Princess Xingyang. There was originally another set of cutlery on the table, but Gu Jiao didn't sit on the chair corresponding to that set of cutlery. Instead, she chose to sit beside it. After she sat down, she didn't take the cutlery. Yujin's eyes flashed. "You also sit down and eat," Princess Xingyang said to Eugene.
Yes.
Eugene gave Gu Jiao another set of cutlery, then sat down on the chair corresponding to the original set of cutlery. She looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. She wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had coincidentally seen through her plan to accompany Princess Xingyang to eat. Gu Jiao buried her head in her food, as if she didn't care about anything other than eating. Yujin's expression relaxed, and she also began to eat slowly. It wasn't that Gu Jiao didn't care about other things. She just didn't show it on her face. As she ate, she secretly observed Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang's movements were very gentle, and there was a sense of nobility and elegance that came from her bones. Gu Jiao almost couldn't help but think of Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling was the same. Even when he was in the countryside and wore patched clothes, it was still difficult to hide the elegance between his brows and his movements. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Xiao Luling before, so she didn't feel like Xiao Luling was a completely different person like the old chancellor. In fact, no matter how much a person's temperament changed, their style of writing changed, and their habits suddenly changed, some small movements and expressions wouldn't change. Deliberate changes were all things that one could realize, but some things that one couldn't realize naturally couldn't be changed. Xiao Luling himself didn't know that when he ate something good, his eyes would quickly blink twice, and when he ate something bad, his left eyebrow would twitch. Princess Xingyang was the same. However, there didn't seem to be anything she liked on the table. The 3 of them quietly finished their meal, and Princess Xingyang went next door. Eugene considerately asked Gu Jiao, "Dr. Gu, are you full? There are still snacks in the kitchen." "No need, I'm full." Gu Jiao didn't have a big appetite. Today, because she had used up too much energy, she only ate 2 bowls of rice. Normally, 1 bowl was enough. Eugene smiled and politely asked, "Dr. Gu, do you like tonight's dishes?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not picky." In other words, she didn't like it very much. It wasn't as good as the red braised pork that Princess Xingyang had prepared for her. Unfortunately, Long Yi held a spatula, so she was scared and ran away. Eugene didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward. Normally, people would politely say that they liked it, that it tasted good, and thank you for your hospitality. Gu Jiao said again, "I see that Princess Xingyang doesn't like it very much either. There's no meat on the table." Eugene was very surprised. "You can tell?" Princess Xingyang didn't show her preferences on her face. She seemed to be very indifferent to everything. Even the servants who had served her for a few years couldn't tell whether she liked something or not. Eugene paused, then said, "The princess is a vegetarian. Here comes another vegetarian." Old concubine Jing was also a vegetarian, but that woman was probably faking it. Why was Princess Xingyang a vegetarian? Gu Jiao thought for a bit, then asked, "Does she also have meat allergy?" Eugene was stunned. What kind of question was that? Was there anyone in this world who had meat allergy? Eugene couldn't keep up with Gu Jiao's unconstrained thoughts, but she didn't change the topic. She hesitated for a bit, then said, "The princess isn't always a vegetarian." In the beginning, she also ate meat, but in recent years, she stopped eating. She said that she wanted to accumulate good karma for Little Master, so that Little Master could throw himself into a good family in his next life. Gu Jiao didn't believe in this. But combined with her own matters, Gu Jiao felt that the end of science might really be theology. People might not be able to reincarnate, but they might be able to step into another parallel space-time. When the brain waves travel through space-time, it would be affected by the magnetic field and lose its past memories. Therefore, there was a saying that drinking Mengpo's soup would cause one to forget the past. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's own wild guess, without enough scientific evidence to support it. Today, Long Yi persisted in using a spatula to feed Gu Jiao, the little patient, and didn't let Gu Jiao stop writing. Late at night, Gu Jiao intended to return. Before leaving, she went to thank Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang was practicing calligraphy again. Gu Jiao didn't know why, but an image suddenly appeared in her mind. The young princess of Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy under the sun's rays, and little Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her. Princess Xinyang said, "You're not allowed to eat until you've practiced 1,000 characters." Little Xiao Lulang picked up the brush with hidden bitterness, resigned to his fate, and began to practice calligraphy. Why did she have such thoughts? Wasn't it because Xiao Lulang always forced her to practice writing? She seriously suspected that he had been tormented by Princess Xinyang when he was young, and now he was tormenting others as he grew up. Gu Jiao gathered her thoughts and said to Princess Xinyang, "Thank you, Princess, for today." Although Long Yi had picked her up and brought her back, but it was not easy for her to not throw him out. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "No need to thank me. Your life is very valuable. After all, you still have to treat my illness." Gu Jiao, what you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it.
Goodbye.
Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. Princess Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy when she suddenly opened her mouth and called, "Girl." "En?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked at her in confusion. "Princess, is there something else?" Princess Xinyang asked, "How can a person like you become a doctor?" It wasn't a questioning tone, nor was it a disdainful tone. It was pure curiosity. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "What kind of person am I?" Princess Xinyang said, "Don't ask me, ask yourself." This was the second time tonight that Princess Xinyang had said strange things to her. She didn't think that Princess Xinyang would come to this conclusion just because she was unconscious and covered in blood. Could it be that she had done something when she was unconscious? And then her secret was discovered by Princess Xinyang? Shadow, bloodthirsty. There had always been such a saying in the organization, so generally no one dared to provoke her. But only her godfather knew that she wasn't bloodthirsty in the true sense. She just couldn't control herself. Blood made her excited. In her previous life, she had always trained herself through various operations. She had already controlled herself very well. Tonight's situation where she completely lost control was very rare. Who would have thought that Princess Xinyang would encounter her? To be exact, after being picked up by Long Yi, Princess Xinyang encountered her out-of-control side. However, it was also fortunate that she was picked up by Long Yi. If she had stayed by the side of Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang, perhaps she would have already. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Princess Xinyang. "You're not afraid of me?" Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "Why should I be afraid of you?" "Because I am a monster." "How did I give birth to a monster like you?" "Go away. Stay away from your sisters." The woman held the baby in her bosom and fiercely pushed her to the ground. Her immature little face had just been slapped by the woman. Her cheeks were swollen like a steamed bun, but she didn't cry. Even when her mother pulled her to the ground and hurt her little butt, she didn't cry. She picked up the box that had fallen to the ground, stood on her tiptoes, and stuffed it into the baby's bosom. A gift for my sister." The woman slapped the box away and looked at her with disgust. "Who wants your gift? Go away." The woman almost trembled as she dialed a phone number. She shouted herself hoarse, surnamed Gu. "Take your daughter away." "Jiao Jiao, Daddy will take you back." The tall and handsome man looked at the little girl in front of him and said with an awkward smile. In the dead of winter, she stood barefoot on the cold floor, holding the gift that her sister didn't want. She was very pretty but a little dirty. She asked the man, "Do you live in Daddy's house?" There was a moment of panic on the man's face, but the young girl didn't notice it. The man smiled embarrassedly. Daddy has a little brother at home, and there aren't enough rooms. Daddy will take you to Grandma's house first."
Oh.
She lowered her head and touched the doll in her arms. It was a doll that she had sewn with her own hands. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. The man raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch her head. She looked up and obediently waited for the man to touch her head. She knew that her father was lying. Her father's house was very big, and there was only one brother. It was impossible that it couldn't fit. But if her father touched her, she would forgive him. If her father couldn't touch her, she could stand on her tiptoes. She tried very hard to stand on her frozen little toes. Hurry up and touch her. Her head was ready. But the man swallowed his saliva, and his palm didn't actually touch her head. He just rubbed the top of her head symbolically and quickly withdrew his hand. It was as if touching a strand of her hair would cause a plague. The man revealed a loving smile. "Daddy promises you. I'll come and pick you up after the new year." She waited from the age of 3 to 6, and after 3 years, no one came to pick her up. Later, she found out that the omnipotent, brave, and powerful father in her heart was also afraid of her. Chapter 419. Night fell. After working in the cabinet all night, the first of the 3 tripod lords finally finished their work. The 3 of them came out of the cabinet, and Commandery Prince got into his carriage to return home. Hanlon Academy's carriage was parked outside the cabinet. They planned to take Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Luling home. Ning Ziyuan was exhausted. He really wanted to take Hanlon Academy's carriage home, but his horse was still parked in Hanlon Academy. If he didn't ride the horse back tonight, he wouldn't be able to come to Hanlon Academy tomorrow morning. It was too far to walk, and it was too expensive to hire a carriage. Ning Ziyuan sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I'll go back to Hanlon Academy first. I'll ride my horse back." Xiao Luling looked at him. "Don't ride the horse when you're tired." Ning Ziyuan waved his hand. "It's okay. It's not too far." The carriage went in the direction of Hanlon Academy. "Right." Ning Ziyuan spoke again. "Don't you think Grand Secretary Yuan thinks highly of you?" "Does he?" Xiao Luling asked. Ning Ziyuan said confidently, "Of course. Grand Secretary Yuan said 3 sentences to me today, and 5 sentences to Commandery Prince and added together. He didn't say more than you." Xiao Luling didn't pay attention to this. Ning Ziyuan continued. "Also, I noticed that he kept looking at you." Xiao Luling gave him a confused look. "Did you do your job well today?" Ning Ziyuan sighed again. "You and Commandery Prince and did most of the work. To be honest, I didn't do much. Grand Secretary Yuan called them to the cabinet today, mainly to help organize some memorials about the laws of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom had been founded for 200 years. Some laws were set at the beginning of the country. They were in line with the national conditions at that time, but they weren't suitable now. Almost every emperor of the Zhao Kingdom would reorganize and revise the laws. Naturally, the emperor would not personally revise them one by one. The cabinet would draft them and then bring them to the emperor for review. However, the cabinet needed to listen to the voices of the people before drafting, and the voices of the people had to be reported one by one through the local officials. What the 3 of them did today was to sort out the contents of these reports into standardized memorials. It was Ning Ziyuan's first time entering the cabinet. Not only was he nervous, but he was also a little unfamiliar. He was not as calm and experienced as Xiao Luling and Commandery Prince. In fact, this was the first time that Xiao Luling and Commandery Prince came to the cabinet to help. However, the 2 of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and had seen a lot. They knew how to deal with the cabinet officials and could handle the situation. Ning Ziyuan winked and said, Say, did Grand Secretary Yuan take a fancy to you? He wants you to be his grandson-in-law?" Xiao Luling said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense." Ning Ziyuan said, "I'm not talking nonsense." Wasn't there a rumor that Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter was going to marry Royal Princeton? Later on, for some reason, they did not get married, and in June Wang became engaged to the daughter of Ding and Marquis. I observed carefully tonight. The way Grand Secretary Yuan looked at Royal Prince was not right. He must be angry at Royal Prince and for abandoning his granddaughter after seducing her. Xiao Luling had never been interested in the affairs of outsiders. He said indifferently, "I'm married." Ning Ziyuan said, "I know you're married, but does Grand Secretary Yuan know? Last time, didn't the Minister of Justice come looking for you and want to betroth his daughter to you?" Xiao Luling glanced at him. "You've been very idle recently. Gossip everywhere." Xiao Luling did not take Ning Ziyuan's words to heart. Regardless of whether or not Grand Secretary Yuan really cared about him, it was definitely not to betroth his granddaughter to him. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were already secretly discussing marriage. Xiao Luling returned to Jade Water Alley in the middle of the night. He was surprised to find a person standing at the door. He wore a light-colored gown and looked lonely under the cold moonlight. Xiao Luling walked closer and recognized that he was Lu Yixing, whom he had met once before. Lu Yixing was the orphan of the Lu family. In the capital, he was like a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. At the same time, he was also Gu Jiao's patient. Little Jing Kong and Prince Yu's son, Ming had encountered human traffickers. It was Lu Yixing who courageously sent the two children back to the medical center. Prince Yu gave him a large sum of money to thank him, and he accepted it. However, when Xiao Luling also went to thank him, he was rejected. He said, "Dr. Gu treats me. If she doesn't charge less, she doesn't charge me at all. I owe Dr. Gu a favor, so I can't accept your gift." These words left a deep impression on Xiao Luling of Lu Yixing. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Luling walked forward and asked. Lu Yixing had already seen Xiao Luling when he walked into the alley. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid him, but in the end, he still chose to stay. He opened his mouth and said, His sleeves weren't long. Xiao Luling glanced at him and noticed that his hand was wrapped in gauze. There seemed to be faint traces of blood seeping out of the gauze. Xiao Luling said, "It's already so late. If you want to treat your injury, you can go to the Miracle Hall. There's a doctor on night duty there." Lu Yixing wasn't here to treat his injury. However, it was very difficult for him to explain to Xiao Luling why he was here. He didn't want Xiao Luling to misunderstand. Just as he was struggling with how to phrase it, another carriage stopped at the other end of the alley. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and walked towards her house. She saw two handsome men standing at the door, facing each other in a strange atmosphere. For a moment, she was stunned. This scene was a bit too pleasing to the eye. Xiao Luling stared at her with a bit of curiosity. He thought that she had already gone to bed at this time. Who would have thought that she had just returned? Moreover, her clothes were clearly not the clothes she wore this morning, nor were they the clothes she wore at home. The curiosity in Lu Yixing's eyes was no less than Xiao Yulong's. Gu Jiao was unconscious when she was kidnapped, but now she seemed to have recovered. Was it really like Yuan Tang said? That the expert didn't have any ill intentions towards Gu Jiao? Was it really someone that Gu Jiao knew? "Husband," Gu Jiao called out to Xiao Luling. "It's so late. What are you two doing standing here?" "You can ask him." A certain someone whose identity was announced was finally in a better mood. He said to Lu Yixing, "Let's go in and sit." Lu Yixing said, "No. I just want to ask Dr. Gu to take a look at my injury. I'll leave in a while." Xiao Luling didn't force him. He turned around and went into the courtyard, lighting all the lanterns in the courtyard. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on his right hand. "Your hand?" Lu Yixing looked at his right hand wrapped in gauze. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao asked, "You stitched it up?" Lu Yixing looked at her in confusion. "You stitched it up. Don't you remember?"
Gu Jiao thought for a while.
"I seem to have some impression." Lu Yixing pursed his lips. Do you often do this? I mean, lose consciousness?"
Gu Jiao shook her head.
"Not often. Tonight was a special case." Lu Yixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't ask. He said, "I'll send your medicine box and basket to the medical center. When the expert took her away, he only took her, not the things on the ground. He first went to the medical center to inquire about her whereabouts and residence. Then he gave the basket and medicine box to the second boss. Gu Jiao smiled. Thank you. Gu Jiao checked his injury. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to stitch it up in that kind of situation. The fact proved that her muscle memory was too strong. The operation could be said to be perfect. Gu Jiao also told him some things to pay attention to and asked him to come to the medical center tomorrow to change his dressing. Lu Yixing suddenly looked at her deeply and asked, "What about you? Are you really okay?" That expert.
He.
Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He is my husband's friend." She couldn't expose the identity of Long Yi and Xiao Luling. For the time being, she called them friends. Lu Yixing was completely relieved. Then, I'll take my leave. Lu Yixing walked out of Jade Water Alley and arrived at Xuanwu Street. There was an unremarkable-looking carriage parked there. Several shadow guards were lying in ambush around the carriage. Yuan Tang was sitting in the carriage. Just now, after dealing with those shadow guards, Yuan Tang immediately returned to the Imperial Palace and called the experts of Qin State. Only, he didn't know whether the other party was afraid of Gu Jiao and that masked expert, so they didn't make a move against him this evening. Lu Yixing got on the carriage. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "How is it? Is that girl okay?" Lu Yixing said, "She's fine." Yuan Tang lazily leaned on the cushion behind him. "I said she would be fine." When that expert rescued her, he was very cautious. Just like how I look at my cousin, every time. Lu Yixing really wanted to kick this shameless guy out of the carriage. Yuan Tang patted his palm with his folding fan. But then again, who is that expert? When did such a powerful person come to Zhao State? Lu Yixing coldly said, "Rather than worrying about this, it's better to think about your own situation. Being chased and killed, you also implicated others." Lu Yixing wasn't referring to himself, but to Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang said, "I know, I implicated my cousin, and he lost his finger. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will definitely find that bastard. I will chop off his finger to avenge my cousin. Cousin, does it hurt? Come, I will blow on it for you." Saying that, he really grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and wanted to blow on it. Lu Yixing was quite shocked and decisively pulled away from him by half the carriage's length. Gu Jiao was the type of person who only reported good news and not bad news. No, she didn't even report good news. She wasn't good at talking about her daily life and experiences with others. Perhaps due to the influence of her childhood, no one would like to hear what she had to say. Gradually, she stopped talking, as if by doing so she could create the illusion that you don't know about me, not because you don't care about me, but because I refuse to talk. Even after she grew up, her personality didn't change. Back then, it was Xiao Luling who dug up old concubine Jing's matter again and again. In addition, all kinds of stupid teammates took turns to expose her, so she had no choice but to confess. Xiao Luling wouldn't ask Lu Yixing about it. After all, Lu Yixing was only one of his patients. To argue with a patient would make him seem petty. Xiao Luling went to the kitchen to boil some water for Gu Jiao, so it was a bit noisy. Gu Jiao followed him in and sat down on the small stool next to him. She turned to look at him. "You don't seem happy." Xiao Luling, "No, I'm not." Gu Jiao, "Are you jealous?" Xiao Luling, "I'm not that petty."
Gu Jiao, "Oh."
Xiao Luling, "Who's prettier, me or him?" Gu Jiao. After taking a bath, Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get some water. Xiao Luling was still awake. He stood in the yard under the bright moon and stars, looking as elegant as jade, as if he was waiting for her. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gu Jiao put down the wooden basin and turned to ask. Xiao Luling walked over and raised his hand. His warm palm landed on her head. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Why, I don't know." He put down his hand. "I just suddenly want to touch your head." It was as if he felt that she needed it, but he couldn't tell why. Gu Jiao blinked and stared at him for a long time. Then she shook her head and stretched it out. Then, touch it again. She was like a good child waiting to be touched. Xiao Luling chuckled. Okay. The next day was supposed to be the day that Gu Jiao agreed to attend the Chamber of Commerce's gathering with a second boss. But because of this sudden change, Gu Jiao had to confirm something first. Gu Jiao asked the second boss to go first. She would rush over after she was done with her business. Okay, remember to be there before dinner. After saying that, the second boss got into the carriage and went to the Four Seas Villa in the eastern suburbs of the capital. Gu Jiao went to the Rui Wang Palace. Rui Wang had gone to take care of business, so only Consort Rui Wang was at the palace. Hearing that Gu Jiao was here, Consort Rui Wang was so excited that she personally grabbed her dress to greet her. She didn't need to worry about Gu Jiao being stimulated and running. No, walking very quickly. She came to the entrance of the palace and said with a smile, "You're finally here. His Highness said that when you sent me back to the palace last time, he invited you to stay with me, but I've waited for so long and I haven't seen you come. What wind blew you here today?" Gu Jiao's eyes looked over Consort Rui Wang and fell onto the corridor not far away. There were 2 hidden guards there. She had never seen them beside Consort Rui Wang before. Gu Jiao asked, "Are those 2 the people Ning Wang sent to protect you?" Consort Rui Wang had talked to her about everything. She had also told Gu Jiao everything about Ning Wang sending people to protect her. "You saw them?" Consort Rui Wang turned around and said in a surprised voice, "They are hidden guards. They only came to see me once when they came to the palace, but after that, I couldn't sense their existence at all. I came to see you." Gu Jiao continued from where she left off.
Come in and sit.
Consort Rui Wang pulled Gu Jiao's hand and brought her into the palace. Rui Wang was not a favored prince, and the palace he was given was not very satisfactory. It wasn't even half the size of the Ningwang Palace, and there weren't many servants on the way. Consort Rui Wang did not seem to care about this. She happily invited Gu Jiao into her courtyard. She already had a lot of infant clothes in her room. Some were made by her when she was bored, and some were sent by her maternal family. My Mimi came to stay for a few days. She was too noisy, so I had her leave. Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao sat down on the chairs and called a servant girl to serve Gu Jiao tea. She drank warm water. Consort Rui Wang's Mimi was Du Xiaoyan, the Crown Princess #1 fan. Gu Jiao had been praised by Du Xiaoyan several times. But when it came to noise, Gu Jiao looked at Consort Rui Wang. "Weren't you 2 also noisy? Try this." Consort Rui Wang pushed a plate of osmanthus cake on the table in front of Gu Jiao. "You don't know how miserably I was locked up 2 months ago. I even learned how to make desserts." Gu Jiao took a bite and was surprised to find that it was not bad. "Is it good?" Consort Rui Wang asked. "It's good," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang's eyes turned into 2 crescents as she smiled. Gu Jiao came today mainly to confirm a few things with her. "Who did you tell that you heard the Crown Princess having a private meeting with someone behind the fake mountain and that you suspected Yuan Tang was that man?" Consort Rui Wang said straightforwardly, "I only told you, Rui Wang, and a Ge. And De Sa was in the carriage and might have heard a bit. Why are you suddenly asking this?" Gu Jiao said, "Yuan Tang was attacked by an assassin." "What? He was attacked by an assassin?
How could that be?"
"Who would want to kill him?" Consort Rui Wang's expression turned grave. A moment later, she suddenly slapped the table. "I know. It was Wen Linling." She must have been worried that she would be implicated if the matter was exposed, so she decided to go all the way and kill Yuan Tang. "Gu Jiao, your prejudice against the Crown Princess is abnormally deep." It had to be said that Consort Rui Wang's guests gave Gu Jiao another train of thought. In terms of motive, the Crown Princess was suspicious. Thinking back carefully to their conversation, that man was the one who approached the Crown Princess first, and the Crown Princess slapped him. This was enough to show that the man had probably verbally offended her. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince consort was angry and hateful, or if she wanted to eliminate all future troubles, it was indeed possible for her to kill Yuan Tang. However, Gu Jiao felt that the man was also very suspicious. After all, making Yuan Tang a scapegoat was not something that anyone could think of. nor was it something that could be done under any circumstances. Casually killing a scapegoat would not help. However, it would be different if it was Yuan Tang. Whether it was status, appearance, or talent, Yuan Tang was worthy of her. Would it be convincing to find a passerby to say that this was the crown princess's secret rendezvous? Moreover, Consort Rui Wang had already closed the coffin on Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao quickly thought of another matter. She was also present when the other party tried to assassinate Yuan Tang. Moreover, she had killed so many of the other party's assassins. How would the other party view her relationship with Yuan Tang? Could the other party have already guessed that she knew that Yuan Tang was wrongly accused of being the man on the fake mountain? If it was her, she would be able to guess it. After all, Consort Rui Wang had gone to the medical center to find her after recognizing Yuan Tang. With her relationship with Consort Rui Wang, it was impossible that she did not tell her the gossip that Yuan Tang was the adulterer. Moreover, she was with Yuan Tang that night. It was hard to suspect that she had gone to find Yuan Tang to verify the truth. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Consort Rui Wang saw that Gu Jiao was suddenly silent and could not help but feel uneasy. Actually, her personality was not too unpleasant. It was just that she was always at odds with Wen Linlang. There were too many people who liked Wen Linlang, so it was inevitable that she would not get along with her. Don't tell me you also like Wen Linlang? She asked weakly. Gu Jiao shook her head. I like you. Consort Rui Wang immediately became happy. She held Gu Jiao's hand and said affectionately, I like you too. Rui Wang, who had just walked to the door and heard this confession, she suddenly felt that the top of her head was a little green. Chapter 420. Since the other party chose Yuan Tang as the scapegoat, his life wouldn't be in danger for the time being before Consort Rui Wang appeared to testify. Gu Jiao left Rui Wang's residence. She sat in the medical center's carriage. She had just taken a few steps when the carriage was stopped. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came to the side of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said to Gu Jiao, I went back to the palace last night and thought about it all night. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. You just asked me if I was related to Zhao country's crown princess, and then I was being chased. Tell me honestly, do you know something? Does this matter have anything to do with Zhao country's imperial family? Gu Jiao said indifferently, no comment. If I tell you the truth, you will reveal your whereabouts that day and make a perfect alibi. Then Consort Rui Wang will lose her value in accusing you. Consort Rui Wang will be in danger. Therefore, for Consort Rui Wang's safety, you, the great prince of Qin country, will have to suffer for the time being. Gu Jiao pulled the curtain and said with a smile, there may be people coming to assassinate you in the next few days. Be careful. Then she lowered the curtain and said to Xiao Sanzi, let's go. The carriage sped away. Yuan Tang was so angry that he stomped his feet. Hey. Make yourself clear. Who wants to assassinate this prince?
Ah.
This girl. She didn't finish her sentence. It was too infuriating. Yuan Tang exploded and roared, girl, don't think you can stay out of this. If that person wants to kill me, won't he kill you? Do you think you can escape? You and this prince have been in cahoots for a long time. Gu Jiao didn't really want Yuan Tang to take the risk. The other party's first assassination attempt failed, and they couldn't figure out Yuan Tang's trump card, so they probably wouldn't make a second move so quickly. Before noon, Gu Jiao arrived at the Four Seas Manor. The gathering lasted for 3 days. The most important days were the first and second days. They would be back by the afternoon of the second day. As expected, they bumped into people from Huichun Hall at the Chamber of Commerce. This was a very important Chamber of Commerce, and all the big bosses had come. Gu Jiao then saw the rumored stepson of the Hu clan, second master Hu Hongtu. Just from his name, one could tell how much his parents expected of him. Back then, the second master had been pushed out by his family, so there was no hope for Hu Hongtu to have a deep brotherly relationship with him. Hu Hongtu looked at the second master with a smile, not concealing the contempt and disdain in his eyes. Big Brother is also here? It seems that Big Brother secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall. These words were too harsh. What did he mean by the second master secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall? So the second master was an outsider, and the rejuvenation hall wasn't his father's business. Hu Hongtu might have forgotten that if it weren't for his appearance, the second master would be the first successor of the rejuvenation hall. Although the rejuvenation hall was a century-old pharmacy, the second master's mother had just married into the Hu clan when the Hu clan encountered an unforeseen event. The rejuvenation hall almost couldn't operate anymore. It was the second master's mother who invested all the money from her dowry into the rejuvenation hall that brought it back to life. But in the end, this poor woman didn't get anything. She passed away from a serious illness, leaving behind her young son to be bullied by others. A person's sore spot would only be poked when they were weak. Now that he had a strong backing, he didn't fear Hu Hongtu's provocation at all. I came here based on my own ability. If we're talking about secretly learning, aren't you the one who secretly learned? I'm the legitimate son of the Hu clan. Hu Hongtu chuckled. The former legitimate son of the Hu clan. Now, you're just a stray dog. The second master coldly smiled. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see if the one who bites you to death is this stray dog. The two brothers parted on bad terms. Gu Jiao curiously admired the surrounding scenery. The second master said, I've let you see a joke. Gu Jiao said, No, it's pretty good. The more Hu Hongtu acted like a lowly person, the more ruthless they would be when they fought in the future. Gu Jiao asked, Do you need my help? The second master said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. No need. He's just a mere stepson. I can still crush him to death. The second master was no longer the second master of the past. He was Niu Hulu's second master. Since the second master said this, Gu Jiao didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the two brothers. She stayed in the villa for a night and followed the second master to get to know many merchants in the capital. She also displayed her superb medical skills and proved the strength of the Miracle Hand Hall to the Chamber of Commerce. The next afternoon, she returned as scheduled. She rushed back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival was the Mid-Autumn Festival in her previous life. It was a great day for the whole family to gather and admire the full moon. Last year, because of the Autumn Imperial Examination, they couldn't celebrate the festival properly. This year, everyone was there. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye came over early in the morning. Du Ruhan also came. However, he went back after lunch. Gu Jiao didn't manage to meet Du Ruhan. Gu Jiao invited Master Lu and Master's wife, Nan Xiang, early in the morning. The two of them came in the afternoon and arrived at Jade Water Alley almost one after the other with Gu Jiao. Master Lu, Master's wife Nan Xiang. Little Jing Kong warmly invited the two of them into the courtyard. His eagle and 7 chicks all had big red flowers on their heads. They lined up in the courtyard to welcome them. It could be said that it was very ceremonial. Master's wife, Nan, liked this little guy to death. She smiled and said, You're Jing Kong, right? Yes, Master's wife, Nan Xiang. Little Jing Kong said cutely. The two of them chatted happily. Little Jing Kong enthusiastically introduced his chicks and chicks to Master's wife Nan Xiang. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce Gu Yan's puppy. That's Xiaoba. He's a little timid. Xiaoba straightened his back. How was he timid? He was the bravest shepherd dog in the entire capital. Woof! The new big yellow dog of the Zhao family next door rushed in. Xiaoba lost his cool in a second. He hugged the dog's head with his paws and hid behind the flock of chickens. Master's wife, Nan Xiang, liked this place very much. The smile in her eyes didn't disappear from the moment she entered the house. Master Lu felt very gratified when he saw Nan Xiang like this. Little Jing Kong considerately introduced the small vegetable garden at home to Master's wife Nan Xiang. He especially proudly told her that he watered the vegetables in the garden. Nan Xiang was amused by the little guy, who shook his head. She couldn't wait to steal him back immediately. With little Jing Kong's introduction, Nan Xiang and Master Lu also got to know Feng Lin and Lin Xingye. Unexpectedly, the four of them got along very well. Except for Lin Qingye, who felt inferior and embarrassed because he stuttered. Nan Xiang smiled. She didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, she took off her veil. Lin Qingye and Feng Lin were stunned. Then, Lin Qingye blurted out a complete sentence. It's okay. Actually, Master's wife, Nan Xiang, you're very beautiful. Feng Lin patted Lin Qingye on the shoulder. Ah. Xiao Lin, you don't stutter anymore. Lin Qingye, I don't stutter. Oh, he still stuttered. However, with this interruption, the last trace of uneasiness in everyone's heart disappeared. No one would laugh at Lin Qingye's stuttering, and no one would laugh at Nan Xiang's disfigured face. Xiao Lulang stepped into the courtyard at this time. He had just gone to Granny Zhou's small winery to get some wine. When Nan Xiang came last time, only Gu Jiao was at home. Xiao Lulang had never seen Nan Xiang, but he knew that Nan Xiang and Master Lu would come, so he specially prepared the wine for them. Lulang, you're back. Feng Lin waved at Xiao Lulang. Lin Qingye quickly got up and ran over to help Xiao Lulang carry the wine jar over. Feng Lin smiled and introduced, Lulang. This is Master Lu, and this is Master's wife, Nan Xiang. Xiao Lulang. No, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Feng Lin said to the couple, Master Lu, Master's wife, Nan Xiang. He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. Master Lu and Xiao Lulang greeted each other politely. Nan Xiang's expression was a little strange. She kept staring at Xiao Lulang's face, which made Master Lu, who was beside her, feel embarrassed. He pulled Nan Xiang's sleeve and whispered, Why do you keep staring at him? Nan Xiang said in a daze, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Master Lu was amused. How could you have seen him? He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. He's from the county, and you've never been to the county. However, I heard that he looks very similar to the late young Duke of Zhaodu. Did you see the young Duke of Zhaodu when you entered the palace? Nan Xiang shook her head. No, not in the palace, not in the capital either. Nan Xiang stared at Xiao Lulang without blinking, trying hard to recall where she had seen him. My book. My book is gone.
Naughty.
Little Jing Kong's cry came from the study. Little Jing Kong was good at everything, but he didn't know how to tidy up. She could always hear him looking for things all day long. Xiao Lulang didn't hear their whispered conversation. He only noticed that Nan Xiang kept staring at him, but as the host, he couldn't say anything. Mistress Nan, Master Lu, please excuse me. He went to the study to help little Jing Kong look for things after saying goodbye. If he didn't help him find it, the little guy would be so mad that the whole family would be restless. This was the first lunar festival that they officially celebrated in the capital. The old chancellor personally cooked, and Nanny Fong and Yuya were his assistants. They cooked a table full of dishes that they were best at: lamb scorpion spicy pot, hand-grabbed mutton, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, rock sugar pork knuckle, fried lotus root, cold tofu skin, crucian carp and tofu soup, vegetarian 3 delicacies, hairy crab, and several seasonal vegetables. Of course, they didn't forget that little Jing Kong's Mid-Autumn Festival was especially vegetarian. He also had hairy crab steamed buns made of flour and tofu skin. Let's eat in the courtyard. We can also admire the moon, Feng Lin said. Little Jing Kong was the first to agree. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye went to move the table. There were too many people and one table wasn't enough, so they put together 2 tables. Gu Jiao didn't participate in the cooking. She was making mooncakes in the small kitchen of the son-in-law's house. Xiao Lulang was also there. He wasn't very good at cooking, but he could still chop firewood to start a fire and carry water. Xiao Lulang hadn't eaten mooncakes before, but he could see that Gu Jiao made a kind of snack with fillings. The fillings were very rich. There were 5 kernels red bean paste, salted egg yolk, and lotus seed paste. Can you make date paste? He suddenly asked. I haven't made it before, but it should be possible. Gu Jiao said, It's just that there don't seem to be any red dates at home. I'll go buy some. Xiao Lulang stood up. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Sure she didn't see you like date paste so much. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang went to the nearby market to buy red dates. Under Gu Jiao's guidance, he washed, removed the seeds, and kneaded them into date paste. There was no oven, so the mooncakes could only be steamed. The taste was not the same as the mooncakes in her previous life, but Gu Jiao spent a lot of effort on the molds. The mooncakes she made were round, flower-shaped, and very cute patterns and characters. Little Jing Kong saw the cute little pig head on his mooncakes and was so excited that he cried out. Gu Jiao picked out a few sugar-free mooncakes and put them in the lunchbox. These are for Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the palace and couldn't come out. Gu Jiao planned to send them to the palace later. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang took the initiative to take the task. I'll send them to Grandaunt. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, Okay. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Come and see. Little Jing Kong seemed to have discovered something new and dragged Gu Jiao out. When Gu Jiao returned to the kitchen, Xiao Lulang had already left with the mooncakes. Except for the sugar-free ones, he also took the date paste ones. Vermilion Bird Avenue. The entire street was filled with a festive atmosphere. However, the courtyard behind the peach trees was especially quiet. Because it was too quiet, one could clearly hear the laughter from the other houses. The windows were wide open. Princess Xingyang and Eugene sat facing each other by the window. The table between them was filled with sumptuous dishes. Eugene opened a plum crab and smiled warmly. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Princess, you don't have to eat vegetables. This crab was sent from the palace.
Princess, try it.
It's for you, Princess Xingyang said. Eugene sighed. The sound of children playing and adults laughing and scolding came from next door. It made their side seem even more miserable and desolate. Suddenly, someone knocked on the quiet courtyard door. Who is it? The little maid, who was washing clothes in the courtyard, asked. She was answered by another series of knocks on the door. Coming, coming. The little maid put down the half-washed clothes and stood up. Wiping her hands on the towel on the clothesline, she went to the door and opened it. Who is it? Where is the person? The little maid stretched her head out and looked left and right. Making sure she didn't see anyone, she scratched her head in confusion. I clearly heard someone knocking on the door. When she was about to close the courtyard door, she suddenly saw a food box at the door. Who put it there? She muttered. What happened? Eugene looked at the young maidservant who was behaving strangely in the corridor and asked. The little maid turned around and said to Eugene, Your Excellency Eugene, just now someone knocked on the door and put a food box here. Eugene was a very cautious person. She came to the door and looked at that tightly closed food box. She didn't immediately open it, rather called Long Yi and let Long Yi open it. Be careful, I'm afraid there are hidden weapons inside, Eugene said. She didn't know whether Long Yi could understand or not. But in the end, there were no hidden weapons in this world that could plot against Long Yi. Long Yi opened the food box, and a rich jujube paste fragrance assailed his nostrils. Eugene was dumbfounded. She saw there were no hidden weapons inside the food box. It was clearly a novel and unique snack. Princess loved to eat jujube paste cakes, but almost no one knew. What's the matter? Princess Xingyang walked over with an indifferent expression. The little maid hurriedly bowed to pay her respect. Eugene took the food box from the bosom of Long Yi and handed it over to her. I don't know who put it there. Princess Xianyang picked up a mooncake filled with jujube paste and stared at it for a long time. The little maid cautiously asked, Should I throw it away? Could it be someone poisoned it? Chapter 421. Princess Xingyang didn't say that she would throw it away, but she didn't say that she wouldn't throw it away either. She turned around and went into the house as if she didn't care. Eugene looked at her cold and lonely back. After thinking for a while, she still carried the food box inside. When Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley, little Jing Kong had just returned from the other end of the alley. He went to deliver mooncakes. Everyone took care of them, so Jiao Jiao also made mooncakes for the neighbors. Little Jing Kong was very happy after delivering the mooncakes. He was jumping up and down happily. At the door, he bumped into his bad brother-in-law. He immediately put away his cheerful expression and became serious and stern. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you just now." Xiao Luling was annoyed and amused by his fatherly tone. "I went to deliver mooncakes, just like you."
Oh.
Little Jing Kong was obviously not satisfied with this unspecific answer. He asked, "Where did you deliver the mooncakes?" "In the palace." Xiao Luling said, "For granted. There's more?" Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at him. Xiao Luling said, "Why do you think there's more after what I said?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "I just think there's more." The little guy's intuition was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Luling composed himself and stroked his buzz cut. "Let's go in." "Is there more?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Why are you asking this?" Xiao Luling asked. Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, "I want to know who gave more mooncakes." Xiao Luling made him laugh again. "Why do you even want to compete with this? Childish." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "I'm not childish. At least I won't wet the bed when I'm as old as you." Xiao Luling tapped his little head with a faint smile. "Are you sure I'm the one who wet the bed and not you?" Little Jing Kong brushed his hand away from his head. "It's you, it's you, it's you."
Ha ha ha.
The little fellow stuck out her tongue, made a face at Xiao Luling, and slipped into the house. Xiao Luling chuckled. "And you say you're not childish." The whole family had a lively meal in the courtyard and admired the moon. Feng Lin and Master Lu drank until they were high. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders, almost calling each other brothers on the spot and becoming sworn brothers. Otherwise, Xiao Yulong's seniority would be a level lower. In the future, when he saw Feng Lin, he would not be able to address him as Feng Lin. He would have to address him as Martial Uncle Feng. Xiao Luling promptly gave Feng Lin a piece of mooncake with 5-nut stuffing, preventing this sudden swearing of brotherhood. Feng Lin drank too much. "Take care of him at night," Xiao Luling said to Lin Qingye. Feng Lin was still living in Lin Qingye's house and paid a friendship rent every month. I will," Lin Qingye said. It was getting late. Lin Qingye helped Feng Lin, who was completely drunk, to get up and bid farewell. On the other side, Nan Xiang and Master Lu were also preparing to leave. Master Lu was drunk and muddle-headed. He patted Xiao Yulong's shoulder and said, "Your master's wife said she saw you, he. Nan Xiang smiled and said to Xiao Luling, "He's drunk. Don't listen to him." "It's okay." Xiao Luling did not take it to heart. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan helped the drunk Master Lu into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan was worried that his master and mistress would go back like this. "I'll go over and take care of my master tonight." He was worried that his master's wife would not be able to handle such a drunk man. Nan Xiang, who could handle 10 drunkards, smiled slightly.
Okay.
It was not bad to kidnap her son. "Xiaoshan will go back with us. I'll send him to class tomorrow morning," Nan Xiang said to Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling. The young couple had no objection. Little Jing Kong waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Master Lu. Goodbye, Mistress Nan. Goodbye, Brother Feng Lin. Goodbye, Brother Qingye." The whole alley was filled with his small voice saying goodbye. The next day, there were no classes at the Imperial College. Gu Jiao took Little Jing Kong to the Imperial Palace to visit her great-aunt. On the way, they went to the Minister of War's mansion to pick up Su Tangsong, who was also on holiday, and took him to the Imperial Palace. Qin Shi's identity as a prince had been exposed on a moonless and windy night. Now, Little Jing Kong and Su Tangsong both knew that he was the son of the Empress. In order to cover up his dishonest behavior, Qin Shi decisively changed the topic to Little Jing Kong. "The Empress Dowager is his great-aunt. He hid it for even longer than me." Little Jing Kong was admitted to the Imperial College first. At that time, he had already called the Empress Dowager his great-aunt. Qin Shi was a transfer student. When it came to the history of deception, Little Jing Kong was indeed more experienced than Qin Shi. In fact, there was a difference between the nature of these two things. Qin Shiyu deliberately hid his identity, while little Jing Kong did not know his gray tant's identity at all. However, little Jing Kong did not think about it. For the first time, little Jing Kong, who is a logical person, encountered a situation that he could not refute. Fortunately, Su Tangsong was a magnanimous person. After a while, he covered up this matter and said, "Let's go play." The three bitches of the Imperial College went to the ends of the earth and wreaked havoc in the Imperial Palace again. The autumn air was cool, and the sun was bright. Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang took the Phoenix carriage to the Imperial Garden to bask in the sun. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the princes and princesses went to the Imperial Palace to celebrate the festival. Naturally, Princess Ning also came. Prince Ning's two young commandery princesses went to the Imperial Palace with her. The two young commandery princesses were both 2 years old, which was an adorable age. Noble consort Zhuang liked them, so she let the young commandery princesses stay in the Imperial Palace for the night. Today, Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Palace to take the young commandery princesses home. The two young commandery princesses met the three bitches of the Imperial College by chance and went to play with them. Noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Garden to wait for them. Unexpectedly, they met Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager. Noble consort Zhuang stepped forward with a smile and bowed. She turned to look at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao is also here. After learning that Gu Jiao was favored, noble consort Zhuang changed the way she addressed Gu Jiao. Grandmother. Prince Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and nodded to greet Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. In comparison, the way he addressed her was much more normal. It was neither too warm nor too distant. It was mainly very natural. Gu Jiao also greeted him naturally. Your Highness, Prince Ning. Later, Princess Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang also greeted each other.
Sit down.
Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered, and the palace servants set up tables and chairs for them. Eunuch Qin said, Empress Dowager Miss Gu, sit down. Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips. She, the noble consort, and Prince Ning, the prince, were here, but Eunuch Qin served an outsider first. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt sat down. Don't you know how to help the Empress Dowager? Noble consort Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao and whispered. She could see that the Empress Dowager was in good health and didn't need anyone to help her. Empress Dowager, it's so sunny here. Why don't we go to the pavilion and sit down? Noble consort Zhuang suggested. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, if you want to go by yourself. I'm just here to bask in the sun. Noble consort Zhuang didn't speak. Prince Ning gently mediated, such a good sun. I'm afraid you won't be able to bask in it after winter.
Mother, sit down.
Noble consort Zhuang sat down on the other side of Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Prince Ning and his wife sat down opposite the three. Eunuch Qin served tea and snacks. Eunuch Qin didn't know that he would meet noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning, so he prepared all Gu Jiao's favorite foods. Noble consort Zhuang looked at the table of spicy jerky, crispy peanuts, spicy beans. She frowned and asked, Eunuch Qin, can the Empress Dowager eat these? Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't eat spicy food before. This. Eunuch Qin wanted to say something, but stopped. Noble consort Zhuang ordered her little palace maid, go get some pea cakes and chestnut cakes. The little palace maid quickly brought a few plates of pea cakes and chestnut cakes from the imperial kitchen. They were bright in color and exquisite in appearance. At first glance, one could tell that they tasted extraordinary. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and put a piece of pea cake on the plate in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, Empress Dowager, try this. Gu Jiao picked up a piece and tasted it. Noble consort Zhuang looked a little unhappy. The Empress Dowager hasn't eaten yet. When is it your turn? Gu Jiao put down the snacks and said, it's too sweet. The Empress Dowager can't eat it. Noble consort Zhuang's face sank. She put the chopsticks on the table and said, it's better than these spicy things. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at noble consort Zhuang impatiently and said, "I'm not asking you to eat it. You talk too much." Noble consort Zhuang choked. Fortunately, the 3 chief guests of the Imperial College and the 2 young princesses came over and diluted the awkwardness of the scene in time. They were sweating profusely from running. Noble consort Zhuang didn't allow the 2 young princesses to play crazily anymore. Otherwise, they would lose the dignity of the imperial family. Little Qi is really too much. As his brother, you should control him. Don't let him play crazily all the time. If His Majesty sees this, he will be unhappy. These words were obviously directed at Prince Ning. Prince Ning looked at Qin Qiyu, who was running around in the flowers, and smiled helplessly. Father said that little Qi is too fat. It's good for him to move around. Noble consort Zhuang's heart was even more blocked. She wasn't like this usually. It was just that these days, her period had come, and she was in a bad mood. She didn't like everyone. The 3 chief guests of the Imperial College ran away again. The 2 young princesses wanted to follow them, but they had to stay because of noble consort Zhuang's dignity. Gu Jiao originally thought that Qin Qiyu, who had completely released his nature, was a normal child of the imperial family. After seeing the 2 young princesses, she realized that he was probably an anomaly. The 2-year-old young princesses were already very sensible. They were born of Prince Ning's 2 concubines and were less than half a year apart. They were very close to Prince Ning and nestled in his arms, unwilling to come out. It was a kind of dependence from the heart. It could be seen that Prince Ning was a good father who loved his daughters. "Do you want to eat snacks?" Prince Ning asked his daughters gently. The 2 young princesses nodded in unison.
Prince Ning asked them to take it themselves.
One of the young princesses took a piece of pea cake, while the other took a piece of spicy dried meat. She stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness. Prince Ning's eyes were full of smiles. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and calmly watched Prince Ning dote on his daughter. When he smiled, it was as if the ice and snow in the cold winter had melted. He had a high position and was born with a good appearance from the royal family. He also exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of Commandery Prince and was also a man as gentle as jade, but he was more youthful than Prince Ning. Prince Ning had the courage of a superior and the charm of a mature man. Few women wouldn't be fascinated by such a man, right? Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning on the side. The 2 children were also close to her. They would ask her for water and wipe their faces. After acting like a spoiled child in front of Prince Ning, they went to her. Princess Ning fed them water and wiped their hands as if she was their biological mother. But they were not her biological children. Did she really not have any grudge? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning's illness. The most uncomfortable thing in the world was not that she minded, but that she had to pretend that she didn't mind when she minded. This would make her suffer double the pain. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the wet nurse beside her, "Take the young princesses to play. Children shouldn't be too restrained." Yes. The wet nurses didn't dare to disobey Empress Dowager Zhuang's order. They took the 2 young princesses to play with the 3 bitches of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Princess Ning seemed to be relieved. When they were basking in the sun in the Imperial Garden, something happened. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess passed by here. Grand Aunt was here. They had to come and say hello. No matter what people in the royal family thought, they wouldn't show it on their faces. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning looked like brothers. But they didn't expect that Qin Qiyu snatched Su Kanji's trophies, the newly picked dates on the tree. He ran all over the Imperial Garden and accidentally knocked down 2 people. One was the Crown Princess, who didn't have time to sit down, and the other was Princess Ning, who just got up. Qin Qiyu was between the Crown Prince and the 2. Only Prince Ning was close to them. Because of Qin Qiyu's reckless actions, the Crown Princess was even closer to him. He only needed to reach out a hand to support her. But he didn't do that. He didn't even look at the Crown Princess. He stepped forward and hugged Princess Ning, who almost fell on her face. "Are you okay?" He hugged his wife tightly. Princess Ning gasped in shock. "I'm okay." The crown princess was not so lucky. She fell on the ground sideways. Her arms and legs were scratched. Qin Chuyu, are you itching for a beating again? The crown prince's angry roar sounded in the imperial garden. Ah! Qin Chuyu, who was in trouble, hid behind Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The crown prince couldn't go around the Empress Dowager to beat Qin Chuyu. In addition, the crown princess fell heavily. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly helped the crown princess up. The crown princess twisted her ankle and couldn't walk anymore. I'll call a sedan chair, Prince Ning said. No need. The crown prince didn't want to wait any longer. He bent down and carried the crown princess up. After bidding farewell to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the others, he quickly walked back to the East Palace. Except for calling the sedan chair just now, Lord Ning was concerned about Princess Ning's injury all the time. However, noble consort Zhuang couldn't bear it and whispered, "It seems that she fell badly." Prince Ning's performance was too good. He was a perfect father and a perfect husband. Gu Jiao tapped on the table with her fingertips. She suddenly stood up and said, "I'm a doctor. I'll go to the East Palace." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao came back quickly. Prince Ning, his wife, and noble consort Zhuang were all there. Only Qin Chuyu went to his father after being reprimanded. Why are you back so soon? Is the crown princess seriously injured? Noble consort Zhuang asked. It seems that I went at the wrong time. The crown prince and the crown princess are... Gu Jiao glanced at Prince Ning.
Not
very convenient. Prince Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.